Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 5 of Legacy Undone. Summary. It was their final, desperate gambit. Surrounded by the ashes of their world, Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto poured the absolute last of their chakra into a forbidden, theoretical sealing matrix. The mission was absolute: send Naruto back, rewrite history, and save the future. But when Naruto opens his eyes, the relief of the past is immediately shattered by a horrifying realization. He didn't just go back in time, he fractured reality. He has landed in an entirely alternate timeline. The people he knew are different, history has shifted, and the future he bled to save might not even exist here. Stripped of his greatest advantage, his knowledge of what's to come, Naruto is completely stranded. In a world where the rules have changed and his legacy is undone, Konoha's greatest hero faces a crushing existential question: if this isn't even his world, does saving it actually matter? This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by LD 1449, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 46. Kumogakure wasn't like anything Sakura had ever seen in her life. Of course, by textbooks and history she knew every village had its own distinct architecture and design meant to utilize the natural advantages of their homelands. Most villages couldn't afford the banal design of Konohagakure when they were founded. Too easy and simple to attack using conventional means. But Konoha once had Hashirama and Madara. No one in their right mind would even dream of laying siege to it. And even more than them, it had the forest. Miles upon miles of endless trees where armies could be ambushed, enemy scouts could be caught in illusions to lead them astray, wide-scale techniques made in conjunction could bog down an invasion force and stop it in its tracks. Konoha didn't need strange architecture to protect it. But with that practicality, Konoha had really missed out on the simple wow factor Kumogakure sported. With buildings encircling the peaks, cresting the mountains like rings of thorny crowns, sky bridges that connected the 5 massive mountain points, and a sloping walkway that seemed to reach up into the sky as the primary entrance, Sakura could very easily envision any real effort to invade this village would need to be something so grossly overwhelming as to make it impractical altogether. True, there were several small towns and hamlets at the foot of the mountain that they'd passed that Sakura imagined to be the bulk of Kumogakure's population, food production and trading hubs. But even so, this was impressive. As they were escorted through the skyways and into buildings with massive glass panes to let them look out into the absolutely gorgeous view, she realized something. She was hungry. And after nearly a straight week of rations, hard ground, dirt, tree roots, and other such commonalities found on the road, she found that she was really looking forward to a hot shower, a warm bed, and some good food which she'd hopefully never tried before. Luckily, before she broke any kind of decorum by asking such an unladylike thing like "Where's the food at?" Sasuke, precious handsome Sasuke, seemed to share her sentiments. "Hey Naruto, when do you think we'll be getting something to eat?" And that, as they say, is when the proverbial dam broke. With that question, their sensei actually seemed to realize that he too was in fact hungry. Something which he immediately began to make known to everyone around him. On his insistent questioning, it was revealed that they were all headed to the Raikage Tower, to be dismissed. Specifically, everyone was accompanying the Kage and the daimyo to the tower where they would continue negotiations in private. To which their ever so eloquent, tactful and diplomatic sensei answered, "That's stupid. Can we just go here? I smell food." She wasn't sure how exactly it worked, but it really was fascinating to watch him, as he didn't exactly receive an answer from any of the kage before proceeding to invite everyone from their village within earshot to go eat. Sakura's brain kind of screeched to a dead halt for a moment, when he also proceeded to invite Haku-chan, a girl from Kiri that Sakura had never seen before in her life. He carried out this invitation, of course with the utmost tact, namely shouldering and shoving his way through the crowd of Kiri ninja until he found Haku, grabbed her by the hand and proceeded to pull her along. And throughout this whole process, somewhere in the back of Sakura's mind, at some point, she began to realize something. There's no way he's getting away with this. And we're all gonna die here because our sensei's an idiot. Of course, she was wrong. Not about the idiot part, oh no. He was definitely an idiot. She was wrong because it had, somehow, worked. And now they, as in, Sasuke, Akane, Guy's team, Kurenai's team and that Haku girl with her team were currently making their way through this sector of the village searching for the nearest restaurants. All the other sensei had also seemed to go their own way, either to secure their hotels, or search for food in another direction. So, here they were, all 16 of them. She could picture them making quite the spectacle as they moved through the wide hallways of these mezzanine-like buildings. So when do you think they met? The whisper came from behind her, and Sakura craned her head around to find Tenten and Hinata whispering to each other. Well, Tenten was whispering. Hinata was making hand signs so fast Sakura could barely read them, only managing to understand the mouthed words that went along with it. Oh, I know, Tenten answered. A Kiri kunoichi and a Konoha ninja, it's like right out of those romance novels. And just like that, Sakura's brain came to a dead stop. Well, it tried. The brakes failed, and it ended up crashing into a brick wall before bursting into flames. She whipped her head around, looking for her wayward sensei/friend/moron, finding him, just as she suspected, chatting up the Kiri kunoichi. The two of them smiling and grinning like they weren't members of two completely different villages, inside of a possibly hostile foreign territory, about to enter an exam where their students might end up killing each other. She was about to step forward when, suddenly, a hand grasped the back of her shirt, pulling her back with a startled squawk. All right, Sakura, spill! Tenten demanded. Spill what? How long has your sensei been dating Tall Pale and Kiri over there? Naruto isn't dating he dash. Hinata flashed some hand signs. Yeah, I know he seems chummy with her, but dash. More hand signs. Yeah, long-distance relationships can work, but dash. A few more. It's not impossible, but dash. Slightly behind the three girls, Akane was walking beside Niji, chewing on a piece of Pocky that she'd managed to stash away in her bag where no one would find it. What are they talking about? She asked. It's fascinating, really. Niji answered her. The conversation started barely 5 minutes ago, and Sakura has only officially joined it about 45 seconds ago. But in that time they've gone from questioning the nature of the relationship, the existence of a romantic relationship, the potential for it to work out, how good-looking their children would be, to how these forbidden romances always end in tragedy. And now we're on the potential for it all to work out and how they can convince Haku-san to defect. Akane blinked. I haven't heard any of that. That's because Hinata-sama is the one doing most of the talking. It's actually rather impressive. If she could be this fast in her taijutsu, no one would touch her. The youngest Senju decided not to question that. The kage of all 5 villages, and the daimyo of 2 of the 5 greater states were seated in a single room. It was a spacious thing, floored and walled with dark grain wood, almost black. The seats they were given were plush leather things meant for leisure, not business. Scented incense gave the room a pleasant scent, while the smoke covered it in a thin haze. Various books lined the shelves, a tea set and small amenities all seemed more fit to entertain guests than host the lords and leaders of the nation's military power while they were on the brink of the next great war. It was spacious, huge even. Perhaps that was why it chose this room. Because spacious as it was, the tension between all was so thick it could be considered a physical presence in and of itself, and made the room feel small and claustrophobic. Kuta had to admit, He didn't think someone like A would have it in him to be so tactful. He also had to admit this was very, very good wine. A glowered over the room like a bear, displeased with intruders in its territory. Terumi flitted between conversations here and there with Sarutobi, Tsunade, even Orochimaru before talking easily with the Kazekage and Kitsuchi, the Tsukikage. The Kazekage himself was a wary creature, trying to see where all the pieces would fall, trying to measure the odds of the best outcome for himself and his village if he held true to the alliance, or tried to stab them in the back. And old Hiruzen was his ever-so-patient self. The monkey in the tree, watching all the animals beneath him and finding all their weaknesses. All this, Kuta watched from his seat, taking their measure, as no doubt they were doing the same to him. It was Kitsuchi, the Tsukikage, that Kuta could not read, his face a mask of iron and hard lines, and that was dangerous. Luckily, he didn't need to read him. Standing up, wine in hand, the daimyo of Hai no Kuni allowed himself to sway just a bit with the movement. "Reikage Dano," he called, smiling wide as those baleful eyes turned to him. With a slight bow, Kuta laughed. "I must truly compliment you on this excellent wine." Waving his hand to the others around the room, he called. "I would propose a toast. To the exams and dash." "You must be insane, dash." He was swiftly interrupted. "If you think I would ever share a drink with you." Kuta closed his eyes, taking a breath as he turned to face Haran Michizu, the daimyo of Tsuchi no Kuni. "Michizu." He laughed at him. "Don't drink if you like, but you truly are missing out on good wine." To emphasize his point, he took another swig of his own drink. "If you have a reason to be unhappy, wine makes it better." He laughed again. Beside the man, Kitsuchi's face was still a thing carved of stone, but Michizu's face grew red, infuriated as he stood up, apparently unable to contain his anger any further with Kuta's blatant gloating. "So angry?" Kuta goaded at the sight, smiling at the man. "There are so many reasons to be happy, Michizu." He grinned, eyes glimmering with a trace of something sinister even he couldn't fully hide. With a snarl, the daimyo of Tsuchi no Kuni turned to the Rai, Kaze, and Mizukage. "Do you see this arrogance? This blatant? How can you trust this man when he flaunts the fact that he betrayed the terms of a peace negotiation to carry out an assassination? This demands retribution. Even by you shinobi. So says the Lord who had an invasion force of these same shinobi you would now shame, ready to assassinate me during those same peace negotiations." And so the trap was sprung, and Kuta noticed the moment the man realized his mistake. The truth was, both sides looked equally guilty of treachery. What mattered most was who got their story out first, and how they spun it. His fellow daimyo moved to cut him off, and Kuta shouted over his protests. "What say you to an invasion force of hundreds of shinobi at my border? Eh? The ones who pursued me for nearly 2 days. Of a Jinchuriki knocking on the doors of my very palace. And Michizu, was that in good faith? Admit it. That was your sloppy attempt at my own life," he howled, allowing anger to shine through. There was a silence in the room, and Kuta dared not break his gaze from the opposing daimyo to measure the reactions of the others. Suddenly he laughed again, standing straight. "Michizu, just admit that you're angry because after all these years of trying to kill me, I still live and drink to wash it all away. Ha!" To emphasize his point again, he reached back and served himself more wine. He began to chug down the wine when Michizu finally found his voice again. "We'll see how much you're laughing by the end of these exams, Magajiro," the man hissed, standing as Kuta kept chugging down the alcohol from his saucer, holding up a single finger asking his sober colleague to wait a moment, a request that went unheeded as Michizu kept right on shouting. "And even after this is done, I swear we won't rest until I tear your palace down and bury you in I dash." Kitsuchi's hand snapped out, grasping his daimyo's arm, pulling the man back with a quiet stare. Michizu's face was a mask of fury that should have been a pale reflection to Kitsuchi's own. But the Tsukikage merely stood up, as calm as a snowmelt stream as he clasped his hands together in front of him and offered a quick bow to everyone around the room. "The trip has obviously been taxing on all of us. I believe it would be best if Michizu-sama and myself retired for the day. With another bow, not waiting for anyone's leave, Kitsuchi turned and escorted the flustered Michizu out of the room. Kuto watched them leave, finally allowing, for the briefest of moments, for the act to fall from his persona, dark eyes glinting like knives at their backs before the doors shut behind them. Finally, he caught the barest hint of what lay before him when looking at this young man who was now the Tsuchikage. And it reminded him of an old passage he'd read long ago. Make no deals. No pleas. No attempts at peace. Build no great work save for our respective tombs. For as long as we live, either of us will be defeated in this war. Then his mask was back in place, the smile slipping once again onto his features as he turned to the remaining leaders. This truly is very good wine. So, when did you meet Naruto-san? The question, of course, came from Tenten, who was still curious, and had chosen a seat directly across from Haku, Hinata at her side sitting across from Naruto. Oh! Haku raised her eyes skyward, thinking. This must have been, what? 6-7 years ago now? 7 going on 8. Naruto answered beside her. Right, well, we both entered the Chunin exams that were being held in IWA. I was around 11 or 12 at the time, and Naruto-san was around 6, I believe. Yup. And by the end of the exam we were so outnumbered by IWA and Kumo Ninja, that us, being the only teams of Konoha and Kiri, decided to team up to take 'em all down. Naruto smiled. How many enemy teams were there? Sakura asked, leaning a little forward, interested to hear about Naruto's own experience with the Chunin exams. Oh, maybe 5? 6? Naruto half stated, half shrugged, looking to Haku for confirmation. More or less. She smiled sheepishly. It's been so long I forget the number. I do know I had to rescue you. Hey! Naruto laughed, mockingly indignant. If I remember right, I took down almost 3 whole teams by myself. Doesn't change that you still needed rescuing, was the cheeky reply. You rescued him. What happened? Tenten was practically draped halfway across the table by now. On the other side of the table, Kurinai watched the conversations proceeding along with Guy. I didn't think your student Tenten was so interested in other people's love lives. Guy shrugged before whispering to his colleague. To be honest, I was starting to get a little worried about her. It's good to have passion for your work, but there must be other interests to hold your attentions. Kurinai stared at him. You are saying this? Guy blinked, apparently not understanding. You. The guy that runs around the village with his hands and has an insane training regiment that could make the Hokage go for a vacation, are saying that your student is too obsessed? I have hobbies, Guy protested. Name 2. Knitting and ceramics. Bullshit. In his seat, Naruto laughed, smiling as he listened to Haku regale Sakura, Hinata and Tenten of her stories from both the Chunin exam and her training in Kiri, listening to Sasuke, Kiba and Shino talking with Haku's surrogate team that she was escorting for the sickly Kimimaro, while Lee, at the far end of the table, played some paper games with Akane, all the while Niji sat still, waiting for the food. Soon enough, however, he felt it. A prickling at the back of his mind as his enhanced senses informed him of who was outside. For a moment, he was tempted to ignore it. To stay here and play dumb. But he didn't. He owed her that much at least. I'll be right back, guys. He excused himself, pretending to head towards the restrooms before veering out to the exit. He stepped outside, greeted by a massive window that looked down on the low-hanging clouds that blanketed the lower peaks beneath them. The sun was setting, a blazing orange sky that lit the clouds below aflame seemed otherworldly. Enjoying yourself? He turned, eyes meeting the pink gaze of none other than Kuratsuchi. He returned her steely gaze with one of profound sorrow. Kuro. I didn't know about any of this, either did attach dash. Doesn't matter anymore, does it? She interrupted, shrugging as she kept her arms crossed. Whether you knew or not, whether you wanted this or not, it's done. Of course it matters, he protested. I'm your friend. You're still my friend, Kuratsuchi. We're on different sides of this, but that doesn't mean we have to, do what they want us to do regarding each other. That's where you're wrong, was her answer. And it made his heart sink. There was a silence between them. A pregnant thing, heavy with unspoken words, a dozen conversations taking place between their eyes before the moment was broken, Kuratsuchi turning her gaze towards the window staring inside. That your team then? And like a sleeping beast roused from its torpor, that protective anger sparked itself to life inside of him, and Naruto's gaze hardened just a bit, becoming more steely with every passing second. They are not involved in this. No, she agreed. They're not. But that doesn't matter either, does it? And Naruto stood straighter, fists clenching. No one on earth, heaven or hell, would ever threaten his team again. Kuratsuchi, he warned. You're my friend, and I love you, like you're my own blood, but dash. He glared into her eyes. In that moment, even with his diminutive size, he seemed to tower over her. If you dare to go after my friends, I'll crush ya. She stared at him, and for a moment he saw the flash of hurt behind the steel, the pain cutting through her before she pushed it aside, pressed it down and looked at him with eyes that bled contempt. She turned and walked away without saying another word. Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 1,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 2,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Chapter 47. Kumogaku's exam, like most exams in villages, would start inside a building. Well, correction. Most exams would start in a building, but few buildings were built to surround the peak of a mountain, with windows the size of doors allowing you to look down to the clouds and mountains below. Wow, guys! Look at this view! A fact that Naruto was taking in with his own unique brand of enthusiasm. Face pressed up against the glass, smiling like a loon while two of his students tried not to be embarrassed at his antics. Just ignore it, Sakura hissed to Sasuke. Just ignore it and he'll go away. No one knows we're with him. No such luck. Guys, come look. His hand was suddenly at their collars, dragging them over to the viewing platform. Naruto! Sasuke barked. Can you please focus? The blonde blinked, then smiled. Why? You guys are the ones taking the exams, not me. Their displeased frown spoke volumes. You guys know I almost got killed taking one of these things more than once, even. Naruto smiled. I hate you, Sasuke drawled, despising Naruto's snickering laughter. You guys are gonna be fine, he finally insisted, smiling. The double doors opened, and in walked Akane, followed closely by Tsunade and Orochimaru. Hi guys! The little girl waved, running over to them, the two Sannin following behind her at a more sedate pace. Hey girl! Sakura smiled, ruffling the mess of red hair when she got close. You ready? Bouncing off the walls, Tsunade answered, smiling at the three genin before placing her hands on her hips. This is where I leave you, I guess. She seemed to be fishing for words before she offered a kick their asses, to finish off along with a thumbs up. They will win, Orochimaru reassured, yellow eyes glinting as he turned them to Naruto with that serpentine grin. Won't they? The blonde ignored him as best he could, even as the other three gave their own forms of confirmation before all four moved to the double doors at the other side, where the teams were gathering. As soon as they made their way through, they realized that they were early, relatively speaking. There were a few teams here and there, mostly Kumo, but the bulk of the genin from other villages hadn't arrived yet. Hell, none of the Konoha teams were here. Guess we wait, Sakura half-stated, half-asked. Naruto shrugged and moved to take a nearby chair. Soon enough, team by team, the others started to arrive. Guy's team was first, with Lee and Guy apparently having gotten into some kind of oath that involved them climbing up the side of the mountain after the exam without the use of their feet. No one on Team 7 deigned to ask. Nor did they question Tenten's desire to be rescued. Haku's team arrived before Hinata's, and either out of a desire for distance, or the belief that one kept to their own now that the exam was officially starting, they didn't come over, though Haku herself did offer Naruto a smile and a wave hello. As the genin were talking among themselves, Guy and Naruto were a little off to the side, with both of them filtering between various topics of conversation, one which tapered off a bit as the IWA genin marched in. IWA had brought 3 teams. Naruto recognized none, though Guy did point out one of the Jounin sensei as someone of some repute, to which the blonde quietly nodded and listened for tidbits of information if things went really sideways. Then the doors opened again. Naruto tossed a look, not expecting anything out of the ordinary, only to stiffen in surprise. He'd recognize that Suna team anywhere. Except for one of them. There was Temari, and Kankuro. Their equipment was different. He didn't see the massive fan on Temari's back, or the bandaged karasu on Kankuro's. But it was Gaara. Gaara that made him pause. He recalled vividly the Gaara of his time. At this age. A palpable, barely restrained coil of rage ready to explode at any moment. A feeling of dread and danger that permanently suffocated the air around him as he glared at everyone with baleful green eyes that carried a look of pure loathing just beneath their teal-green surface. That was his Gaara right now. At this exam. This Gaara, however, was different. Dressed in white with accents of red, with the gourd missing from his back and a blindfold around his eyes, Naruto realized, instantly, that he couldn't detect his chakra signature. Nothing there that indicated a Jinchuriki was standing before him. Was the demon sealed in a different host? Then he peered closer. And it wasn't the chakra signature of a Jinchuriki he couldn't sense on Gaara. It was just that he couldn't sense any chakra at all. There were very few things that could do that. Off the top of his head. There. No. More than that. More than 1. 4. At least 4 heavy chakra suppressant seals were on his friend. He couldn't tell what medium they were using, not for sure, though he could guess the blindfold was one, but he could feel the 4 of them. Like touching the wall of a dam. Solid, implacable, but you can always feel the water churning just beyond the granite. Naruto-san? Guy's voice snapped him out of it, and he smiled for a second. No worries, I just remembered something. Then, hopping off his chair, he made his way over to their teams, keeping his eyes on the Suna team and the Gaara he could barely recognize as Temari helped lead her blindfolded brother to the corner they'd chosen. Hey guys, he said with a smile as he came in close enough to the team. Huh! Oh hey Naruto-san, Tenten greeted with a slightly confused blink. Guys, see that Suna team? He gestured with a jerk of his head. The ones that just walked in? What about them? Sasuke asked, raising an eyebrow. Try to avoid fighting them if you can, he said. In fact, if you can, just avoid them altogether during the first part of the exam. Okay? Why? It was Niji that asked the question. Trust me, Naruto implored. Avoid fighting them unless myself, or Guy are nearby. The same goes for Hinata's team. Got it? His piece said. He didn't offer any more words of explanation. He marched back over to Guy, keeping an eye on the friend he barely recognized. Almost an hour later, when the teams were finally called away, Naruto, Guy and Kurenai each offered their own words of encouragement and last-minute advice before the genin were marched through a final set of doors. All right, the proctor, a dark-skinned jounin, seemed to snarl at them. All teams pay attention because Whatever he was gonna say was interrupted by a loud voice that sounded distinctly like an Uzumaki filtered in through the door. You've gotta be kidding me. You too. That interruption was minuscule when compared to what happened immediately after. Someone broke down the door. To be specific, someone cut the door into what must have been 2 or 3 dozen pieces, and the next thing they saw was a woman, wielding 8 very sharp blades, tumbled right in, rolling end over end before face planting onto the floor. How she managed this without skewering herself on those blades, none of them would ever know. She was a massive woman, to say the very least. Even on the floor that was obvious. Dark-skinned like a lot of Kumonin, at least 6 feet of pure muscle, with arms that looked like they could snap a man's neck if she ever got him in her grip. She raised one of those arms now, finger held upward. "Wait! My team is here! No need to fear!" Only then did the others realize that, behind her, literally being tugged along by a rope tied to the woman's waist, were 3 other genin, all of them looking like they just lost a boxing match against the concrete floor. Sakura would forevermore be grateful that her particular blonde idiot sensei was just eccentric rather than fucking crazy. With her team safely deposited, if a little concussed, the woman known in Kumo as B marched out of the room with a triumphant swagger, only to walk, hip to face, into a little blonde boy, who stared up at her with a completely blank expression on his cherubic features. "Hey! I know I'm gorgeous, but it's rude to stare, precious." She smiled. The kid kept staring at her for about 6 more seconds, just long enough for B to start to feel awkward when he suddenly shrugged. Okay, if I can deal with Inchan. I can deal with this one." Then he smiled, thrust out his hand and smiled, megawatt bright. "Hey! I'm Naruto, wanna be friends?" And throughout the village of Kumogakure, a collective shudder of dread was inexplicably felt by a majority of the population. B smiled, and was about to answer when her sharp gaze caught something on the other side of the room. Lowering her sunglasses just enough to peer clearly over their rims, a wicked smile graced her face. "Why hello there, tall, pale and sexy," she seemed to snarl to herself. Confused, Naruto followed the direction of her stare. "What is she dash?" His gaze landed squarely on a mercifully oblivious Orochimaru on the other side of the room. "Oh dear God, why?" Chapter 48. Your examination will be a contest between teams, the proctor finally declared as soon as his colleagues finished putting up a large blue tarp to act as a door. It was necessary, seeing how B had thoroughly destroyed the previous one. "The team matchups and partners will be chosen by random draw," he continued, eyes venturing down to his clipboard. 2 teams will be defending, 3 will be attacking. The defending teams will be guarding a client. How you do so is entirely up to you. Your strategies will be taken into account for your final score. If the attacking teams land what would be considered a killing blow on your client, that will also be taken into account. Attacking teams, your objective is infiltration, not mass destruction. Your effectiveness at the art of stealth will be the primary measure of your success. "That's not fair!" someone shouted from one side of the room. Sasuke looked out of the corner of his eye, finding a Kumo Kunoichi, dark-skinned with red hair. If he recalled correctly, that was actually one of the students belonging to that woman with the 8 blades. "The Konoha guys got a freaking Hyuga," she hissed. "They can see through fucking walls." "Tough," the proctor answered without even looking up from his clipboard. "On a mission you don't get to complain about an unfair bloodline, you work around it, or you fail the mission." Rebuttal given, he continued addressing the rest of the assembled genin. "The client will be a Chunin proctor, however, the proctor will do nothing to aid the defending team or hinder the attackers. Attacking teams, you are authorized to attempt lethal blows against the proctor to secure your objective if needed." "That seems a little brutal," Sakura hissed beside him. Sasuke nodded in slight agreement. Even though a Chunin could in theory defend themselves far better than most genin could manage, mistakes could happen to anyone at any rank. "Guess they just don't want the genin to hesitate, and then cry at an unfair loss or whatever," he theorized, offering a weak shrug in response. Personally, he hoped that they were on an attacking team. Defense had too much to worry about. Sure, they could rig traps and work a solid plan if they were smart, but with a 3-man advantage and no need to protect a client, the attacker seemed to have a solid edge in his opinion. It also played to his strengths in stealth. If they were on defense, Sakura is the one the team would have to rely on given her mind for trap making, and truth be told, his pride kinda chafed at that, stupid as it was. In fact, now that he thought about it, the one that would suit either role, attack or defense, was actually Akane. On attack her small size could be an advantage, and on defense, within the tight quarters of a building or some predetermined battleground, her fire attacks could be extremely useful in holding off multiple enemies at once. After all, it was the attackers that had to infiltrate and avoid destructive attacks. The proctor didn't say anything about that being a limitation for the defensive ninja. "This is gonna eliminate a lot of the other teams," Akane observed just in front of them. She was right. Either the 3 attacking teams got eliminated or the 2 defenders. At the very least, it would cut the teams down by 40%, and if most attackers failed, as high as 60%. "Sucks to be them," Sasuke answered, tossing a smirk to the 2 girls who offered their own smiles in return. As the proctors began calling genin teams and the numbers started to get rolled out, the coil of anxious anticipation wound its way tighter and tighter in Sasuke's gut, even at this relatively mundane stage of the examination. He mentally chastised himself for it. He should be above simple butterflies. He wondered if Naruto, or hell, Itachi had ever been nervous for their exams. The first was a carefree idiot who always seemed ready with a devil-may-care grin and an easy laugh no matter what problem was in front of him. And the other was his sister, who was the youngest jounin in a generation. He shook his head to clear the benign, distracting thoughts, forcing himself to focus. It seemed like they were called at random. Guy's team, Tenten, Lee and the Hyuga were the first Konoha team to be called, a little later, Kurenai's team. By the time the proctor called them, he must have been halfway through his list by Sasuke's count. Sasuke stepped forward to march up to the proctor and take the number, but Sakura half beat him to it, tapping him twice on the shoulder as if to say wait here before she negotiated her way through the crowd, leaving him and Akane behind her. When she returned, she was wearing a strange sort of smile on her face. He wondered why, when of course she held up the orb with their number. It was a 7. Sasuke couldn't help it, he laughed. The laughter made others look at him funny, but Sakura joined in a second later, followed by Akane's little smirk as she finally caught sight of the ball and got the joke. More and more teams were called up, more and more people got their designated spot. From what he gathered, the way it was broken up was through intervals of 5. Teams 1, 2, and 3 were the attacking teams of the first group, 4 and 5 the defending teams. 6, 7, and 8 the attackers of the next group, with 9 and 10 defending, and so on and so forth. There were 43 teams here by his count. He guessed that the last group would be divided into 2 attackers and 1 defender or something. Tenten showed off her team's designated number 4 a little to his left, and he offered her a show of fingers for the 7. Kiba's team was a little too far to communicate for now. He tried to look at other teams around them to see if he could find any teams on their cluster, but no such luck. A 12, a 16, and a 5 were his rewards before he decided to give up. Besides, finding out early wouldn't change anything. Soon enough, the random draw was over. Teams 1 through 5, announce yourselves and step forward, the proctor called, pen and pad in hand. Team 3 here. Team 1. 4 over here. Sasuke tossed his eyes over to Guy's team, finding Tenten holding up the ball with the 4 clearly visible on it, feeling a frown on his face. They had an IWA team as an opponent. There was a risk of dying in every Chunin exam, but personally, he'd rather not increase that possibility by needing to fight an enemy that might have a vendetta. And those IWA guys looked like they had a vendetta. Even so, not his problem, and nothing they could. Team 5 here. Now he winced. The one holding up a clear 5 was another IWA team. He wasn't the only one to notice, judging by the silence that had settled over the room. All eyes were suddenly on the proctor, wondering if he was gonna break this up or order a random draw again. The man didn't even bat an eye, and just kept going with the process. Tenten, Lee and Niji were literally on their own. Teams 6 through 10 in order this time, he added at the end, apparently wanting to make his job easier. To Sasuke's immense surprise, Hinata's hand rose up, and Kiba obediently called out just a few feet away. Team 6 here. Sakura held up her hand. 7 here. Sasuke felt a smirk tugging at his lips. With another Konoha team, things were going to be much easier. Especially as an offensive team. Hinata's Byakugan was basically gonna win this thing on its own. Then again, if she'd been on defense, she'd have made things similarly difficult. You couldn't exactly sneak up on a Hyuga. Suppose he should count his blessings. Teammate, here! Sasuke turned, trying to crane his neck to look over the crowd and finding a team from Takigakure. The only team from Takigakure. Nominally, Taki wasn't an ally, but they weren't hostile either. They could work with this. Then, all that good fortune decided to come crashing down as he heard the next team. 9 here. Apparently, Naruto's little request that they stay away from that Suna team just got a hell of a lot harder. The Uchiha tossed a look across the room, where he saw the blonde Kunoichi with the 4 pigtails still gripping the ball with her team's number emblazoned across it in bright yellow. Yup. There was the 9. And it wasn't going anywhere. Well, shit. This was not Naruto's first Chunin exam. It was, however, the first Chunin exam he'd ever had to endure from the other side of the proverbial fence. The helpless anxiety was an entirely new and entirely detested feeling. He knew that Sasuke, Sakura and Akane were a hell of a lot more prepared for this exam than he, Sasuke and Sakura had ever been for the exam he took the first time around, and maybe even better prepared than Ryoko, Kyofu and he had been for the exam he took this time around. Those self-assurances, however, did very little to actually help him in any way. He wanted to see them, and make sure they'd be fine. Without him they were in danger. If he was there, nothing could happen to them. He wouldn't let it. But out here all he could do was wait. At least he had beat to take his mind off of things. So why 8 swords? He already knew the answer, of course, but he wanted to see what answer she'd give him regardless. Why don't you have 8 swords? She asked, frowning as she narrowed her eyes behind those glasses, an accusation in her tone. Because I don't know how to use them. Why didn't you learn? Somehow he felt like this had been turned back around on him. Practicality? Practical is boring. She dismissed. Practical keeps you alive. He shot back, then did a mental evaluation of the hypocrisy of that statement coming from him. He tried not to wince. I'm still breathing. She smiled, chuckling. Then she got a twinkle in her eye, leaning forward onto the table. All right, now I get to ask you a question. Is he single? The sound of Naruto's head thunking against the table was her answer. As soon as the teams were called and sorted, they were split up. They were each led to what seemed like a fairly large seal of some kind on the ground, told to stand still, to not fight, and seconds later, with a lurching in their stomachs that felt like a kawarini, only much more abrupt, they were somewhere else. They arrived to another seal matrix at their feet, standing in the middle of the ruins of what must have been a tiny village or hamlet of some kind. Thick grass reached their knees, moss and vines grew over the wooden corpses of houses and barns. It was a rice farming village. You could still see the telltale remains of the rice paddy fields, all segmented plateaus and shallow pools. Sakura looked around, immediately recognizing the mountains that were the Kumogakure village proper, about a mile or so south of them. This will be the location where you will undergo your examination, their proctor said to them, adjusting his glasses for a moment before he continued. Numbers 9 and 10. You will have approximately 12 hours to fortify yourselves somewhere within these ruins in order to fight off the attacking teams. Attacking teams, you are not allowed to attack or spy on your opponents until the allotted time has passed. If you are caught doing so, you and your respective individual 3-man cell will be dismissed. Once the allotted time has passed, you may attack the defending teams at your leisure, though you will have a time limit of approximately 3 days to do so. If 3 days have passed, and you have not made the attempt to attack, all 3 attacking teams will the exam automatically. Successful defense or elimination of the client will be taken into account to determine the teams that pass, but this is not the sole factor. Strategic thinking, planning, adaptability, creativity, teamwork, stealth, and many other factors will affect our final decision. Teams that have succeeded in taking out the target have failed. Teams that have succeeded in defending the target have failed. Know that this is a stealth-based exam. Act accordingly. Just then another person made their way from where they'd been hiding behind a building. It was a kunoichi, older than them of course, Chunin, hair tied into a bun. This is your client. She can protect herself of course from stray attacks, But if she deems anything to be a lethal blow a civilian would not have survived, she will declare it as such. Proctor. One of the Takinin raised his hand. We did not prepare for a multi-day assignment. What will we do for rations or dash? That is part of the examination, the man said. If you've come prepared, good. If not, you may forage, or you may choose to scavenge for some hidden caches of food we've placed around the area. Be aware, however, that some have been poisoned. They won't kill you, but you will certainly be feeling their effects. It is likely you will be incapable of participating for the 3 days. The proctor seemed to stand a little straighter, his clipboard now pressed to his side rather than in his nose. You will each be under constant supervision by our examiners. Should you ever wish to forfeit, say so. But know that one man's forfeit is the forfeit of his 3-man cell. As though satisfied with his warnings and statements, the man straightened. Now. Numbers 6, 7, and 8. Walk half a mile directly south. Follow the red markers. Allow numbers 9 and 10 their 12 hours. Good luck to you all. And he was gone in a puff of smoke. Just like that. Sakura tossed a look to the Suna team and their would-be partners, a Kumo team. The 6 of them looked at each other, then back at them, with the 15 teenagers seemingly taking each other's measure before they, the defenders, plus client, began marching into the village ruins, preparing themselves to set up the defenses, and she went with the others to allow them to have their 12 hours. The first thing they did was forage. As soon as they'd been out of sight of the defending team, Hinata and Sasuke had gotten to talking. Well, Sasuke had talked. Hinata had used hand signs, with both of them settling on a rapid-fire to-do list. And the consideration that they might want to wait nearly the full 3 days before attacking had come up instantly, and as such, the first thing they had to do was find food. The Takigakure team didn't really like the fact that Hinata and Sasuke were acting as the de facto leaders of this team, so it did take some cajoling, but ultimately, the brains of their team seemed to realize that they were outnumbered and the best way to win would be to go with the flow, seeing as how they ultimately needed to cooperate with each other to win this exam. Kiba and Shino, as it turns out, were worth their weight in gold here. When you had the nose of a dog, and a million insect feelers sending you back information as they crawled across the fields and forests, finding the hidden caches of food was child's play. From there, it was just a matter for all of them to help collect it. Even better was the fact that both of them could identify which ones were poisoned. All Kiba needed to do was smell them, and if he wasn't sure, Shino had some of his Kakachu eat the suspect rations. Bit by bit, as the clock ticked on, they piled the rations together, separating the poison bunch from the ones that were good enough to eat. If Sakura were any judge, she'd say they had more than enough food for all of them to last the 3 days. Even Kiba. And his appetite was nothing to sneeze at. Then, it was time to get down to the nitty-gritty of it all. Planning. They sat together in a loose circle. Shino had to translate for Hinata, apparently, since none of the Takini knew sign language, a fact that Sakura secretly balked at given that it had been standard training at the Konoha Academy for silent ops. But other than that minor inconvenience, things seemed to be going relatively smoothly. You want to wait? Why? Mostly anyway. Think about it. Sasuke insisted, dark eyes staring at the Takigenin across from him. We have more food than we know what to do with. We can last here fully stocked while they likely won't even start gathering food until they're done laying down their defenses and traps. And even then they'll always have to leave a group behind to protect the client, while the other team scrounges for food. Yes, but you don't have to wait the full 3 days. The Takigenin insisted. After they make their traps, forage for food, and remain on edge expecting an attack tonight, we can go in and try to take them out while they're physically exhausted from everything they had to scramble to do today. We'll not only have a 3-man advantage but be fully rested and ready to fight by then. The longer you wait, not only do you potentially lose the exhaustion, but give them more time to make more elaborate and thorough traps. By the time we decide to attack, we might just be sifting through an entire field of traps and we might never reach the client. You don't win a fight like this by letting your enemies dig in. Sakura did have to admit, he made a good point. No, you don't. Sasuke shot back, eyes narrowed in irritation. Apparently her teammate didn't like people questioning him too much. But neither do you win it going in guns blazing. I'm not saying we let them have 2.5 days of rest and leisure. I'm saying we wear them down bit by bit. You mean pick them off? No. I said wear them down. She could tell he was trying not to roll his eyes. Think about it. He insisted again. If you're on the defensive team, you need a lookout, and that lookout when he sees something is gonna raise an alarm. 1 or 2 of us can go in intermittently, have them wake up every few hours, which means none of them get sleep. Add to that Hinata being able to watch them as they try to forage food, we can ambush them through that, and if not beat them, at least corral them back into their little hole, starving them out. 2.5 days with little food and no sleep would do a hell of a lot more than just being a little tired at the end of the first day. Also a good point. Hinata tapped Shino on the shoulder, making a few quick signs. Hinata-san says that we can also use the opportunity to poison their collected food supply with our own poison rations. Why not burn it? Kiba asked, turning to her. They might have someone that can dash. Hinata made some more signs. Oh right. What did she say? Another of the Taki genin asked. Stealth. Kiba answered with a shrug. She's right. Lighting a big bonfire won't exactly be subtle. If we have the opportunity, we should do that. Sasuke nodded. But I doubt they'd be very far from that food store. I'd keep both the client and the food as close as possible in order to concentrate the defenses. But what you're doing is basically sabotaging our score. The Takinin that had been arguing with Sasuke insisted. The whole point of the exercise isn't to be seen, but you want them to keep seeing us every few hours so they wake up and raise an alarm. At that, Sasuke's lips pursed. Apparently he hadn't thought of that. Neither did she, truth be told. Still, Sasuke was nothing if not stubborn. The value in actually killing the target, or the complete elimination of the enemy genin, very likely outweighs the stealth score. You can't know that. Neither can you. Was his easy counter. They seemed to be at an impasse. A tense silence lay between the two of them until Sasuke finally sighed. Let's just settle this. We're hardly going to fight to the death, so let's just put this up to a vote. Yeah. The Takinin scoffed. Because that's totally not weighed in your favor. Sasuke smirked, and Sakura almost wanted to punch him for being a smug idiot when they really needed to keep these guys on their good side. Unless you see some other way of settling this, this is how it's gonna go. He didn't. All in favor of waiting. Sasuke raised his hand, along with Hinata, Shino, and herself. Surprisingly, so did a Takinin. His teammate looked at him, incredulous. He shrugged. Sorry, man, he said. I like his idea more. Sasuke looked around. 5 votes. Kiba wasn't surprising, but Akane's opinion was. Regardless, it wasn't enough to change the result he'd clearly been hoping for. All right, he drawled. Then it settled. Chapter 49. One could describe Uchiha Sasuke's execution of his plan as insidious. Really, it was the first time, in her own mind at least, that Hinata admitted to herself that she would hate to have him as an enemy. It was one thing to say let's sneak in every few hours to wake them up and leave it at that. It was quite another to do so in increasingly creative ways that would blur the line between healthy fear and paranoia for most people. The first time, yes, it was that simple. Sasuke had volunteered to get in close with one of their teammates from Taki, pulling back once they knew they'd been spotted by the lookout and the enemy team was on full alert. And immediately after that, Sasuke had decided that was too ineffective. Went in a second time, planted smoke bombs with seals before he allowed himself to be seen. After that it had been Kiba's turn. And rather than repeat Sasuke's previous act in the middle of the night, Sasuke had set off a few of those smoke bombs he'd left before, and told Kiba and Sakura, his partner, to give the enemy team a wide berth and instead set Akamaru to howling to the moon. The fact that Kiba could join in right alongside his dog was an added bonus. It genuinely sounded like a pack of wolves once they got a little bit of practice in. After that, in the morning, Sasuke had asked Shino if he could use his Kikaichu to annoy and harass them rather than eat their chakra. It certainly wasn't the ideal usage. There's a reason Kikaichi needed a living host after all, but Shino had seen the merit of it, and so had decided to do so, sending off the insects to do their work. After that, it wasn't uncommon to see the lookouts angrily swatting at bugs. Then, the Taki ninja and Akane were in line for their turn. Akane and her partner had made themselves obvious in their approach, standing on a small hill that overlooked the ruined village. They were spotted, of course, the lookout calling the others on the team while the other two Taki nin scouted the place, marking the locations of traps and trying to map out the best approach. And every few hours Hinata would activate her Byakugan and watch what was happening. By the very first morning, she could see the effect it was having on them. The slumped shoulders, the bloodshot eyes, the weariness and irritability, even as the two teams kept their discipline and went about the jobs they knew they had to do. Foraging, patrol, trap making and guard duty. All but one of them anyway. The red-headed one. If her lip reading was accurate, and it was, his name was Gaara. His teammates were his sister and brother, Kankuro and Temari. While the others cycled through their duties, Gaara only ever seemed to have one job. Stick by the client. He wore a blindfold, but she doubted that was some kind of impediment. The team dynamic was also something to make note of. While both Kankuro and Temari assured their Kumo-nin partners that Gaara could guard the client by himself, Gaara took direction from Temari. That told her that both his teammates thought Gaara was the strongest one of the group, but his sister had taken the leadership role. Very curious. Her observations of the kunoichi didn't reveal anything special. She was competent enough to be sure, but she did not have an exceptional mind like Shikamaru or anything that stood out other than her hair. But judging by their words, and more importantly, body language, Gaara was more than willing to defer to her, and she had a reluctance to order him around. Well, there was an obvious way to exploit this. Most people would not associate the wicked little smile with the face of Hyuga Hinata. Miles away, Uzumaki Naruto came to the rather firm decision that he hated Chunin exams. He would never ever do one of these things again. 3 days. Why the hell did the team have an exam for 3 days? The hell was he supposed to do for 3 days without his team? B was gone now, called away on something or other, and Naruto tried to not think about how predatory she looked when walking out of here. Mine no doubt on you. He thought the exam would take a few hours, sure, maybe a day or so. But 3, while having no idea how much or how little danger/trouble his team was in? This was a special kind of torture for him. He wasn't sure where Guy and Kurenai were. Tsunade and Orochimaru had long since left, no doubt acting as either political statements, intimidation pieces or negotiators for Sarujiji, and of course Gigi was busy. He didn't know what to do. With no distractions, no people around him to take his mind off of things, all Naruto had was his own thoughts. And those were bad company. He didn't go back to the hotel. Didn't even go to get something to eat. What he did was pace up and down the room, over and over again, and it was only as the sun was beginning to set that someone came and kicked him out, forcing him to leave and take his relentless walk out into the rounded mezzanine walkways of the village itself. The views were still gorgeous, a bright, burning orange across the sky with hues of blue and purple beginning to crest the upper reaches of the vista, while the clouds burned red and the snow-capped peaks glimmered like sheets of spun gold thrown over jagged spears. And he couldn't appreciate any of it. Chunin exams were dangerous things, and the thought that he could lose his team all over again made him sick to his stomach. Didn't think I'd ever find anything to put a frown like that on your face, Naruto-kun. The voice brought his eyes up, and the sight made him smile a little bit. Turning his eyes to Haku as she walked over to join him, taking in the view. Just worried about my team, he admitted. You're very close to them, aren't you? He bowed his head the slightest bit. A lifetime of memories that never happened in this world passing through his mind. Yeah. Probably more than I should be. He offered a laugh. Always been close with my friends. That's a good thing, she said, leaning on the railing beside him. Most days. He stayed quiet. She had more to say, and he had a pretty good idea as to what. You know that. She paused, seeming to measure her words. Kiri hasn't officially taken a stance or declared itself an ally of Dash. It doesn't matter. He interrupted, smiling as he gazed out to the mountain range. She looked at him, frowning. It does, if the negotiations. You and I could end up as enemies, Naruto. The blonde shook his head. Kiri might declare for IWA, or Kumo. The wars might make us fight on opposite sides, but that doesn't mean we have to fight. It doesn't mean we have to be enemies. It's not that simple. She protested. If they order me to. She paused, and he could see her composing herself, gathering that steel in her spine to say what she wanted to say. If they order me to kill you, I'll have no choice. I will do it, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled, the echoes of a past that never happened returning to his mind. Liar, he said. Then turned, looking at her over his shoulder. You don't want to. And I don't want to. So we won't. It's that simple. He insisted. She shook her head, sighing. You're impossible. His smile widened. I try. Soon enough the first day passed, then the second. All the while Sasuke and the others stuck to their plan. They harassed, irritated, and stalked the enemy teams relentlessly, never allowing them a moment's peace. As an added unforeseen bonus, Shino was able to map out the layout of a good portion of their traps, using the Kikaichu to search the fields for anomalies. He found tripwires, charged explosives, pits, and a slew of other deadly contraptions and their triggers. Those he could disarm with the bugs he disarmed, those he couldn't he marked on a map. And Hinata watched. She watched the enemy teams as their energy levels fell, as their chakra control took a sharp nosedive, as their heads started drooping, their patrols became sloppier and sloppier, their decision-making more and more sluggish. The only exception was Gaara. The blindfolded redhead continued to sit calmly, the flow of his chakra indicating that he was wide awake. He was awake when she slept, and he was awake when she woke up. Nothing changed to ever reflect that he was in any kind of distress. Not like the others. She didn't know what kind of training he'd gone through, but whatever it was paying off. 3 days and the guy didn't look like he had a hair out of place. That worried her. Even so, as strong as he was just a genin, and the rest of his team looked just about ready to keel over. Now or never. With a small flare of chakra to the back of her hand, where Shino's Kikaichu was, Hinata smiled as she heard her teammate call the others to gather. They'd been following Sasuke's lead so far. Now it was her turn to boss people around. It's gonna happen soon. Temari's head snapped back up, half because her head had fallen forward, half because of Kankuro's voice. They were sitting inside one of the few remaining huts in the village that was in semi-serviceable condition. There was a rather large hole in the roof of what had once been the kitchen, but 4 walls of bamboo and wicker served their needs well enough. It hadn't rained in the 3 days, thank God, but it had one entrance, and between the walls, lookouts, traps, and a few well-placed backpacks they had enough protection to make the enemy teams work for the kill. Even if they were too tired to actually put up a good fight. She wanted to feel angry about that, but she just couldn't care. Right now, she just wanted to get this over with. She wanted a table full of food, a hot shower, and a bug-free hotel and a bed. Good God, if anything got between her and her bed once this was done, that thing was gonna be killed. Horribly. How are you feeling? That was Gaara's voice, and Temari allowed herself a moment to look at her blindfolded brother as he sat in the corner, trying not to feel jealous at how completely and utterly unruffled he looked compared to the lot of them. Even the client sitting beside him looked completely and utterly miserable. Like shit, she answered flatly, her expression shifting into an angry glare after a second. This waiting thing of yours fucking sucks. He had the nerve to smile, though she noted there was some apology to be seen in there. It'll be over soon enough. Besides, it gave Kankuro time to put his trap-making skills to work. Like I care about this idiot's trap-making skills. That's hurtful, sis. Bite me, she answered, tossing a look outside between the thin strips of straw, eyeing one of their Kumogakure teammates on watch. She could admit, they were at least taking the no-sleep thing well. Better than she'd feared, at least. They could still stand straight. She let her head fall back, leaning against the wall, trying not to let herself fall asleep as she looked at Gaara through half-lidded eyes. "What do you think, Dash?" A whistle. No, a series of whistles, 5 quick, sharp tones from the south. She got to her feet, trying not to sway as her vision swam with the sudden movement, while her hands reached for her fan, Kankuro doing the same with Karasu. "Good luck," their client said as Gaara smirked where he remained sitting beside the woman, somehow making his eyes look gleeful behind that blindfold. Smug bastard. She had to resist the urge to flip him off as she marched out the door. She noticed 2 of the Kumo-nin already moving to the south side of the perimeter, weapons drawn. She wondered where the third one was, but he was probably in hiding, or keeping an eye to the north or some other side in order to make sure they weren't flanked. At least she hoped so. Right now she didn't have the energy to go hold his hand and make sure he was doing his job. As soon as she walked out of the hut, the light of the sun hit her in the face like a sledgehammer, and she just wanted to go back into the hut and call out a forfeit. It was through sheer force of stubborn will and an utter sense of fuck these leaf-kneeing that she soldiered on. One eye squeezed shut, and another squinting so hard it may as well be closed, she made her way around the hut to the south side, where she found 7 of the enemy genin. 8 if you counted the dog. Definitely flanking somewhere. "Finally decided to make your move, huh?" one of the Kumo guys taunted. She didn't care enough to know his name. "Had to enjoy the scenery," the guy with the dog shouted back. Temari had to groan. Before this thing could devolve into some juvenile pissing contest, she decided to intervene. "Let's just do this already," she huffed. "I'm tired, I'm hungry, I'm irritated, and I just want to leave. By my count you guys have 2 hours left, so get the hell on with it. If you insist." The leaf-nin, the one with the dark hair and dark eyes, was the one that spoke, a second before he started marching forward. Temari felt her eyebrow rise just a bit. Was he seriously stupid enough to walk onto their trap field? The incredulity gave way to a mild shock when he picked up speed and started actually walking through their trap field, without setting a single one off. The other 5 followed, and Temari had a moment to hear Kankuro curse before all hell broke loose. This was bad. This was really, really bad. The second the fight had started, Kankuro could tell this wasn't gonna go well at all. It wasn't just the lack of sleep, or the lack of food, or even the bone-deep weariness of 3 days of misery. No. It was the fact that his chakra was being leached out of him. He could feel it. Like a syringe sucking the blood out of a vein, Kankuro knew that something was terribly wrong. Worse was when he tried to use Karasu. Puppeteering didn't require a lot of chakra, so he had enough to spare, but when you needed 5 times the usual chakra requirement to even keep a stable connection to the puppet, you couldn't help but notice that something was horribly, horribly wrong. His enemies were the pink-haired Scarface and the red-headed twerp. As of now, he was able to keep them at bay by maneuvering around his own traps, trying to get them to trip one while using the equivalent of sheer brute force to make Karasu run interference. How they managed to map out his trap layout was something he was gonna look into later. For now, though, with a twist of his fingers, tugging on chakra strings, he forcefully triggered one of his traps, the snap of rope, and what a precursor to the spikes that shot out of the ground right in front of the little brat. Unfortunately, she was just a hair too short to get run through. "Whoa!" she shouted, reeling a moment before she fell flat on her ass, the wooden bamboo spears now jutting out of the ground. Kankuro managed a single kunai toss before the pink-haired one was on top of him. Her taijutsu strength was nothing special, but she was fast, and Kankuro had never been particularly devoted to the art. He managed to block a high kick for rapid-fire punches before he tried to counter, and was rewarded with her knee in his ribs. With another twitch of his fingers, another trap was sprung, this time with a net shooting out from a launcher slightly behind him. One of the weights grazed his shoulder, throwing the momentum of the projectile off trajectory. That, coupled with Pinky lunging to the side, only saw her legs getting tangled up in the material instead of her whole body. He'd take it and call it a win. She hit the ground with a string of curses, gravel and dirt scratching up her arms as she slid. Kankuro took the opportunity for all it was worth and pounced. Kunai blades in hand, the puppeteer could see the startled fear in her eyes when suddenly, in a whisper of smoke, she was gone, replaced by the little kid who wasn't caught in the net. The pipsqueak cocked back her fist as gravity took hold, and he started to fall towards her. Now, as stated before, Kankuro was no real devotee to the art of taijutsu, but even he was fairly confident of his ability to tank the full power of a 7-year-old's fist. So he was immensely surprised when, with a roar of anger that sounded more like a squeal, she punched him dead in the sternum with enough force to break the hinge his puppet was hiding behind and break Kurasa's sternum along with it. Though it offered a moment's resistance before caving in with a teeth-grinding crack of wood and groaning steel. What? The fuck? Kankuro and Kurasa both flew backwards, with the puppeteer tumbling end over end where he was hidden inside the bandages on the puppet's back before he finally fell out completely to hit the dirt with a pained groan, his puppet tumbling head over heels before carving a muddy trench through what had once been a rice field. Picking himself up, the middle Sabaka's sibling had enough mind to see the little girl's astonished face as she looked at her own fist. Then someone touched the back of his neck, at the juncture where his spine met the brainstem. And he, ironically, dropped like a puppet with his strings cut. His heart pounded in his chest, a rapid fear taking over his mind as he found he couldn't move, couldn't even speak, only gasp clicking breaths. Someone stepped in front of him, and Kankuro saw the Hyuga girl offering a little smile and a wave of her fingers before she stepped past him. Temari was not happy. She noticed straight away that everyone here was outnumbered 2-1, except for her. That was a strange thing to be angry about, but she was. Hell, one of the Kumo guys was outnumbered 3-1 if you counted the goddamn dog. And all she had was tall, pale, and broody to deal with. The guy seemed fast, sure, and he was doing a damn good job of both avoiding her attacks and deftly avoiding all of Kankuro's traps with what seemed like absurd ease, but she was straight up exhausted with something draining her chakra. He should have already kicked her ass. He was smart though, smart enough to know he had to close the distance. Worse than that, he was fast enough to do it too. Trying to catch him off guard, on his next rush Temari decided to meet him, charging forward with all the speed she could pull out of her tired body. She was rewarded with a mild surprise before his arms came up, blocking the iron fan with both elbows as he dug in his feet, sticking to the ground and using the moment to grip onto the fan, wrapping one arm around it before he sent out a kick to her side. Keeping the rest of the fan between them, she blocked the kick, trying to follow up with one of her own before his fist grazed the side of her eye, nearly clipping her face with a quick, follow-up elbow that looked like it had enough force behind it to crack her skull. Using her longer legs to get some distance and kick him in the gut, she yanked the fan out of his grasp and pulled away, tossing a kunai that hit him dead in the chest, only for his body to vanish in a cloud of smoke. Too slow. The impact of something, a kick or a punch she couldn't tell, into her kidneys almost made her want to throw up, the pain lancing up and down her back and around her torso as she fell forward, barely keeping enough presence of mind to roll with the fall to try and spring back to her feet. And he was in front of her again. Grabbing her by the head, Temari got 2 quick knees to her stomach before she let go of her fan entirely and blocked the next attacks with her arms. Then she thrust her hands forward and up the heels of her palms, smacking against the Leaf Ninja's chin. She felt, more than heard, the clack of teeth snapping together against her fingertips as he reeled. She grabbed her fan, looking up in time to see him spit out a glob of red blood to his right as his left hand tossed a barrage of shuriken at the same time. She opened up her fan, a single swing knocking the weapons away, only for him to close the distance again in that split second of blindness. Was she so tired that she'd seriously forgotten to add a gust of wind to the swing? Yes. Yes, she was. Even so, she adapted, her body moving as the Leaf Nin's fist shot forward. Ducking to the side, she raised her foot into a perfect front heel kick, her leg rising up to a near-perfect split as her heel caught the underside of his chin, physically knocking him off his feet and into the air. She couldn't help but smile in triumph. Then, there was an impact on her fan, something knocking it out of her hands and throwing her off balance. She only just had time to see her victim vanish in another puff of smoke before something else hit her in the face, and her vision went dark. Still too slow. Sasuke looked at the blonde kunoichi laying at his feet, tongue still throbbing from when she made him bite it with that hit. He grazed his teeth over the raw spot and felt it pulse with pain. Something to be dealt with later. The Kumo ninja were still fighting, but he could already tell they were gonna be overwhelmed soon. And looks like Hinata had taken care of that straggler, and gotten to Sakura and Akane. Time to deal with the actual problem, as Hinata put it. Suna! He shouted into the hut. Got your sister out here. You gonna come out and fight me, or should I kill her and walk in? There was no movement. Not even a sound from inside the home. Come on now. I haven't got all day. Still no answer, no movement. He drew a kunai. You got until the count of 5. 1 dash. The redhead stepped out the door. It was a slow walk, if it wasn't because the guy had a blindfold one could almost call it leisurely, as it was Sasuke wasn't sure if it was a deliberate thing, or if he was just trying to make sure he didn't trip and fall on his face. He stepped forward into the sun, white clothes catching in the wind as he moved his head this way and that way, apparently trying to locate all the sources of sound. I suggest you let her go, he finally said, looking straight at him. Give up the client, he shot back. The Tsunagenin, to Sasuke's confusion, smirked. And then to his utter befuddlement, his answer was cheerful. Sure. Turning around and stepping back inside, it was only 6 seconds later that he came back out, woman in hand. I hereby surrender her to you, Gaara said, pushing her gently forward. Sasuke's lip curled, tossing a kunai that hit the woman dead in the chest. Her skin, unsurprisingly cracked, a porcelain doll of sand that crumpled after a moment. Think I'm stupid? Give us the actual client, he snarled. Oh, I'm afraid that's quite impossible. The redhead smiled. I haven't seen her in, 3 days or so, I'm afraid. No idea where she is. His confusion was apparent, and he tossed a look to Sakura and the others to see that they too were confused. You see, the redhead continued. In the original offered 12 hours of prep time the instructors gave us, I took the liberty of smuggling our so-called client back to the village. His smile widened. Sorry we didn't announce it. But you and your collective teams lost this exam 3 days ago. Chapter 50. You're lying! Sasuke snapped, the sneer that suddenly curled his lip turning his expression ugly. I'm not. The blindfolded redhead shrugged. Now I'd rather not fight you, so dash. Sasuke didn't give him a chance to finish, throwing the kunai in his hand down with all the force he could muster straight towards the unconscious Suna Kunoichi. It would have cut the bridge of her nose, maybe her cheek just under her eye as well. Close enough to scare and scar. But he did not, despite his bravado, actually want to kill her. The point was made moot, however, as with a lurching at his feet, sand exploded around her, rising up from the ground like a million serpents, batting the blade aside before wrapping her from neck to feet and dragging her to Gaara's side before any of them could do more than blink in surprise. You must have misunderstood. Gaara spoke, voice like gravel and now deadly serious. I said I did not want to fight you. That does not imply an inability, or fear of doing so. He straightened, hands coming to his side as he clenched his fists. You lost. I suggest you accept it before I make you accept it. Sasuke felt his lip curl again. The redhead was angry, but outside of that, Sasuke could feel no real fear in him, no real worry. This wasn't empty bravado. Gaara was supremely confident that if they fought, he would win. Naruto's old warning tickled the back of his mind, telling them all to stay away from this Suna team. Before anything else could be said or done, or any further plans could be acted on, 5 Chunin suddenly appeared through the field. This phase of the exam is over, one of them shouted. Teams, line up for our decisions. Wait. You're serious? Kiba balked. He actually smuggled their client out of here. That's not fair. The Inuzuka howled, teeth bared as he all but snarled at the nearest proctor. The whole point of this thing was to dash. Hinata made a hand gesture, mouth opening to let out an exhale that approximated sound. It spoke volumes of the Hyuga's control over her teammates that Kiba shut his mouth instantly. His fury was there, and readily apparent, but he was able to keep his mouth shut with an almost literal snap of her fingers. To be perfectly honest, Sasuke was not really much better than Kiba, despite his composure. His fists were shaking, trembling with a furious rage that was building moment by moment at the redhead Sabaku and these proctors who were allowing this to happen. That's cheating. He heard Akane hiss out a whisper to Sakura even as the Taki teammates beside them were all beginning to argue with the proctor closest to them. It took a while, especially with getting the Suna Kunoichi back to consciousness. He hadn't pulled his punch and he was glad of it. Hell, he should have hit her harder, but eventually all the team members of all the teams, including the Kumo Nin Shino and Hinata had taken out, were brought together to stand in front of the hut, the defense teams and the attack teams almost shooting lightning bolts at each other through their eyes. Even as Gaara looked like the cat that ate the canary. The proctors talked amongst themselves for a time, apparently comparing their notes, and coming to an agreement before one of the men stepped forward, clearing his throat. Teams. Note that you require a final, bare minimum score of 15 out of 20 points to pass this phase of the exam. Successful defense or elimination of the client would net the defenders and attackers, respectively, 9 points. Holy crap! Sasuke heard Sakura hiss. That's more than half the score. Akane slapped him across the thigh as she said this, biting at her lip, as angry as any of them were to miss out on that many points. The others around them were sharing similar sentiments as Sasuke tried to ignore the series of high fives and celebrations taking place between the defense teams. The defending teams have successfully defended their client. Ergo, all defending team members will start with a default score of 9. The proctor paused, flipping through pages on his clipboard, his colleagues watching and waiting a few paces behind him. Team 6 of Konohagakure, please step forward. Hinata, Kiba and Shino each looked at each other, and then to the members of Team 7 before they stepped forward, with Shino offering a bow. Yes, sir? Hyuga Hinata, the man said, beckoning her closer. She stepped towards him, and the man cleared his throat. Your initial role in the exam was one of passivity. You did not assist overmuch in the first portion of the examination, nor did you use your bloodline to catch the enemy's movements. A deduction of 2 points. However, after the initial phase was done, you helped plan and carry out the attack phase of your strategy. For that, you were granted 4 points. Assigning people specific roles and designating targets you felt would be best countered by certain members of your team based on your observations. 7 points were granted. Furthermore, in the execution of your plan, you identified the opportune moment to attack and where to attack from, eliminating one of the enemy team members outright without a fight. 6 points. Your physical capabilities are largely still in question due to the lack of combat you engaged in. We do believe that your tactical acuity merits your passing this portion of the exam. Congratulations. The Hyuga girl visibly sagged with relief, a sigh escaping her before she bowed respectfully at the waist. Shino Abirame. Hinata stepped back, Shino stepped forward. For assisting in the swift and effective identification of poisoned as well as edible rations that were left by the examiners, we have awarded 2 points. For utilizing your insects to harass and effectively spy on the enemy movements from a safe distance, we have awarded 3 points. For attempting to utilize your insects to transfer poison rations onto edible ones to further cripple the team, we are awarding 2 points. Your patience and skill in positioning your insects and not utilizing their chakra-consuming nature until the opportune moment we are aware requires significant control over your hive. 4 points. The proctor's face took on a slightly more somber look, and Sasuke could tell what his next words were going to be before he ever said them. However, whilst you did effectively support your teammates, you did not show enough combat skills to award you further points, and were too comfortable to stay within the parameters of a plan set for you by others for us to judge individual thinking for further merit. Whilst it is my personal belief that you have the discipline and skill to merit you passing the exam, the final score is clear. 12 points. Shino's face never changed, his expression, half hidden behind his cowl, didn't even seem to do much more than twitch as he bowed his head and a little at the waist, hand and fist coming together. I understand, thank you, sir. The proctor nodded, looking genuinely apologetic. Inuzuka Kiba. The last member of Team 6 gulped almost audibly, visibly sweating as he took a step forward like a man walking death row. For swift and effective identification of poisonous and edible rations, 3 points were awarded. For effectively determining the perimeter of the area the enemy teams had scouted via scent markings, 3 points were awarded. For harassing the enemy teams at night, as instructed, 2 points have been awarded. Your taijutsu was seen and measured to be slightly above average for a genin in your age group. 5 points. Your total is 12 points. Kiba was a lot less composed than Shino, cursing under his breath with a sharp fuck before he turned and marched away from the man. Shino and Hinata offered another bow before stepping back. Team 2, Sunagakure, please step forward. The 3 siblings marched in front of the Kumo-nin, practically radiating smug satisfaction. Even the kunoichi, whose jaw was already starting to bruise. I was right. Sasuke thought bitterly. I should have hit her much harder. For the sake of expediency, the proctor stated. All 3 of you passed this examination. However, Sabaku no Kenkuro, you would have failed without the 9 points awarded to you by successfully defending the client. The puppeteer winced. What? The proctor nodded. While your trap-making skills were admirable, you failed to adapt once the layout of your defenses had been compromised. While manually triggering your traps to throw off your enemy was a valid tactic, it was, however, an exceedingly short-term one that could have just as easily harmed your teammates as much as your opponents. Furthermore, your taijutsu was rudimentary at best. She hit me like a rampaging bu dash. Brother. Gaara drawled. Quiet now. The Sunanin shut his mouth, though he still grumbled under his breath. Your lack of adaptability to the compromised traps, your below-average taijutsu, and your lack of environmental awareness to notice Hyuga Hinata as she approached behind deducted enough points so that you would have been left with a score of 13 without the 9-point advantage. Take note of these and improve. With a clear dismissal, Kenkuro offered a half-hearted bow that he very clearly didn't mean before the Suna team returned to their place. The proctor called the Taki team next. 2 of them passed, if only just. Sasuke had the sneaking suspicion that, being the only Taki team in the exams, they'd decided to give an extra point or 2 to one of them. The Kumo team on the defense side was next. One of them failed, even with the 9-point advantage. When he asked why, the proctor's reply was deadpan as he described exactly what he was doing when the attack began, and why Hinata and Shino had neutralized him so quickly. You were asleep. When Naruto woke up that morning, he felt, for the first time in a long while, as though he could breathe again. His team would be back today. Noon was the time limit for the examination. He wasn't sure why it had taken them this long. Haku's team had shown up after just 1 day. So had others. All the Konoha teams, however, seemed to be held up. It would have worried him more. But just the knowledge that today was the last day, hell, the last few hours he would have to wait, was enough to put his mind at ease, at least a little bit. Even so, he still found himself impatient. For the first hour of his morning, before doing anything else, he spread out his senses, the nature chakra that still ran through his body in tiny amounts, allowing him to sense every life in the village for a moment before he tuned it out, filtering the information lest his mind and senses be overwhelmed by white noise. He could feel out all of his friends, all those familiar signatures that were so important to him. Tsunade, Sarutobi, Guy, Kurenai, Kirby, Haku, and on the list went. If he focused enough, his eyes snapped open, mouth opening in clear surprise before he scrambled off his bed, got dressed, and hauled out of his hotel room. As he blitzed through the high-rise village buildings, he all but bull-rushed past people, dodging and weaving through the crowds to more than a few surprised and angry shouts tossed at his back. He arrived at a ramen stand. Breathlessly, Naruto stepped into the restaurant, peeling back the tarps that hung over the entrance. I was wondering when you'd notice my arrival, Naruto. Itachi's voice brought a wide megawatt bright smile to his face. She offered him a look over her shoulder, a small, barely there smile that showed him just how happy she was to see him considering her infamously stoic nature. When did you? What are you doing here? He finally managed, bounding up to an empty stool next to her and climbing onto it. We'll talk about that later, she said, returning to her ramen, shrimp he noted. How are the exams going? She was avoiding the question. She never avoided the question. That meant the answer was somewhere between really bad and horrifying. Even with that thought in mind, however, he trusted her. She would tell him when she wanted to. So he answered her. Not sure. They're on a 3-day phase. They'll be back in. He looked at a nearby wall clock. An hour, maybe less? She finished off the broth, taking the last shrimp and noodles off the bowl before leaving a bill to pay and standing. Come on then. It wouldn't do for them to return and not find anyone waiting, would it? Naruto frowned just a bit. Why don't you want to tell me why you're here, Dot? I do, she rebutted as she picked up her coat. Just not immediately. There will be time for it shortly. That, and I'd rather not have to repeat myself twice. He blinked, wondering what exactly she meant but deciding to simply do as she said for now. She always had a good reason for doing what she did. Leading her through the mezzanine buildings of Kumo, he pointed to all the places he'd eaten at so far, and to a few of the Kumo villagers he'd met in his relatively short time here. She listened, or pretended to at least. As they began to approach the place where the Chunin exam waiting area was, Naruto tossed her a look, craning his neck to look at her placid profile. I was worried about you, he admitted quietly. She was listening, stopping her walk as she turned to look at him. She didn't smile, but he did see her eyes soften a bit. I know. You shouldn't. I asked you not to? And you'll have to ask it every time, he answered, his smile turning a bit melancholic. I miss you too. It was weird, especially the first week. Being in the apartment without seeing you. This time, she did smile a bit. It was also strange not having ramen made at noon sharp without fail. And yet here you are cheating on my delicious ramen with some Kumo vendor. He narrowed his eyes in mock anger. I see how it is. He couldn't keep a straight face. Soon enough his bottled-up laughter hissed out through his teeth before he was chortling in the middle of the hallway. He settled down and looked back up at her. Well, no matter how bad the news is, I'm glad you're back in Chan. You told me you were going to try and stop calling me that. I'll start next time. He swore with a cheeky smile. She shook her head. Soon enough, they were in the waiting area where a handful of other jounin were already milling about. He spotted Guy with Kurenai before they saw him. Guy. Kurenai. The two jounin turned at the sound of his voice, blinking in relative surprise at the sight of Itachi beside him. Naruto-san. Kurenai began before looking at Itachi. You are Fugaku's eldest daughter, Sasuke-san's sister. I'm sorry I dash. Uchiha Itachi. She answered in a neutral tone. Pleasure. I did not know your father would be joining us so soon, Itachi-san. Guy said, arms crossed, though it didn't seem that he meant anything by his words or stance. He's not, she answered. I'm here on my own prerogative. Both for my brother and to carry a message to Sarutobi-sama. I see. Guy nodded before smiling. Well, you're more than welcome to join us as we wait. The teams will not be much longer, I'm sure. I heard that you're quite the accomplished genjutsu user, Kurenai stated, trying to strike up a conversation. Again, Itachi allowed herself a rare smile, and Naruto had to wonder if she wasn't actively ensnaring the two in a genjutsu or a few dozen of them just to amuse herself while she waited. Been known to dabble in it. Naruto snorted behind her. Understatement of the damn century right there. As the two kunoichi began to speak, sharing tips and observations of what was most effective, Guy and Naruto sat and waited. It was odd for the two most boisterous men of Konoha to be so quiet, while the resident Ice Queen and the infamously taciturn Uchiha were the ones striking up conversation, but worry apparently did strange things to people. Or it was just the Chunin exams. Strange things happened in them apparently. Soon enough though, Naruto felt the first of the arrival's moments before he saw them. If he had to guess, he'd say the Kumogakure proctors were using some kind of seal array for mass shunshin techniques between points. Only way to explain over a dozen signatures suddenly just appearing within his envelope roughly 30 feet away. When the doors were finally opened, they all caught sight of Guy's team. The two teenagers on stretchers made Naruto's heart drop into a pit. Lee Ten! Guy stood up, looking ready to punch his way through anyone that tried to stop him before the medics carrying the two began to march over, not looking as though they were in any real rush. It's all right, sir, one kunoichi said. Both have been stabilized. What happened? Guy was rarely angry. In all his years, Naruto could remember seeing it only a handful of times, even at the worst of the war. But when he got to that point, heaven help anything in his way. He looked really close to crossing that line now, actually. Our IWA teammates dash, Niji snarled, marching up to them, stepping past the other proctors and genin. Tried to stab us in the back. IWA teammates? Guy questioned, aghast. Niji's lip was pulled back in a sneer as Tenten and Lee were carried away. The proctors disqualified them at least, and all of us passed. I will explain, but first I would like to. He gestured to himself, and the numerous scratches and tattered state of his clothes. Have an hour. May I? Guy didn't look pleased, but he looked to the proctor. You're certain they're all right? Both are suffering more from exhaustion than any real wounds except for your student Lee's leg, which he sprained. We actually sedated him because he wouldn't sit still long enough for us to put a splint on his leg properly. Naruto almost laughed. Yeah. That sounded like Lee. Just then, another bunch of signatures slipped into his field, and he felt his relief nearly swallow him as he instantly sensed his team, along with Kurenai's team. Both were all right. Their signatures showing no real abnormalities. Guy frowned, then sighed. All right. Go, Niji. Find me as soon as you're done. I expect a full report of what happened before dinner today. The Hyuga nodded. Yes, SI dash. There they are. Naruto's shout interrupted him, though he really didn't mean to. His voice made everyone turn to look, even the teams that didn't belong to Konoha. As soon as Sasuke caught sight of him, and more importantly, the person next to him, his dark eyes nearly came out of their sockets. Itachi raised her hand and waved with her fingers, looking incredibly smug. Naruto noticed Gaara, Temari and Kankuro, each making their way out as well. Gaara was smiling, laughing with his siblings as he apparently teased Kankuro. Another difference to take note of then. A good one, he hoped. Kurenai stepped forward, apparently just as eager to see her team that was just behind Team 7, and Naruto had to physically resist the urge to run up to the three of them. With dignity well in hand, he waited for Sasuke, Sakura and Akane to come to him. He couldn't help but notice Akane and Sakura's somber expressions. What are you doing here? Were the words that Sasuke immediately blurted out, even as he marched right up to his sister and offered her a hug. Itachi ruffled his hair. Here to see you, of course. How did this portion of the exam go? Sasuke pulled away from her, looking up. His lips were pursed as his face scrunched up in frustration. I failed. The words came out of Akane's mouth. Her eyes were downcast to the floor, and the poor girl looked as though she was just barely keeping her tears in check. Sasuke and I passed, Sakura said, hands on Akane's shoulders as she pulled the girl close. The proctor said she didn't. Chapter 51. The teams were gathered and brought before the Hokage that very night. From everything you're saying, it doesn't make sense. Tsunade was the one that spoke, her voice remarkably calm and level as she stroked her daughter's hair, fingers combing through the fiery red strands. They were in Sarutobi's hotel suite, that is to say, the apartments he had been gifted. He, Tsunade, and Orochimaru each had one. Decked out with every possible amenity, kitchen, living room, even a study. That's not even mentioning the monstrosity Kuta had been given. 3 times the size of these. They could probably fit the entire Konoha entourage of genin comfortably in that place. Orochimaru hung about the edge of the room like a wraith, watching everything and everyone while Sarutobi used the largest chair by the unlit fireplace, because of course he did, looking at Guy, Kurenai and even Naruto with the three teams beside them. Sakura shifted from foot to foot as she spoke. "That's what I said." She hedged, visibly trying not to fidget as Tsunade's calm eyes turned towards her. "I was completely open for that puppet guy to take me out. Akane-chan saved me. If anyone should have gotten eliminated, it should have been me." Sarutobi leaned back in that lounge chair, breathing through his pipe, eyes closed seemingly in thought. He didn't even look at them as he responded. "It is curious, but it is out of our hands," he finally said, adjusting his place in the seat. "Don't worry, Akane-chan," he soothed, smiling as the girl looked to him. "I failed my first Chunin exam too." It was a lie, Naruto knew, or at least, it would have been in his world. He wasn't sure now. But back in his time, Sarutobi had succeeded at every exam he'd undertaken, first try. The god of shinobi wasn't given that title out of pity or something. The Hokage turned his eyes away from the young girl and looked at Guy, Kurenai and their teams. "Is that all that occurred?" "Yes, Hokage-sama." Guy was the one that answered. Sarutobi seemed to settle into a silence for a time, a contemplative one. "And the Iwagakure team was disqualified?" "Yes, sir." It was Niji who answered. "They were actively cooperating with the enemy teams for the whole exam. It was my Byakugan and Tenten's traps that allowed us to, mostly, hide ourselves and the client the entire time." "Impressive," he complimented. "It is no wonder all three of you passed. Avoiding 4 enemy teams for 3 days is not an easy feat by any dash." He stopped, words ceasing as a knock at the door rolled through the apartment. With a twitch of his finger, a chakra string turned the knob and pulled open the door. Magajiro Kuta stepped through the door shadowed by Uchiha Itachi. And Naruto knew instantly, the daimyo was not supposed to be here. He wasn't wearing his usual robes of red, black and gold, rather the clothes of a worker, dark and nondescript. His hair and headdress were changed to a simple, if clean topknot, add the beard and Kuta looked like a common Joe and nothing more. The genin, as soon as they recognized him, all began to fall to their knees before Kuta stopped them mid-motion, hands outstretched and waving frantically. No. That's enough of that now." He smiled, holding on to Tenten's hands for a moment and bringing her to her feet before reaching over and doing the same for Hinata. He even reached for Shino before the young man stood up on his own. "We celebrate your successes tonight." He passes his eye over them, meeting each of their gazes as he says the next words. "Promise. No bowing for now?" He laughs. "Kuta-sama." Sarutobi breathes, a puff of pipe smoke. "We were not expecting you." They're lying, and judging by how Hinata and Niji toss each other a look, they know they're lying too. "Whatever this is, it's theater." "Ah." The daimyo huffs. "I wanted to see the next generation of greatness for myself. Offer my congratulations in person." "And your guard?" Sarutobi asks. "The ceremony of it all is tiring. They will be fine without me for a few hours." "That's not how that's supposed to work." Tsunade's lips quirk in a smile. Kuta smiles back, then sees Akane. "Oh, what's this now? Why these tears?" "I failed the exam," Akane repeated miserably. "Oh, well, that can't be right." "Ah," he suddenly gasped as he knelt in front of her. "I know what we'll do. I will name you a Chunin. How's that?" "You can't do that." Tsunade rolled her eyes, still stroking Akane's hair. "I am Kutu. If I say she is a Chunin, she is a Chunin," he insisted. Tsunade's smile as she shook her head betrayed their little game. "If it worked like that, I'd be married to your son." The man huffed, then offered a discreet wink to the red-headed girl. "All right, Tsunade, you win." Naruto felt himself tuning out the words, tuning out the distractions. He didn't listen. He watched. There's something here, some little dance that he's not privy to. Guy and Kurenai can tell. Guy's a little slow on the uptake, but he's getting there. And then the show, or whatever it was over, just like that. With little more than a word from Sarutobi. I suppose that's all you have to report then. He stood up from his chair, smiling kindly at the assembled children. Pass or fail, you have all represented the village well. I hereby grant you official leave for the next 3 days to do with as you will. Giving his pipe another puff, he looked to Guy, Kurenai and himself. Sensei, please stay behind for now to finalize a few details. With a clear dismissal, the Genin teams marched out of the apartments towards their own hotel rooms. Naruto offered a smile and a nod to Sasuke and Sakura, while Tsunade kissed the top of Akane's head and patted her on the back as she left. They closed the door behind them, and the atmosphere changed. It was subtle, as it was blatant. The fading smiles, the tension in the air, the poignant, heavy silence. Surprisingly, it wasn't Kutu, or Sarutobi that broke the silence. It was Tsunade. Neither of you were surprised. The eyes of everyone in the room collectively turned to her, as she looked to Sarutobi, and to Orochimaru out of the corner of her eye. When Akane said she'd failed, neither of you were surprised, not even disappointed. No, we weren't, Sarutobi answered. It took Naruto a second to catch up. Did you rig the exam? Yes. The old man answered with not a hint of remorse or regret, looking to Naruto. Even if we were to ignore the issue of her age, the fact remains that the risk of her discovery as a Jinchuriki is simply too high. Her training is nowhere near complete, and you are uniquely qualified to continue to oversee it. The blonde blinked, looking around the room. Guy and Kurenai showed nothing on pointedly neutral faces while Orochimaru watched him carefully, and Kutu busied himself with finding a drink. Tsunade's eyes were trained down to a spot on the floor. Is the whole exam rigged? He had to ask. No. Failing a student is simple. A whispered word here, a payment there. Numbers are arranged and the failure is up to the Chunin examiners. Passing someone, as you know, does not occur until the final public portion of the exams. If a student performed exceptionally well, or horribly in public view, we could hardly tweak things to suit our preferences. Your team's success was and will be their own, Sarutobi assured. Naruto crossed his arms. He didn't really know how to feel about that. Doesn't seem right, he finally said. He could feel Itachi's eyes at his back even as Sarutobi brought the full weight of his stare down on him. Tell me, truthfully, is she ready to be a Chunin? Check, and mate. Naruto's lips pursed. This is for the best, Naruto-kun, he said in that voice that always made him sound like he was completely right. The old man looked away. Regardless, there is another matter, far more important than the exams, that we all need to discuss. Itachi-san, if you would. The sound of ruffling clothes behind him, a step, then another, and she was standing at his side, looking to Kurenai, Guy, Orochimaru and Tsunade before finally settling on him. I have not come here to see my brother's participation in the Chunin exams as I previously stated. She is here because I am to be assassinated. Kutu's calm, droll voice made each of them blink in surprise, turning their eyes to the daimyo as he made his way towards an empty chair besides the quiet Tsunade. He took a sip of whatever drink he'd gotten his hands on, bottle in one hand, saucer in the other. Itachi-chan here has discovered Iwagakure is, as we speak, preparing an ambush to attack us on the return to the capital. In summation, Itachi drawled. Those are the broad strokes. They would be violating the Chunin exam truce, Guy said. No, they wouldn't. It was Orochimaru that answered him, finally speaking up from his corner of the room. The Chunin exam truce has always revolved around the host of the exams. Whomever is hosting the exams can't plot to attack anyone, and while you're within the borders of the hosting party you cannot attack anyone. It was as much as could be agreed on at the end of the last Great War. Frankly, it was all that was necessary. The borders of all the 5 great nations are fairly vast, and in order for you to attack another party on their return trip you would need an exceeding amount of resources and, frankly, luck. You would have to avoid border patrols for weeks from possibly multiple nations, and determine accurately what route home the person you wish to attack is going to take. Not to mention that the sort of entourages that come to the exams are under heavy guard. The Kage, the daimyo, and other important diplomats and nobles. The impossibility of logistics has made this sort of attack impractical more effectively than any treaty. So what makes this different? Kurenai asked, arms crossing under her chest. IWA has found a way to narrow our possible routes home, Itachi said. They've allied with a group from Amigekure. Naruto felt his breath catch. No. AIM is miles away from Kumo's border. Tsunade sighed, running a hand through her hair. To the northwest of Konoha, we're on the northeast. That doesn't really narrow our routes home over much. It does if they flood the northeastern riverlands and wetlands with rainwater. Itachi pointed out, marching over to a nearby table as she reached into her satchel. You're saying they have something that can alter the weather? Guy gasped. But that's dash. It's not impossible. Naruto cut him off, staring at Itachi's back. I've seen seal designs that can be used. You need a lot of chakra. But you can do it. Itachi nodded, though she didn't turn to look at him. Uzumaki's right. With that tool available to them, it will cut our possible routes back to Konoha and to the capital to just a handful of accessible passages. From there, it will be a simple matter to spring an ambush at any of them. She pulled out a map of the continent. The northwestern portion had writing on it. Through what I've gathered, and what research I've done, I've determined the 3 most likely sites of this ambush. Spreading it out across the table, she flattened it out and stepped back to let the others look. Sarutobi marched over, trailing pipe smoke as he came close, overseeing the 3 coordinates. How did you reach these conclusions? A mixture of logistical realities, study of the flooding history in these lands, and of course, listening in while I was still in AIM. Did you learn what exactly IWA promised them? Getting in alliance with AIM is notoriously difficult for anyone. Tsunade asked from where she sat. IWA doesn't have an alliance with AIM. Not really. AIM is a conglomeration of nearly a dozen loosely affiliated tribes and communities all living within the ruins of their scrap pile of a city. Itachi corrected as she shook her head. What IWA got was an arrangement with 1 or 2 of those clans or groups. Why do we not send word to Konoha? Kurenai suddenly asked. The Chunin exams aren't over for a month. We can easily get word to them, and meet an escort at A-. Because I do not wish it. Kutu interrupted, bringing Kurenai's shocked gaze to him. Staring at the red-eyed Genjutsu mistress where he still sat, Kutu took a breath through his nostrils. Even if I did. Do you not remember the warning we received when we arrived? How do you expect the Raikage will react when he hears word that we're gathering strength in Konoha for an operation in the middle of the Chunin exam? How do you believe IWA will react? Will they sit passively by and wait? Or will they try to gain another ally by spinning this in their favor? The reality stands. We may have gained a military victory, but to outsiders and other villages, we and IWA both look like we're not to be trusted. We cannot allow you to walk into this trap just because of Kumogiku's threats. She protested. Nothing has been decided yet. Sarutobi answered. The reason the 3 of you were brought up to speed on these matters is because we need for you to be aware of it in order to prepare both yourselves and your students. They are not training just for an exam this time. As such, none of them will cease training in this month. Competition or no. The 3 of them shared a look, eyes meeting with a very real, mutual, anxious and urgent fear rushing through them. The Sandaime wasn't asking them to prepare their students for an exam. He was demanding they prepare their students for a battle. Guy, the eldest of them, was the one to answer for all of them. Understood. Hokage-sama. It took hours. Longer than he liked, but he could be patient. When he finally had a moment alone with her, the words were out of his mouth in an instant. Is it pain? Nagato? I'm not sure. She answered truthfully, tossing a look over her shoulder. I do know that the AIM ninja were confident in the rain being there and being enough to flood. It will rain in just a few days, and it won't stop for the entire month. Naruto closed his eyes, lowering his head just a bit. Yeah. Nagato. It had to be. Nagato was Jiraiya's student. Just how different would he be without Jiraiya around to train him? Would Konan be there? And the other guy, Yahiko, was he still be alive? Did he have the Rinnegan? Or was that gone too? Too many questions. Too many questions, not enough answers. I know, she said. He hadn't realized he'd spoken aloud. She turned him, the dark hallway casting her eyes in shadow before she knelt. He was a little taller than her now when she did that. Before, she could look at him at perfect eye level. If it is him, and if the force IWA brings is significant. She trailed off. He knew what she meant. He sighed, scratching the back of his head. I'll be ready. I won't let them kill Kutu or my friends. You know that. She nodded. These are thoughts for another time, though, she said. For now you dash. Yeah. He smiled a bit. We got an exam to win. Chapter 52. The mountain air was cold and harsh, like a bucket of ice water dumped on your head in the early morning. Why? Sakura panted, gulping down air, a visible sheen of sweat beginning to mark her brow. Why am I so tired? She wheezed. We haven't even started. The air is thinner up here. Naruto answered her, smiling, hands clasped behind his head. It takes a while for your body to acclimatize. As they reached the top of the path and crested the hill onto a plateau, Team 7 was treated to another grand view of the snow-capped peaks, the chilly mountain air now making their breath fog in front of their mouths ever so lightly. There was someone waiting for them. Ah, Itachi? Sasuke gasped. His sister's languid, dark stare turned to him, one eye opening from where she'd been apparently taking something of a cat nap, dark cloak pulled on the floor beneath her for bedding and a knapsack serving as a pillow. Don't look so surprised, little brother. Makes me think you haven't been keeping up with your detection exercises. The youngest Uchiha winced. He actually had been neglecting the tedious meditation exercises. What are you doing here? She held up 2 fingers. I'll give you 2 guesses, but if you need more than one, I'm disowning you. You're gonna help Naruto-sensei train us? Sakura asked, blinking in surprise. Itachi had gotten a reputation as a prodigy, even outside the Uchiha clan. The fact that she and Naruto ran in the same circles at all was a surprise. Nope. It was, surprisingly, Naruto that answered, hands grasping his friends by their shoulders as he wiggled between them. She isn't helping me train you. She is training you. Why? The rapid-fire question shot out of Sakura's lips, wide-eyed, incredulous and more than a little hurt by the statement. Naruto smiled apologetically, turning both of them to the side, to look at Akane who had been behind them. Akane isn't taking the exam right now, he said, but she still needs to learn some things. And she needs to learn them fast. The young girl gasped. Naruto, no, she demanded, hands rising in front of her as if to ward him off. It's okay, you can just train me after the Chunin dash. He shook his head. Not an option. He looked to his 2 teammates/students/friends, the both of whom he still had his arms around. Look, Itachi-chan is a lot stronger than me. I'm not exactly leaving you with some no-name here. She'll do a much better job than I would. And you're the only one that can train Akane. Sasuke crossed his arms, lip curling in displeasure. Because she's a Jinchuriki. You're not preparing her for the future exam, are you? A silence fell over the training grounds. Naruto sighed, closing his eyes. Sasuke, that is a secret and a very dangerous one. Just because it looks like we're alone. Don't trust it. He warned, and the young Uchiha had the decency to look suitably chastised for his mistake. But yes, the blonde finally answered after a moment. You guys are more than ready for any exam, and Itachi is gonna make sure you guys are beyond ready. There's no one I'd trust more for this. Sakura still looked conflicted, but Sasuke turned to his sister. I guess I'll finally get that promised fire jutsu out of you after so many years. The elder sibling scoffed where she lay. Don't count on it. With a flick of a finger, a tiny pebble sailed across the training ground to smack Sasuke in the forehead, much to his visible irritation as he rubbed the already red spot. Naruto smiled, then, releasing his two teammates, he walked over to Akane. Now, Akane-chan, there was something odd about the report you guys gave about the previous portion of the exam. So you and I are gonna try something, but I want to do it where Itachi can see. Okay? The red-headed girl nodded. Okay. Good. He smiled, trying to bleed as much reassurance in the expression as possible before turning to look at Itachi out of the corner of his eye. She nodded. He looked back to the girl. Akane-chan, you remember how you hit that Kankuro kid from Suna? Haltingly, she nodded. Okay. I want you to try to punch me, as hard as you can. I'm gonna be moving. But I want you to land one good hit with all your strength. Okay? She looked confused, probably due to the emphasis. She and Naruto had spared many times, she'd never held back before. She'd also never come close to winning before. Okay. She took her fighting stance. Naruto opened up, hand moving lightning fast, brushing his fingers across the bridge of her nose. Where brows met forehead, she reeled as he grinned. She pounced. She was always fast. Months and months of training her taijutsu had made her even faster. She didn't have any fire techniques, but her form had nary a flaw, even with limbs that were still slightly too short. It took a second for Sasuke to notice. It took Sakura a little bit longer. He wasn't blocking. Naruto was using every trick they'd seen from him so far, and a few they hadn't yet, to keep one step ahead of the girl, fluidly dancing between her attacks as she tried her hardest to hit him. She would kick, he would lean back, she tried to sweep at his legs, he would jump. When she punched, quick sidesteps, pivots and slides would carry him out of reach. He looked completely boneless, flexible and impossible to catch. It went like this for almost a full minute. Stop! The barked command made the two genin jump, trailing their eyes back over their shoulders to Itachi. She nodded to Naruto. You were right, she drolly answered. Naruto grinned, much to the genin's confusion. Huh! Right about what dash? Look at the ground, Itachi demanded. Thoroughly confused now, all the children did so. Perhaps it was his keen eyesight that let him notice it first. But once he did, he couldn't unsee it, and his eyes went wide. What the hell dash? They're chakra marks. Like when you put too much chakra into your foot when running up a tree, Naruto answered, seemingly giddy. See, for months now, Akane's, friend, has been saying that he's been organizing the furniture. You truly are abysmal at doublespeak. Itachi closed her eyes, seemingly in physical pain at listening to him. The blonde stuck out his tongue. Shush! He demanded. Anyway, we didn't know what he was planning. I mean, of course there's Akane's skill at fire techniques, but there had to be something more that he was doing. This nails it. The exam with Kankuro and now these chakra marks. He noticed how Tsunade-chan manipulates her chakra to give her strength while Akane was still in the womb, and just manipulated things so she can do the same without any conscious effort. Wait. Sakura blinked. First, they can do that? Second, just to be clear, you're actually saying Akane-chan has Tsunade-sama's legendary strength? Her eyes rounded on the young girl who was busy trying to look at the ground, her feet and her hands all at once. Naruto smiled. Yup. If I was right, I really didn't want a dislocated shoulder, ruptured whatever, or broken something else, so I asked Itachi-chan to keep an eye on outward signs while I focused on dodging, just in case I missed something. The chakra marks are a sure sign though. Her whole body is channeling chakra as she just uses punches and kicks. It's not as pinpoint perfect as Tsunade-chan, hence why she's leaving chakra marks at all. So I don't think he's arranged the furniture to that point yet, but in a few months you'll definitely be there if he keeps it up. Naruto. Sasuke hesitated, looking from him to Akane. Shouldn't you be, a little more worried for her? I mean, this isn't actually arranging furniture. This is manipulating her biology. That's a big deal. Naruto waved him off. They can forget more than we'll ever know about chakra manipulation. How do you think Gaara controls sand like it's second nature dash? That guy's a dash. Itachi's hand covered Sakura's mouth before she could voice the question, glaring with eyes like flint knives at Naruto, who cringed and seemed to wilt in on himself. You, she growled, should stop talking. Naruto nodded, shifting a bit to hide behind Akane, absurd as that was. That's why you didn't want us to fight him, Sasuke said. Naruto offered a small, nervous laugh. Yeah. That, and I really thought he'd be a lot worse. Temperament-wise. Sasuke shrugged, taking a deep breath. So you're saying this is normal? At least for this particular. He paused. Condition? Yeah. Naruto nodded, looking back to the young girl. It really is a symbiotic relationship if you let it be that. The team seemed to fall into silence before it was, ironically, broken by Itachi. The young hunter Nien cleared her throat. There will be time to discuss details later. For now we all have a lot of work ahead of us. Sasuke, Sakura, follow me. Naruto, get her ready. With no further pomp or ceremony, Itachi turned and began marching off in a different direction, just like that. Sakura's head swiveled around a little, apparently torn on something, before she quickly jogged over to Akane, offering the girl a hug and a kiss on the head. We'll talk more later, Akane-chan, she promised to the hesitantly smiling girl. Sasuke offered no hugs or kisses, but a single firm nod, a small smile and a wave as he turned and followed his sister, leaving the two of them. Akane watched them leave until they were gone from her view, before turning to Naruto. The blonde knelt in front of her, taking a breath. All right, Akane-chan. There are a few things that you, as a Jinchuriki, are gonna have to learn. You wanna know what the first, and most important thing is, hun? She nodded. Naruto held up a slip of paper with a sealed design on it, smiling brightly. The most important skill for a Jinchuriki is communication. The world was spread out before him. Snow-capped peaks towering over gray crags and deep ravines. The land was beautiful and harsh all at once. Kuta breathed deep through his nose, feeling the brisk, cold wind invade his system. Summer was starting, but here in the mountains it still felt like winter's chill. The balcony was wide, larger than it had any right to be for the estate of one person, with large plush chairs and tables where people could gather. It looks more like the lounge of a resort than a private estate. Kuta-sama. The daimyo turns, a look over his shoulder to reveal one of his guards. Sir? Hokage Sarutobi-sama is here to speak with you. Kuta nods. Let him pass. He crosses his arms as he hears the man pound one fist against his chest and bow at the waist. He walks away. Kuta hears his steps as he walks out the door. The sound of footsteps, the smell of pipe weed and smoke, the sound of a sliding door closing behind him. Hiruzen. He smiled to himself. Don't you have a great many things to attend to? The question is rhetorical. They're both well aware of their current responsibilities. Sarutobi ignored his query, breathing out a cloud of smoke that billowed through the air as he marched forward to stand beside him. I have confirmed it as best I could. Itachi-san's report? A nod, the large brim hat of the Hokage shadowing the man's eyes. Indeed. Our scouts have seen AIM moving, and our spies report on Iwa's preparations. Kuta clasped his hands behind his back. Any specifics on who or how many they'll be sending? None yet. Though I imagine the entire IWA delegation here could also serve quite adequately as an assassination team. Kuta nodded, eyes closed, scrunched really as though in pain. I was thinking the same. The Tsuchikage, his Umbu guard, the Jounin sensei. All of these can serve. You left one out of your list. Sarutobi accused, little subtlety in the statement. Kuta couldn't help it, he laughed, a full-bellied laugh as he threw his head back for a moment. You must truly be angry about Kuratsuchi, my old friend, to speak like that. By all reports she is at least a highly skilled Jounin. Perhaps as good as Madogai or Kakashi, skills she has due to your insistence that she be trained. Sarutobi took a long drag of his pipe. She may kill many before she is dealt with. She might even be the one to kill me. The daimyo laughed. There was a pause between the two men, heavy and pregnant with many things unsaid. This is nothing to laugh about. There was an edge to his voice, something there, held in restraint. And yet I am the daimyo. So I laugh at whatever I wish. The man answered. There was the sound of a sliding door, the brush of slippered feet on wood. Kutu turned and marched over towards the nearby table. Tea, Hiruzen? I hear Kumo's brews are especially good. A flash of some emotion passed through the old man's face. Kuta looks at him. There is irritation there. He is not a man that finds people dismissing him, or treating matters lightly. If Sarutobi could order him into compliance right now, he no doubt would. But he couldn't. Because Kutu, not Hiruzen, was the daimyo. He served himself his tea as the servant slipped away. I will say it again. Sarutobi drawled. We do not have the manpower to protect you adequately. You should leave for the capital at once. And I will answer again. Have me leave now and you risk Kumo and Kiri thinking us vulnerable. He answered, pouring himself his drink and setting the kettle down. They will think worse if you are killed. Then I won't be killed. He said it as though that alone made it law. As if his words alone carried some kind of shield as he looked at the disapproving face of the Hokage. I will not leave, he declared, a tone of finality in his words. Now, do you not have a great many things to attend to? Or would you like to join me for tea? He gestured to the seat as Hiruzen closed his eyes. With your permission, I will leave now, Magajiro Dano. He did not bow. Chapter 53. Where Konoha had a stadium of thick, hewn walls, and bleachers surrounding a fighting arena, and IWA literally had an open field with stands built days before the exam, Kumogakure had a mix of the two. The audience seats were literally carved onto the side of a mountain, overlooking a field of what was once farmland, but now, after so many years of tournaments and exams, was a flat beaten stretch of dirt and grass. The stadium was already starting to fill up, civilians and off-duty shinobi coming to spectate the grand show. Hyuga Hinata's eyes panned over the whole place, finding familiar and unfamiliar faces alike as she searched the crowd for She brought her hand up, finding Shino's Kikeichu resting along her knuckles. She smiled, watching as the bug turned and looked straight ahead. She followed it. Before long, she was sitting in the designated seats assigned to the genin that had participated or were going to participate in the exam, finding her two teammates already there. Akamaru barked, a happy little sound as he wagged his tail and ran towards her. She reached down and picked him up, smiling as she scratched the pup under his chin. Hey Hinata! Kiba smirked at her where he sat, arms wide and resting on the seats beside him with his feet propped up on the seat in front of him. She rolled her eyes, stepping forward and smacking his feet off their perch. Oh! He complained before she gave him a look, a lone eyebrow hiking itself high, almost daring him to complain about her not letting him put his feet up. The Inuzuka grumbled, rolling his eyes. Yeah. Satisfied that he was well and properly chastised, she looked around the room, finding more of the genin hopefuls from other villages and wondering where the others from their own village were. Not here yet. Apparently, her face spoke for her, or Shino had just gotten that good at reading her tells by now. She shrugged. Oh well. They'd get here when they got here. Taking a seat next to Kiba and in front of Shino, she set Akamaru down on her lap and continued to scratch the dog's head, feeling his tail thumping against her thigh. Then, after a few minutes, someone walked up to her right, a rather tall someone. Hinata turned, looking to the tall, dark-haired woman she recognized as Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's sister. Black eyes looked down and regarded her. Team 9, right? She nodded, and without any further explanation or preamble, the woman sat down beside her. Hinata blinked, staring in a sort of stupefaction and looking to her teammates, whom seemed just as lost as she was. Feeling the need to help, Hinata tentatively reached with her hand, poking at the Uchiha woman's shoulder. With a swivel of those black eyes, Hinata felt like a small, uppity mouse being examined by a very intimidating hawk. Yes? Her hand signs were quick and to the point. Itachi nodded. Yes. I'm aware that this place is for the genin undergoing the exam and their teachers. Hinata blinked, and blinked again. She decided to just stay in her seat, and not ask any more questions. She clearly knew what she was doing here even if Hinata herself had no clue. Minutes later, there was a pink-haired blur that Hinata had to do a bit of a double take to fully recognize. She felt her head tilt just a little bit. Sakura's usually pale complexion was considerably more tanned. Wherever she'd been training, it had apparently been under the sun. She was dressed in something Hinata hadn't seen her in before as well, tight-fitting clothing, with a bandolier full of pouches going from her right shoulder to her left hip, kunai holsters strapped to her right shin with an arm guard with a single blade at her wrist on her left forearm. Her hair was also longer, considerably longer. She hadn't seen her friend in a solid month because, well, they were kind of competing against each other, and training together was kind of a bad idea to say the least, but this was a little absurd. She had to wonder what exactly she'd bloody well gone and missed. Sakura was panting, looking as though she'd sprinted to the stadium. She looked up and glared at the dark-haired woman. "Why the hell did you turn off our alarm?" She received a smirk in reply. "If you really needed an alarm to wake up for your Chunin exam, you don't deserve to pass." The pinkette looked like she was oh so tempted to throttle her. She huffed, seemingly expelling her anger and frustration in the single exhale before turning to look at her with a smile. "Hey, Hinata!" Hinata smiled back, freeing her hands from petting Akamaru to reply back. "Sasuke's on his way," she said before she squeezed herself between Hinata and the Uchiha. "Not sure where Akane is, but Naruto-kun promised they'd both be here, so she'll probably be around soon. How've you been?" "Okay," she answered shortly, a twinkle in her eye. "But how about you? Seems like you had a hell of a month." Sakura winked. "Oh, you'll see what kind of month it's been soon." Hinata smiled back, taking the hint for what it was and changing the topic to more mundane subjects that didn't have to do with their training. Soon enough, just as the stage was starting to fill up with its spectators, Sasuke arrived. Though the changes weren't as drastic as Sakura's, Sasuke did look slightly more tanned and had also gotten a bit of an update to his wardrobe, though, again, nothing quite so drastic. Added to his usual clothes of dark blue and beige, Sasuke was now wearing proper shin and arm guards. Expensive. But then again, Sasuke's family, like hers, could probably afford it. "Hey!" was his simple greeting, lone hand rising in a half-hearted wave before he took his own seat at the other side of his sister. "Ready for Hinata to kick your ass, Uchiha?" Kiba egged on from beside her. She rolled her eyes a little bit, but smiled. The fact that he had that much confidence in her ability to beat Sasuke was flattering. "She has a better shot than you ever will," Sasuke called back. "Oh ho ho!" Sakura egged on, smirking over Hinata's head towards Kiba. "I felt that sting in Izuka." "Shut up, Pinky! Just because you changed your outfit and sunbathed doesn't mean a damn thing." Sakura smirked, the scar over her eye, barely covered by her hair, twisting in a way that, at the very least, looked painful as the two began trading insults over her head. Hinata sat there and continued to pet Akamaru, quiet as ever. Marching up to the VIP box, Tsunade tried not to give any outward signs of how tired she actually was. While Kumo was hospitable enough, to a ninja of her caliber she could always tell when she was being watched, and there were a lot of people, doing a lot of watching, all the time. Needless to say, sleep, these last few weeks, hadn't exactly been coming easy. Fine instincts honed to a dangerous edge with at least 2 decades of experience would have her snap awake at the slightest sound that registered in her mind as abnormal, to sense it didn't recognize, and smells that were unfamiliar. And while she could function well enough with little sleep, the toll was starting to grate, to say the very least. She made it to the door, nodding and greeting to the Umbu guard she could see with her eyes, and marching in. Sarutobi was already there. So was Magajiro Kutu, the Reikage, the Kazakage and the Mizukage, Mei. Her sensei turns to look at her out of the corner of his eye. "Tsunade. Sensei." She greets just as curtly. She sees his eyes dart to the door, then back to her in a silent question. "Where is Orochimaru?" Tsunade tries, and probably fails, to smother her smile. She'd gone to his suite to look for him as was their routine. She did tend to wake up a bit earlier thanks to her work in the hospital. Everything had gone pretty much normal. He'd made coffee, she drank some. He'd seemed a little shifty, now that she thought about it at the time. Eyes darting this way and that way as if searching for something, but she just figured he was being a bit more paranoid than she was and left it at that. They were about ready to leave when out of the blue, the doorbell rang. Now, she'd been standing next to the thing and before she could fully register her teammate's frantic call of no, she'd gone and opened it, heart jumping into her throat with the fear that she'd set off some kind of trap that was about to kill them both. But there'd just been a woman, dark-skinned, white hair and dreads, muscled and nearly a head taller than Tsunade herself, carrying 8 swords standing on the other side, a predatory hungry gleam in her eyes. "Why hello there, sexy," she actually seemed to purr. Before Tsunade could gather what exactly was going on, Orochimaru had slammed the door in her face, back pressing into the wood to hold it in place. He looked to her like there was a full-fledged demon on the other side. "Lock all the doors!" he hissed, yellow eyes narrowing dangerously. "Wah dash! I said lock all the doors!" And right then from the other side of the barrier she can hear the scratch of fingernails slowly gliding down the wood as the woman called to them. "Aw, don't be like that, darling!" The shudder her teammate released is something Tsunade would treasure till her dying day. She tries not to laugh as she marches over to the 2 men. Sarutobi eyes her curiously while Kuto tosses the man a questioning look of his own, both being far too tactful to just blurt out the question in present company. They let her keep her silence. If she was laughing, it must not have been that big of a deal. She stands slightly behind the 2 leaders of her country, a glorified guard. Even so, the smile stays on her lips for a time, but it dies a quick death when the last of the leaders enter the room. The tension grows immediately, all levity and ease seemingly sucked right out of the space as the Tsukage and his daimyo march in. "Greetings." The words are crisp, almost cold but not quite. Both men march across the room, 2 Umbu at their backs as they take their seats, not even looking in their direction as they begin to exchange the usual pleasantries with the other heads of state. Suddenly, she wished Orochimaru actually was here. Inevitably, the stands filled and before too long the Chunin proctors made their way to where the Genin teams were sitting. Sakura watched as the man called the names of the contestants. The entirety of the Suna team of course was called, as was she, Sasuke, Hinata and Mato Guy's team, 2 members of the Kumogaku they'd fought against, 2 members of the Kirigakure team they'd met when Naruto invited that Haku girl to join them for lunch that first day, and an entire Kumo team the proctor just called as B's Kids, and 2 of their teammates from the Kusa team that had been with them for the first part of the exam. 18 Chunin hopefuls. Hinata exchanged goodbyes with her teammates, placing Akamaru back on Kiba's head before marching away while Sakura spied Guy-sensei openly crying, falling to his knees as he hugged Lee and Tenten. Lee hugged and cried too while Tenten tried to squirm away. It was all very dramatic really. She kept looking around. "Don't worry," came Itachi's calm reassurance, never even bringing her eyes up from whatever spot she was staring at in the arena floor. "They'll be here." Sakura pouted a bit, annoyed that she was so easy to read, but she hoped the older girl was right regardless. They negotiated their way through the general crowd, making their way into the building/mountain hall, further down into the stone before they arrived at yet another waiting area. There were Chunin there already of course, with one of them holding a cardboard box. "When your name is called, reach into the box, pull out a slip, show it to the proctor," the man said, looking onto a clipboard. "Yukigo Omo." It was a Kumo-nin that stepped forward, dark-skinned, white hair, with 2 short swords on his back. Pulling out a piece of paper from the box he showed it to the Chunin. 9. The man called as another wrote something else on his own clipboard. One by one he called out more names. Hinata was 3, Tenten was 12, Lee was 5, the puppeteer from Suna was number 1. Finally, he called Sasuke's name. Sasuke stepped up, reaching in and the proctor was soon calling out to the other. 10. "Looks like I know who I'm fighting," he muttered. If he was 10 then he was fighting 9. 9 had been She turned her eyes, finding the dark-skinned Kumonin that had first been called. She saw Sasuke offer the guy a nod and he nodded right back, adding something of a halfway mocking salute with 2 fingers. He marched back to her. "Any thoughts?" she half-whispered. "Swords so close range," he said. "If he's got lightning we share an element, so that really won't give either of us an advantage, though I've got fire too which he might have a problem with. All in all, hope I'm faster, stay out of his reach and try to win the fight at range." She nodded, a solid plan given that he'd never seen the guy fight. Even if he was wrong, Sasuke was the best on-the-fly strategist they had in the team. She knew she couldn't react nearly as fast as he did, and Akane kinda bludgeoned her way through the problem with a fire affinity that could literally take down a building. If Naruto had been training her in use of that super strength they'd discovered a month or so ago, then she imagined that habit wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. She waited anxiously as the names were called out. The Suna girl was set up to fight Lee, the red-headed Kumo Kunoichi was set to fight Tenten, Niji one of the Kiri ninja from that Haku girls team, and Hinata drew against the Suna team member Naruto had told them to stay away from. Gaara. Finally, her name was called. She felt the butterflies in her stomach, the flutter of nervousness growing a bit more with every step. Finally, she reached forward and took the paper. Number 2. She showed it to the proctor, but she didn't even need to think about who her opponent was, turning a sharp green eye to the smirking Kankuro. Oh, she was going to enjoy this. As she stepped back and the proctor finished calling the last names, squaring off the full roster of genin that were going to compete, he set the box down. "All right. Everyone wait until it's your turn to fight. This waiting room is yours to do with as you will. If you prefer to watch the fights and spectate, there is a viewing room past that door." He pointed over to the left to a nondescript wooden door. "Sabaku, Haruno, you're the first ones up, so follow me please." She felt Sasuke's hand on her shoulder, turning to look at her teammate who smirked at her. "I tell you to kick his ass, but I should probably say go easy on him judging by that look in your eye." She chuckled. "Not a chance." He snorted, moving past her as Hinata and Tenten also came by to wish her good luck. Lee also offered his own, dramatic well wishes. She thanked him and hoped she wasn't too obvious in how quickly she ran away. She followed the proctor with Kankuro, up a ramp that led to a doorway that yawned right into the side of the arena. She could hear the crowds above her head, 1,000 voices and footsteps. The Chunin didn't pause. There was little ceremony to it as he stepped out to the fighting grounds with them trailing behind them. As soon as the crowd saw them, a cheer went up, and Sakura felt those butterflies all over again, and she wondered if she should try to ignore them or wave before settling on some admittedly timid waves with a smile in their general direction. She looked towards Itachi. She was still where she left her, but Naruto and Akane weren't. She tried not to feel bad about that. She failed miserably. Still, she took a deep breath, squared her shoulders and proceeded to keep following the Chunin to the center of the arena. And then... Wait! The shout was loud enough for her to hear it, ever so faintly over the crowd, and Sakura suddenly wished, very much in contrast to her previous feelings, that the owner of the voice would not do exactly what she knew he was about to do. And sure enough, shooting out of the open side of the arena like a bullet came Naruto himself, a little blonde blur with a splash of red. Akane was on his back, and both looked like they'd just gone running through a forest, which was likely. Akane had twigs and leaves in her hair, so did Naruto, both looking scruffy and worse for wear. The blonde beamed a megawatt bright smile as Sakura tried not to bury her face in her hands in embarrassment. "We didn't miss your fight, right, Sakura-chan?" he asked, oblivious to, or ignoring, her utter mortification. She shook her head. "Sir, this area is for Chunin hopefuls and proctors only." "Sorry." Naruto laughed, moving towards the wall. "Just had to get here on time." "Good luck, Sakura-chan." Akane waved from her place on Naruto's back, gripping him like an oversized red limpet as the blonde, pleased as can be, marched his sunshine bright ass up the side of the arena wall and made a beeline for Itachi. If the earth could have risen up and swallowed her whole, she would die a happy person right now. Chapter 54. The sun beat down over her head, bright and hot. It felt like a warm balm and a burning brand all at once. Her fingers tingled as the anticipation rolled up and down her spine. Nervousness and giddiness warring in her mind. Kankuro stood across from her, looking smug and sure of himself. She promised right then that she'd wipe that smirk right off his face. The fight is called when one combatant surrenders, or is unable to continue fighting, the proctor said, looking to the two of them. Am I understood? Got it. I understand. They answered, never tearing their eyes from one another. The proctor gave a single sharp nod before he held out his hand and cut it straight down with a bark. Begin! Her body snapped into a fighting stance, caught just the faintest bit off guard by the abrupt start. The bandages on Kankuro's back came unfurled and the spider-like puppet skittered out, crawling towards her on the ground. She skirted back, feet ghosting over the dirt as her fingers fished out a fistful of smoke bombs. Tossing them, she slipped into the thick gray cloud, watching through the haze as the puppet lunged after her. She could see the blades on it, serrated and smooth in equal measure. The thing followed her with unerring precision. Just as she thought, Kankuro had some means of detecting her in the smoke. Time to play that up. Kankuro felt the confidence building in his gut. It wasn't the first time someone had thought to use smoke bombs on him. It was one of the first things he'd learned to counter with an array of chakra sensors beneath the wooden flesh of his puppet that let him feel where the enemy was. She moved left and he followed her. She jumped and the puppet was right there. All she could do was uselessly slap at his puppet to push herself away and get some distance, hands shoving her as she tried to stay clear of Karasa's blades. That was either lucky or smart of her, because the blades were poisoned too. The cat and mouse game continued for several seconds and Kankuro wondered when she would slip up. Then she finally did. She leapt out of the smoke, and she must have gotten herself turned around in the gray haze, or just plain old desperate because her back was turned to him. The puppeteer drew a kunai without hesitation, rushing forward and reaching out with his free hand to grab the girl's long mass of pink hair. His gloved hand grasped onto it, twisting the strands in his grip and fisting them harshly as he yanked her back onto her tiptoes and pressed the knife to the side of her throat. Give it up, Pinky! He expected fear, or hell, even anger. He knew something was very wrong when all he saw was a cold smirk, scarred green eye glinting as she peered up at his own. The next thing anyone in the stadium, or even the proctor saw, was Kankuro howling in pain as his whole arm seemed to split open, cut to ribbons and gore. The Sabaku tried to choke down his screams, swallowing pain-filled sobs and shouts of rage in equal measure before looking at the girl. He could see it now. They caught the blood more distinctly than her hair, refracting against the pale sunlight with the ruby red. Razor wire. Itachi-sensei always did tell me they would go for the hair. Sakura smiled, one hand on her hip as the other twirled a kunai knife, the razor wire threads dancing like serpents for a split second before they were lost again in the pink mane that reached down to her lower back. Looks like she was right. You won't be moving that arm again for quite a while, I'm guessing. You bitch! His still functional hand reached out, grasping Karasa with chakra strings. The puppet sprang back to life, rushing towards the girl. Ah! Sakura held up a single finger, making Kankuro freeze at that smug smile on her face. You can definitely throw your little toy at me, but you've got two problems. Firstly, unless I messed up in my biology class, you've got about 95 seconds left to live. He looked down at his arm. The appendage was bleeding profusely, and now that he cared to notice, one of the slices had cut high enough to threaten the artery along his inner bicep. Had she cut it? Also, puppeteers don't have a monopoly on poison. She plucked out a small vial from her bandolier, smirking. I'd hardly give it to an enemy, but a surrendering non-combatant, maybe. Never, in his entire life, had Kankuro felt so utterly humiliated as he did right now, staring into the smug face of Haruno Sakura. He took one step forward, feeling his whole world spin and wobble, the lightheadedness assaulting him almost instantly along with a feeling of nausea. She cut it all right. 72 seconds. She shook the bottle between her fingers. Your choice. My offer does have an expiration date. He swallowed, rage, and insulted pride warring with reason and sense. He felt like he was choking, and in that moment he swore one day he would get payback for such a humiliating defeat. He hadn't even lasted a full minute. I surrender. She tossed him the antidote, and even the minor act of catching it made him feel like he was going to heave his guts all over the stadium floor as he heard the Chunin medics approaching behind him. By explicit surrender, Haruno Sakura is the winner of this battle. Risky. Using yourself as bait for the trap. A grouse tree trunk arms crossed as he stared down to the stadium, a frown on his face. Bold Kuta answered the rakage. It looked calculated enough to me. May decided to give her 2 cents, one leg crossed over the other, hands on her lap. She was never surprised by the attack, seemed ready to dodge if he'd done something different, and played him like a musical instrument. Too early to say for sure, but I'm betting we're looking at a potential Chunin here. The Kazekage huffed a breath. Kankuro was sloppy. It's more a testament to his failure than her success. Come now, you're too hard on the boy, Kuta reassured. How many of us would have expected a trap in that hair? You have clearly never been married to a kunoichi. Sarutobi half laughed, half coughed past his pipe. The crowd erupted in cheers and Sakura felt a palpable relief, a euphoria rushing through her body, building up from a giddiness in her gut as she bunched herself up and let out a cheer, one fist pumping into the air as she jumped straight up. Looking up at the crowd, she found 1,000 cheering faces, finding Itachi, Naruto, and Akane in the crowds. Though the latter two were hard to miss as both were doing a rather remarkable job of holding up a rather massive sign that said, Sakura number 1. In bright pink letters. Where exactly they'd gotten the sign from, she did not know. And were those clones tying the top of the sign to the ceiling? She decided to beat a quick path to the exit before her sensei did anything else to embarrass her. As soon as she made it to where the other hopefuls were and was immediately greeted by a rather enthusiastic set of cheers and hugs by Tenten and Hinata respectively. Holy shit. You go girl. Tenten laughed. Remind me to lend you some of my shampoo later. Sakura grimaced a bit. The sickly sticky feeling of someone's blood over her scalp was less than pleasant to be honest, and the small droplets dripping onto the back of her calves wasn't exactly helping. Thanks, she said, and meant it more than Tenten probably realized. Hinata's hands flew off into a question. If he'd have thrown the kunai, I would have dodged and gone with Plan B. What was Plan B? Tenten asked. Sakura winked, holding up a single finger and pressing it to her lips. Might have to use that one on you, Tenten. Oh ho ho. The weapon mister seemed to shiver in what very well might be anticipation. I like this new you. They made their way to the spectator's box, and Sakura just managed to catch the tail end of Lee's promise about something, or he'd run through all of Kumo with nothing but one hand before she turned him out. Sasuke smiled at her over his shoulder. You enjoyed that too much for me to say nice work. You'd have done worse. You're supposed to be above such things though. Lies and slander. She smirked, marching up beside him. Good work. The voice caught her off guard. Sakura was doubly surprised to turn and find none other than the blindfolded Sabaka no Gara to be the one that spoke. Thank you? The redhead shrugged. I've been warning these two for years that they have to stop underestimating their enemies. Hey, I'm not nearly as blind as Kuro. Temari protested beside him. You're not blind as often. Gara corrected with a smirk, tilting his head a bit in her direction. But when you think you've got this, you might as well get a flash bang in the face before you realize there's a problem with your approach. She scoffed. Please. A proctor entered. Rock Lee. He called. Sabaka no Temari. Don't get cocky now. Gara poked. The blonde Sunanin looked at her brother, annoyed before grabbing her fan from where it rested by the wall. Sakura watched her go, turning and wishing Lee all the luck she could along with the others from Konoha before she turned her attention out the windows of the spectator's box. Naruto smiled as he eyed Itachi beside him. How long have you been dying to show off that razor wire trick? Itachi twirled a lock of hair in her finger, The midnight tresses were longer even than Sakura's, reaching nearly to her hips when she was fully standing. I believe it was Sakura that showed off. That was totally you by proxy. I don't know what you're talking about. The twitch at the corner of her mouth said otherwise, as did the glint of something twining around that finger she was still using to play with her hair. He smirked. You ruined the surprise for me, though. You already knew about it. She countered. You also know I have many more surprises. Could you two go flirt somewhere else? Kiba growled beside the two, glaring at Naruto. Seriously, man, just because you've got a hot girlfriend doesn't mean you have to brag about it. Leave Naruto-sensei alone. Akane demanded, stomping once on Kiba's foot. The Inuzuka screamed, growling at the Jinchuriki, who was more than willing to square up with the boy twice her size. Naruto blushed, opening his mouth to protest. As she's not shy all of a sudden, Uzumaki? Itachi's voice was like sweet, sweet poison as she enjoyed his embarrassment. He glared. You're a veal. You've told me such in a different life. I hate you, he declared before turning his gaze from her towards the stadium. Lee and Temari had taken their stances on the field by now, with both Chunin hopefuls squaring off. What do you think? Sakura asked. Sasuke took a breath. Lee relies on taijutsu from what Itachi told us, and fan users are typically mid to long-range wind users. It's honestly just a question of whether Lee can get close enough, really. Just as he finished his assessment, Lee seemed to have lost his patience, rushing straight forward in a deadhead charge as Temari whipped her fan free and swung, a gust of wind hitting the green genin head-on and stopping his movement. He tried to rush again only for Temari to send another wind blast, and Sasuke could spy the tiny cuts now appearing over Lee's body, small like paper cuts, but if she continued. She leapt into the air, holding on to her fan as she used it as a platform to shoot herself into the sky and land far enough away that Lee's progress in closing the distance was deleted in an instant. I'm calling it now for her, Sasuke said, stepping back and towards a bench. I've seen enough. Oh, come on, Sakura complained. It's the opening exchange. And unless Lee gets a serious speed boost, he's not going dash. Thud. Thud. Anyway dash. Sasuke's words rather quickly died in his throat as he turned his head at the curious sound. The 2 orange leg warmers Lee always wore were now off. This time when Lee moved, Temari didn't even have time to swing the fan, and it was probably more reflex than actual thought that got her moving in time to avoid getting in range of Lee's taijutsu. Slowly, Sasuke stepped back to his place beside Sakura, who was looking decidedly too pleased with herself. All right, he said slowly. I take it back. It was too early to call, he admitted, ignoring the fact that there'd be no tolerating her for the next hour or two. The fight lasted a long time, far longer than Sakura's. While Temari could stay out of Lee's reach using her fans gliding, wind jutsu, and even standing on the stadium walls, her attacks could barely even scratch Lee. He was just too fast, literally faster than the wind, and any attack that did hit him didn't seem to really slow him down at all, with nothing but a handful of minor cuts to show the damage he'd received. In the end, it was a battle of attrition more than anything else. As Temari realized her situation, she employed more and more powerful wind jutsu. Wider in scope, and greater in effect, trying to hit the Konoha Genin with a single powerful strike so her wind jutsu could really cut him. But Lee's speed was practically inhuman. And the more wind jutsu she used, the faster she got tired. Perhaps, if she would have conserved her energy, used smaller, more numerous attacks to force Lee to keep spending energy and speed to dodge, rather than single bursts of slow, big attacks, she may have outlasted him that way. But that didn't happen. And all Lee needed was one slip. He got it with a stumble. All it was a single stumble from legs whose muscles burned and whose bones felt like wet cardboard. The most minute of delays in her jump to escape. Then Lee was on top of her. He caught her on the wall, grasping onto her ankle a split second before she escaped again, and throwing her with one arm down to the ground below to pounce. Temari's kunai were out in an instant, abandoning her unwieldy, massive fan to attack in hand-to-hand, And to be fair, she did a hell of a lot better than Sasuke thought she would do, though also, Lee was limiting himself to try and disarm her and get her to yield rather than utilizing what brutal punching power he must have had. He grappled with the girl, systematically disarming her when she drew a weapon and blocking the dangerous strikes she tried to sneak through his guard towards his throat, eyes, armpit, and ankle. She knew where to hit, but it was clear Lee, when it came to taijutsu, was practically on a different planet, rather than a different league. Finally, after nearly 15 minutes of non-stop fighting, Temari collapsed onto her back, her breathing ragged as Lee, unbelievably, fussed over her and begged her to let him call the medics over. Sasuke was half worried Lee would surrender just so the Chunin medics could finally help the exhausted girl. "Lee's such a sweetheart," Sakura giggled. "And if you tell him I said that I will kill you in your sleep," she promised. He could tell the difference. "I don't need more him to keep hounding me for a date." Sasuke held up his hands like a man stepping back from a bonfire. Not his business. He watched the green-clad genin carry his opponent to the medics, and he could have sworn he heard the cry of use somewhere before another proctor stepped into the viewing box. "Yukigo Oma, Uchiha Sasuke." The raven-haired youth took a breath, eyeing his opponent at the other side of the room. "Good luck," Sakura said. "I'm too good for luck," he joked. "As you could swear he was your brother and not mine." "Oh hush," Naruto said, looking through his many pouches. "Help me find the scroll where I stored his sign." The Uchiha rolled her eyes upwards where several clones were rolling up Sakura's sign to hide it for Sasuke's match. "I don't think I'll be doing that." Sasuke stepped out towards the field, trying not to wince at the brightness of the sun. His opponent, Omo, was sucking on a lollipop, seeming remarkably at ease with the whole thing. Sasuke wasn't sure if that spoke to well-earned confidence or stupid arrogance. He hoped it was the latter. They stood in the middle of the arena. Sasuke could see the bits of blood still on the ground, Kankuro's more prominently than Lee or Temari's. "The fight is called when one combatant surrenders, or is unable to continue fighting. Am I understood?" He nodded, so did Omo. The man cut his hand across the air between them. "Begin!" Sasuke didn't take a stance, not immediately, either did Omo. The dark-skinned Kumo-nin popped the lollipop out of his mouth. "If I ask you to give up, would you?" Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "Don't see why I would." His opponent sighed. "Figures." Spitting out the piece of candy, he reached to the blades on his back, drawing them. That's when Sasuke took his stance. Omo's foot shifted, and Sasuke moved with him, both of them reading each other's stances, measuring their certainty and reactions. Sasuke had never faced a kenjutsu user, but the principles were the same for kunai knife fighting. Avoid the weapons where possible, disarm at first opportunity. Oftentimes when using a knife or a sword, people forgot all the other weapons the body had. Elbows, knees, even the skull. When Omo attacked, Sasuke backpedaled out of the reach of the first swing, ducking beneath the second as he tried for a kick at the exposed ribs, only for Omo's elbow to come snapping down right into the cleft between his foot and shin. He cursed, leg now throbbing as he snapped it back down, gingerly retreating to gain some distance. Then there was a wall at his back. He crashed into it, hard enough to knock the wind from his lungs, and Sasuke only had a moment to realize Omo had somehow made this wall without hand seals before his opponent was on top of him. He dove to the side, narrowly avoiding the blade, and then lunged forward before the second strike could come, pressing his torso against the edge of the sword before momentum and power could be put into swing, elbows rushing forward to catch Omo full in the teeth. The sharp, searing pain that lanced up his gut told him well enough his reward for the effort as he disengaged, leaping up, above and behind Omo's earth wall. It collapsed a split second later, crumbling to dust as Omo spat out a wad of blood, nose also bleeding rather profusely. He spotted Sasuke on the other side, with the Uchiha cradling his fresh stomach wound with a faintly green glowing hand. Omo groaned, his arms falling to his sides in what seemed like a man that had just run a marathon only to find out he had to climb a tower. "For fuck's sake, med techniques? Really?" Sasuke shrugged. "I want to be a medic." he answered somewhat defensively. That's nice and all, but did you have to learn it for this exam? Now beating you is gonna be twice as hard. I'm sorry? I guess? He genuinely did not know what the Kumo-nin expected. Mind healing this busted nose then? Sasuke blinked. We're competing. Why would I heal you? This had to be the most bizarre conversation he'd ever had with an enemy. Omo let out another aggravated huff. Alright, it's fine. It doesn't bother me. It bothers me. It bothers me a lot. Now when I win I'm gonna look ugly doing it with a goddamn nosebleed. You're not winning, Sasuke answered. Shush. He snapped back into his stance and attacked. Wherever his head was when he was talking, Sasuke had to admit that Omoi had a mind for close-range combat. Sasuke himself was no slouch in the taijutsu arts, and his speed was nothing to scoff at but almost seemed more than his match, and as the fight wore on he realized that the Kumo-nin was picking up speed to slowly but surely overwhelm him. He wants to save his real ability for later in the tournament. That was all well and good. In truth, Sasuke was holding back a few tricks of his own. But he hardly wanted to exhaust himself here, or have Omo keep pulling out more and more tricks to match his own in a slow escalation. Better end it now, hit him hard, hit him fast and make sure he doesn't have a chance to get up. His opportunity came when Omo finally broke through his guard, a sharp heel kick that smacked firmly against Sasuke's chin, hard enough to make the Uchiha's teeth clack shut, biting down on the tip and edges of his tongue hard enough to make him bleed. Even as he tasted copper, and his mouth throbbed with agony, his hands shot up, grabbing Omo by the ankle. Wah dash! Sasuke's hands burst into a pale blue glow and Omo suddenly felt something ripping and tearing at his whole limb. He fell flat on his ass, one hand reaching for the limb that seemed perfectly fine. Sasuke's head rolled a bit, spitting out a wad of blood onto the floor as he rubbed his jaw with a healing palm. Chakra scalpels, he said. You won't be using that leg anymore. Omo glared at him, not a hint of lazy aloofness or whatever crazy he had when asking Sasuke to heal him. He gripped his swords, both points digging into the ground as he used them to haul himself up to his feet. Sasuke stared at him. Give up. You're just gonna get yourself even more hurt. Omo smirked. You wish you were that lucky. And then he was lunging at him, a single hop from his still functioning leg carrying him over to Sasuke, using one blade to catch his momentum, the other to swing. Sasuke danced out the reach of the strike, going around his enemy to attack from the side before Omo, using the momentum from his own swing kept himself spinning, dodging Sasuke's kick to catch himself with a handstand and lashing out with his good foot, nearly catching the Uchiha in the jaw again. Sasuke's eyes narrowed in irritation. Looks like I was damn right to cripple him before he got serious about this. Staying out of the boy's preferred range, Sasuke leapt into the air. Katon, Gokaki no Jutsu! The fireball was hardly the largest Sasuke could make, but it was enough. Omo scrambled to get out of its range, using his blades as crutches and keeping his footing through the concussive shockwave if only just. Sasuke slipped into, and past the smoke caused by the fireball, emerging out the other side with a barrage of shuriken and kunai. Again, Omo proved himself more than adept at the blade, blocking and avoiding all the kunai blades that threatened him. Only for 3 of them to suddenly burst into smoke as they landed at his sides. His surprise was clear, and even with that, he was able to kill 2 of the clones before the third did its job, slapping a burning explosive tag onto the sword that Omo immediately had to toss before it exploded in a fireball of twisted and broken metal. With only one sword now being used as a crutch, Omo blocked and parried and fought off the last of Sasuke's clones without receiving a single hit before finally dispelling the copy with a punch that hit the clone right in the throat. Then Sasuke's blue-shrouded hand was on his shoulder, the real Uchiha having approached him from behind. With a yank, Omo's left arm fell limp, and Sasuke was once again at the Kumo-genin's back, a safe distance from that sword and any attack he could produce. You're done, Sasuke repeated. Don't make me have to disable all your limbs, Omo. The Kumo-genin sighed, aggravated as his last remaining arm and sword was straining to hold him upright. He paused. Have a really itchy nose right now. Sasuke felt like smacking his palms straight through his face. The proctor looked uncertain. Is that a surrender? Sasuke couldn't blame him for the question. Chapter 55. The best weapon a ninja had was the element of surprise. This, Naruto knew to be a fact. Whether it was surprise at the engagement itself, the time, the place, the enemy, a technique or trap. When you caught an enemy by surprise, your chances of winning the fight went up by a lot. Get caught out yourself and your chances of dying went up similarly. The same principle, largely, held true for these exams. Sakura and Sasuke won both their initial fights by having a trick up their sleeve their enemy hadn't been expecting, disabling/injuring them before they realized how much danger they were really in and being able to properly retaliate. There were some exceptions, of course. Even with surprise and superior technique, sometimes the enemy was just too far out of your league, your preparations too few to bridge the gap in power between the two of you. Temari's fight against Lee had been like that, one of the few. She just didn't have the speed to keep up with Lee, and when he got a hold of her, she was as good as done, despite all the tricks and advantages she held. It was the exception, not the rule. But as soon as the next combatants came up on that screen, he felt as though he was about to see it happen twice in one day. Oh no, he said, dismayed. Hyuga Hinata vs. Sabaku no Gaara. Hinata's picture was a gentle smile, winking at the camera with a confidence she hadn't had in his last life. Gaara's features were serious, solemn even, eyes hidden behind a blindfold, dressed in white as though in mourning. When the proctor escorted the two to the field, the crowd offered polite cheers and claps to cheer them on. Hinata waved at them, white eyes clear of the veins for now as Gaara walked beside her. The blind rage, the bloodlust just on the cusp of outright madness was absent from this Gaara, just as Hinata's timid nature was gone from her, but those seals, so many. He could spot them like brands on Gaara's flesh. The Sunanin hadn't gotten any better at sealing, but it seems they'd decided to supplement a lack of quality with quantity. Woo-hoo! Kiba cheered beside them. Hey! Kurenai-sensei! Hinata's up! I see that, Kiba. Kurenai answered 2 rows behind them, sitting besides the beaming Mato guy. Don't worry. Itachi's soft voice made him look at her, dark eyes looking down to the arena. If anything happens, we're ready. He took a breath. She was right. He wouldn't let anything hurt his friends again. Down in the arena, Hinata eyed her opponent. Truthfully, Sabaku no Gaara was an opponent she would have preferred to have someone else fight first. He was the only one that didn't engage in any direct combat out of the entire Suna team during the previous portion of the exam, so she had no knowledge of what his tactics would have been. His brother Kankuro would have been laughably easy to defeat. Her Jukin could eliminate his chakra strings as if they were never there, and once she closed the distance, he was basically a dead man. Temari would have been tougher to deal with, but she knew taijutsu was not her preferred engagement. She could work with that. Gaara, however, outside of what seemed like a strong earth affinity, she knew absolutely nothing about, while with a little research anyone could discover the basics of how Hyugas tended to fight. She'd have to be careful here. She could make some deductions, but it was mainly revolving around his eyes. With a blindfold, that meant he was using other senses to compensate. Hearing and smell was a possibility given what she knew about Inuzuka, so was a honed chakra sense, or a combination of all 3. An exploitable weakness. As the proctor looked to the 2 of them, Hinata took her fighting stance, watching as Gaara did the same, adopting a surprisingly basic stance. The proctor cut his hand straight down across the air. Begin. Hinata activated her Byakugan. Gaara didn't waste a second. Surrender. She raised an eyebrow. With her eyes she could read him like an open book. He was completely serious, but it wasn't arrogance or pride there. He was pleading with her. Utterly confident of his victory, but... Her features scrunched up. Perfect time for a mute to be facing a blind guy. Her primary means of communication being useless. Finding out more of his mindset through talking was out then. Annoying. She leapt into the air, high, deciding to not give him the chance to hear where she was coming from, Reaching into her shuriken pouch, she tossed 5, one after the other mid-flight, each one hitting the ground, inching closer and closer to Gaara's right side. Then she landed to his left as he turned to face the direction of the shuriken. She saw him realize his mistake, watched the chakra surge through his feet into the dirt between them. With a stomp onto that spot, her chakra lanced into the earth through the ball of her foot, ripping apart his hasty earth wall before it could even form, her hands lashing out to slap his shoulder and elbow, spearing the 2 points there with a minute bursts from her fingertips. With a kick that struck her in the stomach, Gaara backed away from her, gaining some distance with a one-handed cartwheel. Then he moved his arm. The arm she just disabled. Hinata felt her eyes widen just a bit. "You're good," the Sabaka said. "That would have taken anyone else out of the fight. But you'll never defeat my defenses. I'll ask again, please surrender." It was becoming clearer to her. The reluctance, the pacifist nature, the desire to avoid conflict, the deference she'd seen him display towards Temari, the hesitation to enter a battle. He was afraid. Deathly afraid. Not of her, no, but of himself, of losing some kind of control the longer the fight went on. Too bad for him, giving up wasn't in her nature. Now, something he'd said, defenses. That told her enough. He'd defended from her attack somehow. She'd hit him clean, but he'd apparently defended somehow. She tightened her stance and rushed at him head-on. If he was surprised by her headlong attack, he was quick enough to recover, slipping into his taijutsu stance, and trading blows with her with pinpoint precision. The Juken was not a style meant to clash with another fighting style. It was not even meant to fight itself. With the palm strikes that could rupture organs, disable limbs, tear at ligaments, and seal tenketsu, conventional wisdom stated that anyone stupid enough to go toe-to-toe with the Juken would find themselves an internally bleeding mess in just a few short exchanges. But that wasn't happening here. Hinata watched the chakra of her blows sink into Gaara's flesh and do absolutely nothing to him, and as the fight went on, even Gaara's basic taijutsu was quickly beginning to gain him a decided edge in the exchange, punishing her strikes with elbows, knees, and counters that only her Byakugan, speed and reflexes were allowing her to evade without a broken nose for her efforts. Hinata's eyes narrowed, a theory forming in her mind. Her open palms closed into tight fists. Her father would likely be spitting mad and howling at the bloody moon at the sight of Hinata's rapid shift from Juken into the bare basics of Mato Gai's iron fist fighting style. But her father wasn't here. She smirked. Knees bent in a decidedly low stance, both fists came crashing down onto Gaara's rising kick, knuckles smashing into the ankle with the sound of shattering ceramic. Hinata's smirk became predatory. "You taught her your style, Guy?" Naruto asked, with delighted surprise, turning his body to look up. The seat rose towards the green beast. Guy offered him a smile and a thumbs up. Kurenai-sen believed Hinata-san's taijutsu needed a backup, just in case. "I gave her some lessons this last month away from prying eyes. Good instincts," he complimented sincerely. The red-eyed beauty was trying not to look too smug but failed miserably. He turned back to the fight. Gaara's face was a grimace, not in pain but in concern as his hands tightened their defenses and Hinata proceeded to rip him apart. Knees, elbows, fists, and raw speed made it seem as though Hinata was everywhere at once, dancing around Gaara's simplistic taijutsu as though it was an afterthought, refusing to let him gain any breathing room as her hard fists shattered the layer of sand Gaara had been using to protect himself. He tried to shove his chakra into the ground, pull out some earth technique or other to gain some distance. The speed that he could do this was remarkable, but her feet were just plain faster. Each time Hinata was there, feet blasting the chakra he was channeling to pieces before pressing her attack on this sand skin of his. She'd never heard of such a technique. The chakra drain alone would be immense. But as a defense against the Juken, it was a brilliant solution. The chakra attacks were designed to get through the paper-thin layer of skin to do its damage. Make a layer of something above that to absorb the initial burst, and the rest of the chakra would just disperse by the time it hit the true flesh. Fascinating. She'd have to pick his brain, ask him how he came up with it. After she was done defeating him, of course. As the whole of his skin was now little more than cracking, peeling sand, he finally tried to lash out, countering with a hard right that would have caught her off guard had he not been telegraphing his intent to her eyes the whole time. She reached forward, fingers coiling around his forearm with a smile that, if he would have been able to see it, might have scared him as she gripped his wrist with one hand. The fingers of her free hand were on him then, slipping between the cracks of his sand skin, tiny knives of chakra finally finding their targets. She could see the surprised dismay on his face a split second before the blood rushed up and he coughed bright red. She twisted his arm, knee rising sharply to shatter the stretched elbow. He sensed her intent, and recovered faster than she'd ever seen anyone manage. She could have sworn she hit a lump. Twisting his body in a way she hadn't expected, he brought a kick up from out of bloody nowhere, clear across his body to clip her in the chin. She didn't let go of his wrist though, and with a harsh yank that she tried to pull him off balance, she felt something give and slip off him in her grip. She looked down. She was holding a bracelet, her Byakugan eyes seeing the dissipating wisps of chakra on the golden band. When she looked at Gaara, something was definitely wrong. Gaara was clutching at his wrist like it was on fire, his whole body shaking as his face was scrunched up in what looked like absolute agony. "Please," he whispered. "Please, just surrender. I'm begging you." Hinata's features tightened, looking to the bracelet in her hand before throwing it to the ground and deciding to press her attack. She saw it with the eyes of her family. The chakra covered him like an invisible shroud, sinking into the ground beneath their feet, ripping it to pieces, breaking it apart, making it malleable to his purpose. She felt the ground rolling beneath her feet like a roiling earthquake too far to really shake someone. When she reached him, it all came surging up. A wall of sand. Her fist smashed right into it, and Hinata's chakra surged out of her fist into the sand wall. This was no gentle juken strike, but a small explosion of chakra going off from her fist like an explosive tag, tearing at the chakra Gaara was using to control this mass of grains like cheap paper, ripping a hole straight through it, and delivering a series of rapid-fire strikes to tear at the rest of it before he could rally. Drawing two kunai, Hinata moved to shove them into the weakest parts of that still crumbling sand skin armor. Gaara's hands shot up, lightning quick, grabbing her by the wrists and stopping her attack before shoving her away with all of his, apparently considerable physical strength. Hinata flew backwards through the air, at least a good 15 feet. Hitting the ground on her feet, she skidded to a stop, looking at her opponent. His face was a rictus of agony, like he was struggling to hold back the weight of a crushing boulder. Then his features gained a strange calm, his body losing its rigid tension. He started to smile. The smile was wrong, twisted. A mockery of a true smile. It wasn't even insane. More like a thing had seen human smiles and was perverting one in an attempt to emulate what he'd seen on others. Then his eyes started glowing through the blindfold. It was an eerie yellow, just barely visible through the white cloth and bright daylight. But see it she did. Apparently, her opponent's fears of losing control had some kind of merit. When Gaara laughed, it was a gleeful, maddened thing, and the sand shot out of the ground like a living beast, seeking her out. The sand formed blades, row upon row of them shifting like grinding teeth. Her eyes saw his chakra flood the arena grounds, going all around her before the sand came up like boiling water bubbling out of a pot and surging towards her. "It's been so long since he let me out to play!" Her opponent laughed. She jumped, a move born out of desperation as she used her chakra to thrust her body into a spin. The sand rushed up, ready to ensnare her before the howling tearing of air from the Kaiten ripped the attack to pieces, allowing her to fall another few feet before the sand moved all over again, right beneath her, and rising like a sea monster to swallow her whole. Her world fell into dark, and the chakra around her was so thick even her Byakugan could hardly see anything beyond the nebulous cloud of it that surrounded her. Her chakra surged around her like a beast tearing at its restraints, trying to wrestle at least a modicum of control from Gaara, but it was no use, and before long Hinata could feel her lungs burning as a cold fear took over her body, and her mind struggled to find a way out. Her fingers slipped on sand, the coarse grains going through and around her grip like she was trying to grasp water. She felt it, like a poison crawling down her spine. He could feel her struggles, feel her choking, drowning. He was enjoying it. For the second time in her life, Hinata felt the first true vestiges of panic rising in her body, a blind, desperate fear as tears gathered in her eyes. She was going to die here. Then, light, sound, she sucked down a breath, feeling herself held in a cocoon of sand tight enough to make breathing difficult, and her attempts to desperately fill her lungs all at once, nearly impossible. She looked down at Gaara. The madness was there, lingering in his face and behind the glow of those eyes. I want to hear it, do you surrender? She had no hands to speak and his sand was keeping her head from moving at all. He was going to kill her, he wanted to kill her. That smile widened. I'll take your silence as an ode. Suddenly, her arms were free, her body was free, the sand exploding around her, dispersed by something she couldn't see before strong arms were around her waist. Her legs felt weak as they touched the ground and she looked behind her to find, much to her surprise, Sasuke's sister, and Sakura and Sasuke's sensei standing in front of Gaara. The proctor immediately raised his hand. Due to outside interference, Hiba Hinata is disqualified from proceeding further. The fight goes to Sabaka no Gaara. But the crowd apparently wasn't listening, eyes riveted to the arena floor where the blonde and redhead were squaring off. The fight's done, she heard Naruto say, his face completely devoid of his typical smile. Go back now, before I force you to. Gaara's smile was enduring. Force me! He laughed, the hysterical chuckles increasing in pitch as the sand swirled and flowed at his feet before rushing forward like a forest of lances. Even to her eyes. Naruto was there, and then he was gone, the very chakra disappearing from her gaze for a split second. She just had a moment to see the trail of it dance past the grasping, seeking waves of sand, slipping through minute gaps too fast for anyone without her eyes to see. She just managed to register the surprise on Gaara's face a half-second before Naruto's hand gripped his skull, fingers pressing into his temple while the other grasped Gaara's wrist, the one she'd removed the bracelet from. His voice was too soft to hear now, but Hinata's eyes didn't need for her to hear to understand. Leave my friend alone, Shikaku. Hinata saw it with her eyes, the chakra surging through Naruto's tenketsu in a way she hadn't seen before. From anyone, flowing out of his fingers as he grasped Gaara's head, thumb and index finger pressed to his temples just above the cloth blindfold. Fuelin! The word went off like a firework and Hinata saw Gaara's entire body go slack like a puppet with its strings cut, all of the chakra in his body sealing right up like a cork had been shoved into the mouth of a bottle, not letting a drop pour out past it. The chakra was focused around his wrist and head as Naruto released him, and then caught his body before it could fall, setting him down gently. The whole arena fell into a hush, seemingly catching up with what the hell had just happened. Then all hell seemed to break loose. People were screaming, cheering, others booing, calling them cheaters and a million other things. A voice through an intercom called for people to remain orderly in the stands, repeating the message as it was ignored. Her Byakugan was active, so she noticed them all quickly. Proctors, more than what had been there a moment before, seemed to surround them from out of nowhere, looking grim and stern-faced as Itachi-san offered her shoulder a reassuring squeeze. She saw others move towards Naruto and Gaara, with the last one also having the benefit of a stretcher before they were each escorted, or shoved in Naruto's case, out of the arena through a side door. Holy shit, Sakura breathed. Hinata-chan was fucking amazing. And Naruto-sensei and Itachi-sensei were fast. I didn't even see them move from the stands. Yeah. Sasuke breathed. I'm still trying to piece half of it together. Why'd they interfere though? You think that Gaara guy was gonna really hurt Hinata-chan? Don't know. Too damn far and too hectic to get a read, but probably. Don't think my sister or Naruto would have stepped in otherwise. Makes sense. That Gaara guy looked like he was just starting to get serious too. Sakura mused before letting out an amused sound. After that fight, all the other fights are gonna suck. She laughed. At least till I beat you. Sasuke smirked. Gotta get past Lee first. Think you can handle it? Sakura smirked. Oh. I have a trick or two that slipped past you up my sleeve. You're not escaping me publicly kicking your ass, Sasuke-kun. Unless you let that Gaara guy beat you into the dirt just to get away. Not even in your best dreams, Haruno. He chuckled. Chapter 56. Itachi had known, going in, that there would be consequences for their interference. Even so, the level of anger in the Kazekage's voice was a little surprising. Although they had attacked the last contestant Suna had in this tournament, his son to boot. She supposed in that light his anger was understandable. This is an outrage. The man's voice was a low snarl in the room. The leader of the Land of Wind looked at the Uchiha and Uzumaki as though the heat of his gaze alone could skewer them with 1,000 blades. They have interfered with the public spectator portion of the examination, specifically going after the last genin of my village from the competition, the strongest of the genin as well. The one who was to entice the most clients. They did. Mei agreed, sitting 2 chairs to the man's left, the rakeage between them. They also moved to save one of their own from your genin. The exams are dangerous, killing is authorized. The Kazekage shot back. The one your boy was about to murder. Sarutobi drawled, smoke wafting between his teeth. Is the heiress to the Hyuga clan. That changes nothing. Kitsuchi, the Tsuchikage, didn't smile, but Itachi could only assume he was very pleased by this turn of events. Or are we suddenly giving preferential treatment based on familial ties? Afraid I missed that memo. A sat like a great bear in his chair, a mountain of muscle that looked at the 2 shinobi with a face that seemed chiseled out of stone. What exactly did you do, boy? He asked, his voice like a rolling thunderstorm. Sealed his chakra. Naruto answered. 2 level 2 seals, one on the Tenketsu where Hinata removed the medium for the previous seal, the other at the first gate. Side effects? A asked. Might have to use a bit more chakra than normal to do techniques for the first hour after he wakes up. The blonde shrugged. Maybe less than that. Not sure. An hour? The Kazekage asked. The next rounds will start long before that. Then a thought occurred to him. How long before he even wakes up? Another hour, maybe 2. The Kazekage looked murderous. So you've effectively eliminated my son from this competition entirely. Removed my village from the competition that is meant to attract clients to our country. This time, Naruto cringed. She didn't blame him. Put that way, it sounded and looked pretty bad. Scoffed. You're both to be fined. He turned his eyes towards Sarutobi and the still silent Kutu. 20,000 for the Chunin, 60 for the Jounin. To dash. Naruto's shout was half strangled in his throat when Itachi grabbed him hard enough by the shoulder for one to hear the bones cracking under her grip, his voice turning into a smothered squeak. They were getting off light if it was just a fine. Seems low dash. The Kazekage agreed with her. Considering how much potential revenue they cost my village. If your son wakes before the end of the tournament, he will be placed in the semi-finals, or final round if the semi-finals are done. A answered, looking to Konoha and Sunagekir's leaders. This arrangement is acceptable to all, I trust. It wasn't really a question. If anyone protested, she had little doubt A would tell them exactly how much their protests mattered. He turned his eyes back to them, holding up a single finger. You get one for free. Interfere again, and it will be much worse. Am I making myself clear? Itachi nodded, Naruto doing the same at another squeeze of his shoulder. It won't happen again. With a jerk of his head towards the door, A dismissed them, turning towards the proctor who had escorted them up here. Call for the next match to start. Yes, Raikage-sama. He answered with a bow before gesturing the 2 of them to follow. Once outside the Kage booth, the 2 were escorted by the proctors back to the general area, where someone decided to meet them. That must have been bracing. Naruto's spine immediately stiffened, while Itachi's black eyes turned lazily towards the voice. Orochimaru-sama. The Sannin smiled at the 2 of them stepping closer, hands clasped behind his back. This might be a problem. He drawled after a long moment of silence. What is? Naruto's question was sharp, impatient, as it usually was towards this man. Your interference, he said simply. If it had just been saving the Hyuga girl, that would be one thing. But removing the Kazekage's trump card in these exams for all intents and purposes. He tisked, almost mockingly. You're referring to the economic situation in Sunagakure? Itachi half-asked, half-stated. The Chunin exams are a way to attract clients. Orochimaru nodded. Suna has been bleeding client, primarily to Konoha's benefit. You think we should have let Hinata-chan get killed then? Naruto sneered. The Sannin offered a shrug of his shoulders. It certainly would have made things far less complicated. Naruto's snarl was almost beast-like in its ferocity. To hell with that. What's done is done regardless. The young man's one-time sensei waved off. I'm merely warning the two of you, on the return journey, be more watchful of our allies than you previously thought we need to be. The image we've fostered of having handily beaten Iwagakure might give the pause in betraying us, but shinobi alliances are notoriously fickle. Give them enough reason, economic or otherwise, to betray us, and they'll do just that. If they do betray us, Itachi cut in. I trust you have a plan? The man's smile got just a bit bigger. Always. Turning his head to the entrance of the seating area, he continued. I won't keep you further. He turned to walk away before suddenly snapping his fingers as though remembering something. Oh, and Naruto, tell that Haruno girl that she put on a most impressive display. He laughed at the look on the boy's face till he disappeared from view. The tournament continued after that. The next fight was between Tenten and Karui, Omoi's teammate. It was almost a repeat of Lee's fight with Temari in a way, with a mid-/long-range specialist pitted against someone who almost exclusively dedicated themselves to close-range combat. Kenjutsu, to be specific, using two swords, one a dagger that was almost large enough to be called a short sword, and the other a fairly large broadsword almost as tall was its wielder. The fact that she could not only carry it, but wield it with considerable speed attested to a ridiculous amount of physical strength for her size and age. Tenten demonstrated aptitude in close-range combat herself, to be sure. Whenever Carrie closed the distance, she would fluidly draw on a summoned weapon from a slip of paper. She never seemed surprised by the weapon she drew and wielded it with a deft proficiency that spoke of long hours practicing each and every single one before she'd put distance between them with a flurry of thrown weapons, even going so far as to toss out a home-made shrapnel bomb or two through the exchange that she threw with enough pinpoint precision that she was always just outside of its potential blast radius. By the time the fight was drawing to a close, both girls were covered in a litany of cuts and bruises. Tenten's pink clothes were matted in blood and almost nothing white remained of Karui's white and black outfit. It was the longest fight these exams had seen yet. To the civilians, and even some of the shinobi on the lower brackets, it was quite thrilling, really. Both girls put on a full display of their skills and strengths, with each one countering and answering the attacks of the other. In the end, though, Karui seemed to just have that little bit of extra stamina or strength to finish the fight in her favor, hammering at Tenten's defenses with brutish, raw power that Tenten just didn't have the strength or speed left to repel. It was the dagger that did it. So focused was she on the massive broadsword that by the time she realized what was happening, it was too late, and a slice just under her right breast had her on the ground. The Chunin called it there, tossing a look in Naruto and Itachi's general direction. It was a good thing he called it too, because Tenten looked like she was ready to keep going anyway, wound or no wound. The remaining fights were nothing noteworthy. Two of the students from Haku's team took on one boy from Kusa, another from Kumo. The real upset, however, was Niji. Now, when a Hyuga fights a taijutsu or kenjutsu specialist, the conclusion is basically a foregone one that said Hyuga is going to win. After all, Lee had enough power in a single punch to outright flatten any genin in this tournament with laughable ease, but he could never beat Hyuga Niji no matter how hard he tried. That's how much of an advantage Niji had in any close combat engagement. So when the third of Karabi's students, Samui, made her way into the stage with a wakizashi strapped to her waist and looking like she knew how to use it, Naruto felt kind of bad for her, truth be told, to have the shit luck to draw her one true counter right off the bat. Then of course, the match started and that pity turned to surprise before quickly getting turned on to Niji instead. The Hyuga was getting butchered out there. Samui was fast. Really fast. Even for a Chunin or particularly weak Jounin she would have been fast. She wasn't as fast as Lee, but she had one advantage Lee didn't have, or make use of. Her sword. When Niji would strike, against Lee, he would have to block, make physical contact. Even without the palm, from contact with the forearm alone damage would be done. Samui wasn't giving him that contact. She was just cutting him. Lightning quick with razor-sharp precision, her blade would find its way to intercept Niji's palm strike. By the time the second minute of the match was ticking by, Niji's fingers and hands looked like they'd been put through a blender, bleeding profusely from his fingertips. He hadn't managed to land a single hit on his aloof blonde opponent. Frankly, Naruto suspected the only reason he hadn't lost his hand entirely, or his fingers for that matter, is that Samui didn't want to completely destroy his career. He remembered she had foresight like that in his last life. If she was fighting Hinata, it might be a different ball game. Hinata had zero qualms about supplementing the Hyuga's fighting style with things to cover its bases and weaknesses, as seen by her adopting elements of Gai's style to rip through Gaara's defenses earlier. Niji, however, Niji was a purist, who believed the Hyuga taijutsu and techniques were all he'd ever need if mastered to their absolute highest level. He wasn't at that level yet, so who knows if that was true or not in the end, but right now, he was getting a very rude awakening. In the end, it wasn't a blow or wound that decided the fight. Naruto had forgotten just how stupidly pessimistic Niji had been in this stage in his life. Samui told him he was simply too weak to match her, and he accepted it, surrendering to fate, or whatever that stupid shtick was. Maybe he'd have to give him another ass-kicking too. No. That wouldn't work this time. He remembered it was his status as a nobody that hammered the point home last time. This time he had status. Maybe get Hinata to kick his ass? That could work. And it was always good to have joint team sessions with Team 6. Hinata was surprisingly funny once you got used to reading the rapid-fire hand signs. Then it was time for the second rounds and Naruto felt himself get just a bit more excited. Lee and Sakura were up next. No! I refuse to do this. I will not harm such a delicate flower. Lee dash. Ten, now bandaged and sitting in one of the available benches, snarled at her hard-headed teammate, who was prostrating himself with tears in his eyes in front of Sakura, who looked decidedly uncomfortable with the green-dressed boy holding her hand. This is a tournament. Sakura knows she came here to get punched in the face. Now you get in there, and punch her right in her perfect cheekbones, god damn it. Don't love me too much, Ten. Sakura deadpanned. He's the last of us in this tournament, she protested. I am not having him give up because he thinks he's in love with you. I am in love with Dash. Stay out of this, Lee. It doesn't involve you. I'm feeling pretty involved. I think it's sweet. Sakura smiled, watching as Lee seemed to puff up where he knelt. Oh no! Tenten pointed from where she sat. You stop that right now. I know what you're doing. Sakura's smile was sweet enough to give cavities. Then, marching in from out of left field, came Hinata, smiling as she patted Sakura in the shoulder, knelt beside Lee and proceeded to make hand signs to talk with the young man. Lee looked at her, reading her sign language. Well, yes, but Dash. More signs. But what if Dash? More signs. You think that will war Dash? More signs, faster and more enthusiastic. Suddenly, Lee's face changed, losing its hesitation before a determined glint came to his eyes as he stood up, looking at Sakura right in the eye. Sakura-chan. I will fight you. Let us both do our best. Sakura looked at both girls, who looked fairly triumphant at Lee's declaration. I am seriously beginning to rethink our friendship, guys. Chapter 57. As had happened with Hinata and Gaara, Naruto felt himself wince just a bit as the names came up on the board. Well, shit. He trained Sakura well. He knew Itachi had trained Sakura well, but he just couldn't see in any way for Sakura to beat Rock Lee. His speed advantage was just too much. Maybe if Sakura went all out and used potentially lethal force she might have a chance. But he knew her better than that. Even if she were offered the chance to jump straight to Jounin winning here, she'd never resort to outright lethal force. You believe she'll lose? Itachi drawled beside him. You saw how fast Lee was, Naruto said. You really think she can match that? No, came the simple answer, almost nonchalant in its delivery. But I also saw Mato Guy's student holds back too much. Naruto blinked. Well, yeah, Lee's a nice guy. He might win despite that. She nodded, a small smirk tugging on her lips. But she'll make him pay for it before he does. If he wins, it won't be while holding back, she boasted. Now, Naruto was really excited to see just how much Itachi had taught the Pinkette. Could you go back to wanting to give up again, Lee? It was a joke, but only half of one. After seeing Lee's speed against Temari, she was not at all thrilled to be taking it on now. She never fought someone this fast besides Naruto and Itachi, and the two had always held back just enough for her to actually be able to see where they were coming from. She doubted Lee would give her the same courtesy, seeing as how he was fighting to win, not teach her. In response, Lee shook his head. I'm sorry, Sakura-chan, but Hinata-san is right, and has shown me that I must fight you in this contest. He took a fighting stance. Sakura smiled down at Hinata. She had a trump card, something she was pretty sure would net her the win, but she wanted to save it for her fight with Sasuke. He'd picked up quite a few tricks, especially in the healing arts, but she was fairly sure he hadn't quite gotten to the one that would save him if she played her cards right. If she didn't use it on Sasuke, he would probably outlast her with his self-healing and bigger chakra reserves. But if she didn't use it on Lee, she might not make it to Sasuke at all. Decisions. Let's just see how this plays out. Might get lucky and have him trip up or something. Drawing two kunai herself, Sakura took a low, tight stance, defensive. The Chunin's hand cuts the air between them. Begin! Lee, as expected, attacked first. She knew he was fast, but seeing it happen to Temari and experiencing Lee suddenly closing a 5-meter gap before she could blink was a whole different experience. His closed fist slammed into her stomach, knocking the wind out of her. She kept her senses though, latching onto the limb with both arms before he could pull back. He brought up a knee that hit her in the ribs, and Sakura felt what little breath she'd taken shoved out of her again, feeling like she was gonna throw up. With irresistible strength, Lee snapped his arm out of her grip, driving an elbow into the hard bone of her chest, shoving her back and offering a soft kick to drive her further away. He then realized there was a chain linking the two of them, coiled around his wrist, tied to a kunai in Sakura's hand. The green beast blinked in stupefied surprise as Sakura let herself smile. With a shout, she smashed her fist down to the earth, well past her elbow, hard enough to yank Lee forward on the now taut chain link. The soft dirt of the stadium grounds hardened to solid rock as she extracted her hand and pounced. Lee realized the danger he was in as he hastily began to try and untie the knot of the chain, only to have to raise his knee to intercept Sakura's kick, abandoning his attempts to untie it entirely as his sole remaining free hand moved to try and block Sakura's rapid-fire assault. He was faster than her, stronger, but tethered down to one spot. Much of his speed and much of his power were cut down to something she could manage. Even so, she realized quickly that she would never win this fight like this. Even down to one arm and largely immobile, Lee was just plain better than she was at taijutsu. Drawing two more of her kunai knives, it took every ounce of her skill to get in close enough to slice off Lee's kunai holster on his hip, and even that was probably done only because he assumed she was aiming for the artery instead. The holster hit the ground and she kicked it away before she herself leapt back. Lee suddenly realized his mistake. His head snapped towards the holster, now too far away to reach for, before snapping his eyes towards her as she drew a plethora of kunai and shuriken. She let loose. She was no Tenten, but she was no slouch in accuracy either. For all that though, Lee still made dodging the rain of metal look like it was second nature to him, weaving and twisting himself, even within the confines of the chain's tether. Then she noticed him going back to untying the chain on his wrist. Sakura grit her teeth, mulling over her next decision. She didn't want to escalate things this much. Especially not against a friend. She drew her explosive tags. The next volley was accompanied by 3 lit tags. Lee saw them, and his attempts ceased as his stance widened, standing perfectly still. Sakura felt her eyes go wide with shock. "What the hell are you doing?" She felt herself scream, horrified that he was just gonna sit there and take all 3 bombs to the proverbial face. Her horror turned to surprise, and then to horror of a different kind. Lee's hands moved lightning fast, catching all 3 kunai mid-air in a single, fluid motion before turning them right around and stabbing them into the dirt around the rock anchoring him in place. Oh shit! Lee pulled himself as far as possible, laying himself flat on the dirt a split second before the explosions went off. A cloud of dust swallowed Lee whole. Sakura couldn't see anything as her feet hit the ground again, her hands coming up to a defensive stance, the last 2 of her knives in them. She wasn't stupid enough to think Lee would let himself get caught twice. She should use it now. If Lee... Her thoughts were cut off as a solid chunk of rock came soaring out of the cloud, too fast to react, too fast to really even see before it nailed her straight in the ribs. She heard, more than felt the sickening crack of bone. Her feet lifted off the ground before she hit the dirt hard. The rock was yanked back, and she opened her eyes enough to see Lee, marching out of the cloud, chain and rocks spinning in practiced, decisive movements. A gravity hammer. She just handed Lee a gravity hammer. And he apparently knew exactly how to use it. She coughed, tasting blood, and tried to find the strength to reach her feet. "Sakura-chan," Lee called, bringing her eyes up to him. He looked at her sadly. "Please give up. You're hurt." She swallowed metal, humming at the back of her throat with something that approximated a smile on her face. If she used it now, could she win? Maybe. Did she have enough time for it to work? Lee was fast. If he was really against the ropes, would he take her out quick so the proctor could call it before it worked? Probably. Her thoughts churned in her mind, slow and foggy with pain. If she used it now, she stood a 50-50 chance of winning, depending on Lee. Hirano. The proctor's voice brought her back to reality, snapping her eyes towards him as she sucked in some blood that had dribbled to her lower lip. "Can you continue?" he asked, neutrally, hands clasped behind his back, face blank. It was her choice. Her choice. Then she was gonna make sure they won this damn exam. She shook her head. "I'm no proctor. I can't." She looked to Lee, smiling. "You got me, Lee." He smiled back, though it was tinged with sadness she was grateful to note. As the proctor called the match in his favor, Lee dropped the rock and chain from its ready stance and moved to help her make it to the Chunin medics. "Lee." "Yes, Sakura-chan? Tell Sasuke to come see me really quick. I need to tell him something before his next fight." "Of course, Sakura-chan." Lee helped her to the medics, laying her gently on a stretcher beside the Chunin as he ran off to go get Sasuke. She laid flat on her back, trying not to breathe too deep, or too fast, or move too much, or lay still enough to feel tense and stiff, or do anything that resembled, living. The medic scanned her, casually informing her that 2 of her lower ribs were broken to go along with the cuts and bruises, and that her left wrist had twisted and was swelling. When the hell did that happen? She stared up as she lay on her back, one half of her sight finding the canopies that shaded the stadium seats, the other the blue sky dotted by thin gray clouds. "Sakura-chan, I brought Sasuke," Lee called, appearing in her vision. She smiled. "Thanks, Lee." He smiled back. "You did really great, Sakura-chan." Her expression grew just the faintest bit sad. "Don't be nice to me yet, Lee. You might think I'm a complete bitch before the day's done." He looked confused. He should be. She shouldn't have given him so blatant a warning either. But then before he could ask anything else, Sasuke was there, standing across from Lee, filling the other half of her sight. "Got your ass kicked, huh?" She glared, wishing so badly to just reach up and punch him. Her temptation almost won over her desire to see Team 7 win in the end. But only just. "Lee, give us a sec." Lee nodded, his smile returning full force before he walked away. "Thanks, Lee!" She forced herself to shout, ignoring the sharp pain and the chunin hissing beside her. She looked to Sasuke, he looked back at her. "She did good," Naruto cheered. "HN," was the sound Itachi deigned to release from the back of her throat. Blue eyes turned to her, squinting. "What? Why are you mad?" "She did good. Better than I thought." Her lips twisted just a bit. "Doesn't make sense, she should have done better, fought smarter." "Your expectations are too high." He disagreed. "Everyone makes mistakes, especially in a chunin exam." "She did good." Itachi crossed her arms in what, to him, seemed like stubborn disagreement. Naruto turned away. "Sasuke's up next." "No, he's not," she countered. "His opponent would have been Gaara." "Oh." He cringed, smiling a little sheepishly. "Right." As expected, a few minutes later the Chunin proctor marched out. Due to outside interference, he could have sworn a dozen eyes turned towards them in that moment. He tried not to look sheepish. "Sabaku no Gaara of Sunagakure is unable to fight at this time. As such, we will move on from his battle with Uchiha Sasuke from Konoha and on to the next contestants." Sasuke fingered the new vial as he walked back to the waiting area, looking at the clear liquid inside it with a newfound sense of pride in his teammate/friend. If she'd have sprung this on him in their fight, he would have been well and truly fucked. If that Gaara guy never showed up, Lee would be his next opponent. He had no intention of repeating Sakura's mistake and holding back. Lee was too damn fast, and if he kept that improvised gravity hammer, too goddamn dangerous. Just like Omoy, hit him hard before he got serious, ended fast. He placed the vial in a padded pocket in his holster as he opened the main door to the waiting area. Marching past the proctors, he found his way to the door that let them spectate, only for the door to be yanked open just before his hand brushed the knob and for someone to walk right out. She looked for all intents and purposes like the cat that ate the canary. "Hinata-cha He stopped. "Byakugan, see-through walls, peerless lip reader." He scowled at the now smug-looking girl. "You know everything, don't you?" Her smile threatened to split her face as she started to make signs. "I never knew she had it in her." Sakura-chan got clever. He nodded. "You gonna tell anyone?" She shrugged, hands moving. "Already got Lee to fight. Did my part. Up to him to fight smart now." While he appreciated that, it made him rather confused. "So, this is Dash." He gestured between them, and she was the utter picture of confusion. He decided to clarify. "Blackmail? Threats? Moral judgment saying that we're cheating? I'm a bit lost when you just leave it without the possibility of telling someone." She huffed. "Oh, I just have to talk about it, you boring idiot. Do you have any idea how hard it's gonna be to sit through another 2 matches on this with Tenten and Lee right there in the room? Tenten's gonna flip. She might try stabbing Sakura when she finds out. Get some guards. I'll keep that in mind." He wasn't entirely sure if she was serious or not. As such, he didn't know if he himself was being sarcastic or not. It was all very confusing. "Oh. We need to decide on a signal for you to give me before you do it." "What? Why?" "Wanna activate my Byakugan a second before you do it so I can see the full glory of Tenten's expression. You seriously have no idea how hilarious she looks when she gets angry. At other people, at least. It's scary when it's directed at you." She giggled. With her ruined voice box, it wasn't a pretty sound, but Sasuke could feel a smile tugging at his own lips just a bit. Sakura really should reconsider these friendships of hers, he muttered, receiving a sharp punch to the shoulder before she rolled her eyes and finally let him pass into the spectating area. Chapter 58. The next 2 fights in the tournament had the 2 Kumo Kunoichi pitted with the different genin from Kiri and Iwa. Karui, the one who fought Tenten earlier, was up against one of Haku's genin, the girl. While both had their share of scratches and exhaustion, Karui had come into the fight worn out the most, on account on her fight with Tenten. As such, it was patently obvious, even to non-ninja, that the girl was moving slowly, and that her reactions and evasions were sluggish. The power behind her swings of that broadsword tapered off quickly after the initial burst. The fight was practically decided at the outset. Being Kimimara's student, fighting a melee user was an old hat to the Kiri genin, and she easily danced around Karui's attacks to draw her into a trap, disarming her in one movement, then slicing the back of her knee with the next. At that point the Chunin called it, even as the fire-spitting Kumo girl was threatening to gnaw her opponent's legs off. Samui was practically the exact opposite of Karui, being the strongest of B's students, and making that fact well known in her second fight. She was, to all locals and quite a few foreigners, the favorite to win the whole thing. Whereas she showed her dominance in taijutsu when she went up against Niji, the Iwa genin boasted a rock-solid arsenal of ninjutsu, and not just earth elements, but water and fire as well. Of course, he had no answer for lightning, the primary weakness of the biggest chunk of his punching and defensive power techniques, which happened to be Samui's primary element. But even so, few genin of her age could boast the taijutsu chops to bring a hyuga to heel and also be adept enough at ninjutsu to handle their elemental affinity so deftly as well. She could probably drop out of the tournament entirely right now, and the proctors and kages would declare her a chunin without a second thought. Then the second rounds were over, and they were back up to the start, with two of the last four names appearing on the board. Uchiha Sasuke vs. Rock Lee. Naruto heard the crowd cheer long and loud as the semifinals finally started. Lee, the blonde had noticed, had actually become something of a fan favorite amongst the spectators, particularly the civilians. Naruto's hearing, sharper than most, allowed him to pick up snippets of conversation here and there, and a great many of them were centered around Lee. Ninjutsu, genjutsu, traps, trickery, mind games, a lot of it went over the heads of civilians. How could they understand a 3-layered genjutsu? Or the incredible feat of chakra control it took to properly utilize razor wire hidden in your hair? Or even the complexities of a simple chakra scalpel? A ninja could appreciate these things, especially when watching young genin and their utter lack of experience pulling it off and making it look easy when in reality it took months and months of training. But a civilian couldn't. Not really. But Lee was giving them something they could see, feel even. A proper, honest fight. Sure, his speed was something they could barely keep up with, but that just made him all the more impressive in their eyes. They liked Lee's fights, and they wanted to see more. Naruto was glad. Too often Lee was overshadowed, either by his teammate Niji or his sensei. Seeing him get some much-deserved recognition made him feel a strange sort of satisfaction on his friend's behalf. Naruto. The voice made him turn, leaning forward to look at Akane sitting on Itachi's other side. Huh! What's up, Akane-chan? The youngest member of Team 7 looked pensive, serious even. It was an unusual look on her. Is it bad that I kinda want to cheer for Lee-kun? She smiled sheepishly. You can always cheer for both, he ventured, smiling a bit. Seemingly getting an idea, the girl primly closed her eyes, hopped off her seat and started walking off like the princess she was in all but name. Naruto blinked, confused, but he figured there was nothing to really worry about, so he decided to turn his attention down to the arena as his two friends marched out. The two Konoha genin marched to the center of the arena, with Lee looking decidedly more battle-worn than his Uchiha opponent. Sasuke's fight with Oma had been relatively fast, whereas Lee's fight with Temari had been a dragged-out affair and his fight with Sakura had been short, but the girl had managed to press Lee harder than Temari had. You should give up, Sasuke warned. I'm not like Sakura. This will get painful for you. It is not in my nature to give up, Sasuke-san. Lee shot back with a determined glint in his eye. I expected as much, the Uchiha groused, just before the Chunin sliced his hand across the air between the two of them. Begin. Lee didn't hesitate, and with that speed that had brought down Temari and Sakura, he lunged towards Sasuke. Sasuke shifted, and as Lee cocked back his fist to deliver a solid blow, he saw Sasuke's foot crunch down on something on the ground. No, not on it. There hadn't been anything underneath. A cloud of dark miasma exploded, Around the two of them, darker than a regular smoke bomb, with an odd, nauseating smell. Lee breathed in a lungful before he found his legs under him and leapt clear of the noxious fume. As the cloud dissipated, Sasuke was still there, still in the center. Lee saw him in time to toss away a vial? Sasuke stared at him with cold, dark eyes. Like I said, I'm not like Sakura. He drawled again, raising his head a little bit. She held her trump card in hopes of using it against someone else. But you're just too damn fast, Lee. Lee felt his chest growing tighter, static on his fingernails. Poison? What you just breathed in is a paralyzing nerve agent, Sasuke continued. That tingling you feel at your fingertips, that's the poison starting to take effect. He wasn't sure if it was the poison, or Sasuke's words, but Lee found he could barely even breathe. You have about 160 more seconds, Sasuke warned. After that, your muscles will lock themselves so tight you'll feel as if you're made out of stone. The fight's mine. You just poisoned yourself too, Lee protested. Sasuke gestured towards the vial. And I just drank the antidote. Lee's features grew severe, darkening. I see. You truly are a good shinobi, Sasuke-san. I didn't even notice you plant this trap during your fight. And you never would have. The Uchiha muttered with something that sounded vaguely like a laugh. Still, Lee continued unperturbed. 160 seconds. That means I have just over 2 minutes to beat you. You can try, Sasuke conceded. Lee's stance widened, fists going to his side. Then there's no time to take it easy on you either. Sasuke was very, very glad he had decided to use this now, as Lee's body started to visibly glow. I thought he couldn't use chakra. Then his skin turned a worrying shade of red. When Lee tensed up into a ready stance, Sasuke wasn't at all prepared for the ground at the taijutsu specialist's feet to simply explode beneath him. But suddenly Lee went from over there to right here, moving so fast Sasuke only saw him because Lee deemed it necessary to slow down to actually land his bloody punch. Even the reflex to think of putting his guard up didn't even have the time to fully register in his brain before he realized he'd been punched in the face and knocked into the dirt. The scattered, confused and disorganized thoughts in his head didn't have time to sort themselves out before he felt something grab him by the ankle. His whole body literally flung through the air a second later like a toy. He spun as he flew, the world becoming a blur of motion before Sasuke gathered his wits at long last and shifted his momentum. The spin was too much to stop. He turned his body just enough for his feet to touch the ground, trying to grip it with chakra, the drag sending him tumbling onto his ass with a backward roll that let him reach his feet, backpedaling a bit more to keep his balance before his back hit the unyielding wall of the arena. If he would have hit it the speed Lee tossed him, he probably wouldn't have gotten back up. Whatever time he had, he was immediately put on the defensive again, as he saw Lee lunging towards him with a jump kick. With a curse and a split-second thought, Sasuke just managed to escape with a kawarimi, the remains of Sakura's bomb taking the blow for him. Lee sent it hard enough into the wall that the tiny, near-weightless husk shattered and buried itself into the stonework. Sasuke allowed himself to suck down a deep, shuddering breath, looking at Mato Guy's student with a newfound level of respect and wariness that hadn't been there before. He really was the one that was gonna win the whole thing. Or he had been. Lee turned, spotting him, and there was no time for Sasuke to continue his musings or gather his breath as the taijutsu specialist rushed headlong towards him. I can see him now. He's already getting slower. Just have to hold on a little longer. He drew 5 kunai, kneeling and stabbing 2 of them into the ground in front and behind him, 2 more to his left and his right as his chakra surged into the last one still gripped in his hand. Lee was on him, leg already moving to offer one of those brutal kicks. The relentless speed was just insane. Lightning surged from the point of the kunai in Sasuke's hand, jumping from the point to the ring of the kunai he'd stabbed into the ground. Then jumping to another ring and another. Lee's kick found itself caught in the surge, the electric shock rushing through his limb and flinging him off with a cry of pain. I don't have to beat you, Lee, Sasuke breathed. This technique was absolutely murderous on his reserves. If he could get Lee in here, he could cage him in the lightning, but it could work, for now, as a defensive measure. All I need to do is outlast you. If Sakura had been the one to use this, her victory would have been assured. Her earth element had so many defensive applications it wasn't even funny. Hell, if she was really desperate she could just bury herself beneath the dirt till Lee was well and truly paralyzed. A much more chakra-effective defense than what Sasuke had thrown together in his desperation. Lee's legs shook with sporadic muscle twitches as he reached his feet, gathering his strength as he looked at Sasuke. Then he started running. Not towards Sasuke, no, circling him, picking up speed, faster and faster, the incredible burst potential he'd shown seemingly gone now as the poison wore on. Sasuke grit his teeth, nervous despite himself, as his sharp gaze focused on keeping Lee in his sight. He was almost a blur now, almost fast enough to disappear from Sasuke's view entirely but not quite, and still beginning to slow more and more. Lee sensed it too, because he suddenly turned and pounced on Sasuke in a full deadhead charge. Chakra surged through Sasuke's fingertips and into the kunai blade, lightning blooming across his vision focused on where Lee was coming from, crackling through the air. Lee's body hit the wall of snapping energy, the bandages on his fists burning, his whole hand beginning to burn with it. Then he was through. Lightning danced across Lee's body as Sasuke felt those fists crash into his chest, followed a moment later by Lee ducking down and bodily tackling him, lifting the Uchiha clear off his feet to remove him from the lightning cage. Sasuke hit the ground and felt the wind knocked out of him. Lee's body smoked and twitched. The pain of God only knew how much voltage surging through him was not something even his monstrous constitution could shrug off. Sasuke acted fast. Pain or no pain, air or no air, he couldn't let Lee get his bearings. With a sharp elbow he felt and heard Lee's nose crunch, the spurt of dark blood staining Sasuke's clothes before a second elbow came down on the top of Lee's skull, literally beating the green-clad boy off of him before Sasuke scrambled to his feet. He managed to get 2 more hits in, a kick to the face and a grab of the arm to try to put Lee in some kind of hold before Mato Gai's student finally seemed to snap back into his body, hands moving fluidly and with unerring precision to turn aside Sasuke's grab and immediately twist it to his advantage, grasping onto Sasuke's right wrist and bending it fast and hard enough to nearly break the limb outright. Sasuke's body bent, following the motion. Drawing a kunai with his free hand he sliced at Lee's exposed forearm. He drew his hand away at the last second, allowing Sasuke to get out of his grip with a surge of strength and back away. Katan! He sucked down a breath, breathing out the first fireball attack he ever learned to try and get some distance between him and Lee. Gokaki no Jutsu! The fire hit the ground and stayed there, fueled by chakra, only for Lee to seemingly not give a flying shit about it as he literally rushed straight through the flames. Sasuke couldn't even put up his guard as Lee's hand grasped him by the face and proceeded to slam him down into the dirt. Sasuke felt his brain rattle in his skull, feeling dirt and rock scratching at his back before he thought fast, chakra scalpels coming to his hands and reaching for Lee's leg beside him. He felt the muscles give, just as he felt Lee's entire body stumble, trying to continue its run before reality bloody well set in and Lee fell flat, rolling onto the floor as he let Sasuke go, and the Uchiha was so grateful to Sakura in that moment for having the foresight to plant that bomb during her fight with Kankuro, for even giving him a chance against this insanity. More on adrenaline than any real thought, Sasuke reached his feet, his vision swimming in his skull as he tried to hold down his lunch with a sudden bout of nausea before he finally caught sight of Lee. Lee scrambled to his feet and Sasuke tried to think of some plan, some escape, some other means of stalling Mato Gai's monster of a student when Lee stumbled and fell to his knees again, breathing hard through his mouth as his blood dripped from his nose. Lee's muscles tensed, his body trying to find the strength to keep going when the red seemed to fade from his skin, the veins along his temple receding back to his body. And Sasuke found he was suddenly exhausted. The aches that hit him all of a sudden with that palpable relief had his knees go weak, and he fell flat on his ass with deep, panting breaths, back hitting the floor as the proctor called to Lee. "Genin Rock Lee, can you continue to fight?" Sasuke opened one eye, tilting his head just enough to look at Lee. Lee was gritting his teeth, every muscle tense, taut as a bowstring, and then, impossibly, he started to get back up. Sasuke's eyes widened, in both shock and dismay. What the hell was it going to take? The Uchiha tried to find his strength, muster the will to pick himself up one more time. He didn't know where he found it, but he did, reaching his feet at the same time that Rock Lee did. I find Rock Lee incapable to continue, the proctor suddenly said, and Sasuke felt it like a punch to the gut. He looked at Lee through blurry vision, and found that the last burst of strength had helped Lee reach his feet, but nothing more. Lee's muscles were locked stiff, Sakura's poison having finally reached its full effect. Sasuke heard the proctor announce him as the winner before he finally let himself fall flat onto the arena floor. His last sight before he passed out was Naruto's stupid banner, hanging over the rafters. The one cheering him on. He didn't remember there being a Good Luck Lee in smaller characters just underneath his name. Would have lost if Lee had luck. He thought just before the medics arrived and his body finally gave out. Chapter 59. I do not see it. The boy was arrogant, reckless, and fell too easily for the girl's traps because of it. If he makes it to Chunin, it will not be with my vote. A's voice was like stones grinding together. The constant sneer on his features did not soften in the slightest, even when talking about the Kazekage's son. Naruto stood to the side, hands behind his back with the other sensei. Guy and Kurenai were to his left, Baki and another Suna sensei to his right. Past them were a lot of Kumogakure sensei and finally Haku-chan and the sensei from Kiri. After that were the guys from IWA. I agree. Mei nodded. If the boy would have been more observant, things might have turned out differently. But as it stands, he overestimated himself and underestimated his opponent. Not a desirable trait in a Chunin. The Kazekage held up his hand, silencing them. My son disappointed me with his performance. I will not add further shame by giving a vote he does not deserve, so unless our colleagues from Konoha and IWA by some miracle find themselves in agreement to granting him a promotion, let us move on. Sarutobi made a gesture with his hand, dismissive. Katsuchi said nothing. A nodded sharply. Haruno Sakura, his opponent. Naruto felt himself nearly giddy with anticipation and nervous with dread all at once. This Sakura was much stronger than she'd been in his world when she went for the Chunin exam. In his mind she was absolutely ready for this, especially after he found out she'd planted that poison bomb Sasuke ended up using against Lee. But while she was indeed stronger, and smart as all hell, she had some pretty high standards to meet with and IWA was always going to vote against the Konoha Genin, probably out of spite if he were any judge, though Sarajiji might do the same, so all was fair he supposed, which meant that if she just lost one more vote, which was easy given that she handed the Kazekage some humility by proxy, she might not make it at all. Immediately, one of those concerns was alleviated. I abstain. The Kazekage said, eyes closed, a barely concealed anger tightening the expression on his face. Mei shrugged. I have no objections. She was smart, read her opponent, planned ahead and executed that plan to perfection. When her plan failed against Rock Lee in a later bout, she failed to adapt. A pointed out. On the contrary, Sarutobi defended. She realized quickly she could not defeat Lee in a straight fight and came up with a strategy on the spot to defeat him. It may have failed, but it does show a level of creative thinking not many genin have. Yes. After she saw what Rock Lee was capable of in his fight with Sabaka no Tamari, Katsuchi countered. She had plenty of time to think between the fights. After that plan she came up with failed, she gave up. A Chunin that gives up so easily is a deserter. Not a good soldier. I'll note your concern for the quality of our military in my journal tonight, Sachikage. Gentlemen, Mei warned with a smile before turning back to A. We have 2 ice and 1 nay, Reikage Dano. It falls on your word. A snorted. I suppose she did well enough for a genin fighting a friend in this setting. She will get her promotion without the need for the tiebreaker vote. Naruto had to force himself to swallow down the whoop of elated joy and hold still, literally shaking in his boots as he pinpointed exactly where Sakura was through his chakra sense to get ready to bolt out the door and tell her as soon as this was over. The eyes have it then. A drawled. Let's continue. Rock Lee and Sabaku no Tamari. The girl had the right idea, Mei pointed out. Keep her distance. But not the power to do anything more, or put her opponent down. The Tsuchikage answered. Rock Lee is hardly your typical opponent though. Not for a genin. The Kazekage stated. No, he is not. I conceded the point though, it seemed grudging. He dominated that fight against her, was in control the entire time. His promotion is hardly in question here, Mei said. He might not make jounin with the inability to use ninjutsu or defend against genjutsu, but pretending he will stay a genin is something we're all a little past, I believe. The question is Sabaku. All eyes, none too subtly, turned to the Kazekage, who seemed to only just manage to not roll his eyes. I abstain. The Mizukage made a noise, hand rising to cup her chin. Though she had the right idea, when she saw that her plan wasn't working, she failed to even try to adapt outside of fighting him in hand-to-hand when he finally had hold of her. I am torn about this one. A also seemed to be giving it some serious thought. He finally growled something of an answer. Rock Lee is a shit measuring stick, he snarled. Hiruzen released a plume of smoke from his lips. While it is true that she failed to adapt, I cannot say many chunin wouldn't have had a similar problem. A promotion to chunin does not exclude those who do not show a need for improvement, but rather the next step in a long road. Just as with Rock Lee, to pretend a kunoichi with such deft and extreme control of a wind affinity should remain as a genin is to do her and the rank a disservice. He concluded with a small tilt of the head. She has my vote. Mei shrugged. You've convinced me, Sarutobi-san. She nodded, looking to A. My vote as well. The Reikage turned to Katsuchi. Abstention. Either he agreed with Hiruzen and didn't want to admit it, or simply could not make up his mind. A nodded. With 2 abstentions and 2 ayes, the ayes have it. Next contestants then? Mei smiled. The next contestants, Uchiha Sasuke and Kyumo's own Omo. The man actually paused to think. I have seen Omo's skills for myself. I was sure he would pass this exam. But this must be based on what was seen, not what we know, and what was seen was not enough. He fails. He did seem to adapt and keep fighting well despite a non-functional limb. Not many chunin could do that. Mei mused, but ultimately shrugged. In the end, you are right, however, we simply didn't see enough to warrant a promotion. A look to the others. Are there any disagreements? Silence. A nodded. Uchiha Sasuke then, the amateur medic ninja. The Kazekage shrugged. He showed the usage of healing techniques and the chakra scalpel against both Omo and Rock Lee, though his healing capabilities under Lee San's pressure seemed to melt away. As so eloquently pointed out by Reikage Dano, Rock Lee is a shit measuring stick. To be perfectly clear about what we all saw, those were 3 gates that Mado Guy's student opened. That would have given some jounin trouble to defeat cleanly. Hiruzen defended. Even so, the only thing that netted him the win was the luxury of being able to wait out Lee. The Kazekage stated, and Naruto got a sneaking suspicion that all the Kage knew that the poison wasn't Sasuke's idea, but they hadn't exactly worked out whose it was yet, or how it got there, hence why they were avoiding the subject. I am comfortable in giving him the vote, however. As you said, Rock Lee was an exceptional circumstance. The boy was adequate. Sarutobi put in before the others, or more specifically Katsuchi, could speak. Mei nodded. I agree. If Naruto had been shaking in his boots before, he was practically vibrating with sheer giddiness now. Sakura and Sasuke were chunin. The only reason he didn't start bouncing off the walls was probably because Guy had noticed his excitement, and was holding him with a rather firm grip in place. Sabaku no Gaara and Hyuga Hinata. That giddy stupid smile on his face died rather quickly as the Kazekage's murderous gaze swiveled around and found him. Sound was the first thing Sasuke became aware of, muffled and distant, like someone was talking while he was underwater. Slowly, it got clearer and clearer as his mind became more and more aware and awake. It also helped him realize that he had an absolutely throbbing headache and the voices in the room were not helping. When the hell did you even set that up? During my fight with Kankuro. That smoke bomb didn't just hide me from him. It hid me from the audience and the proctors too. Perfect setup. You bitch, that's cheating. Stop laughing about it, Hinata. It's not funny. We're ninja. It's our job to cheat. He recognized the voices now. Tenten, Sakura. His sluggish thoughts took longer than he'd like to admit to recognize that Hinata was probably in the room too. He opened his eyes and groaned at the blindingly bright light filtering in through the window. Hey Sasuke. Sakura called from a bed he spied through squinting eyes, bandaged and smiling. So I give you a poison practically handcrafted to beat Likuin, and you still managed to get a concussion and pass out. Lee deserved the win in that fight. Tenten, sitting in a bed that must have been to his left, groused. Sasuke took another second to adjust himself to the absurdly bright light of the sun before he found himself comfortable enough to pan his eyes around the room. Sakura was across from him. Next to her, looking far too pleased with herself, was Hinata, sitting between Sakura and her cousin Niji, who Sasuke assumed was awake but just keeping his eyes closed, pretending to rest or trying his damnedest to be ignored in the conversation. To his left was Tenten and to his right was a still unconscious Lee, who was sleeping off the poison, mouth open and snoring, very, very loudly. Lee was fated to lose to Sasuke-san. Niji decided to chime in from his bed. Fated my ass! Tenten screamed. If Sakura wouldn't have been such a complete and utter bitch dash. Love you too, hun. Lee would have literally mopped the goddamn floor with Sasuke's skull. And fate decided things would play out this way instead. Niji drawled. Don't make me get up off this bed. I just got comfortable, and I swear I will rip your world a fucking sunder if you say one more word. Niji grunted, but kept quiet. Sasuke moved himself to sit up, though immediately his head swam and the nausea returned in full force. Concussion. Right. Waiting a second for his stomach to settle, he opened his eyes, finding other Chunin hopefuls in the area. The place seemed to be communal, with somewhere around 30 beds available for the contestants. There weren't nearly that many for this tournament, so they had the luxury of leaving a few beds empty to act as a buffer zone between the groups. The Kiri team was the next one over, and after that he could spy Suna. With he guessed IWA all the way at the other end of the room with Kumogakure. The door nearest to them opened, and in walked Itachi? He croaked. Following behind her was the unmistakable 4-foot-nothing mop of red hair. We brought food! Akane called, smiling over the stack of plastic boxes she was carrying in bags. His quiet, wraith-like sister tossed the smallest of smiles his way. Concussed, nearly broke 2 ribs, and all from an opponent that was poisoned and tired from previous fights. For shame, Sasuke. She turned towards Sakura. Thank you for helping him so much, Haruno. Any joy Sasuke might have felt at seeing his sister again quickly evaporated. Don't you have anything better to do? It's Kumo. Itachi shrugged. Not a tourist cruise. She said as if that explained everything, removing the heavy cloak around her shoulder to drape it over one arm and marching over towards the seat beside him that Sasuke only now realized was completely empty, sitting down and folding one leg over the other. Akane set the boxes of food down at a nearby end table, beginning to sort them out. Eel. Tenten raised her hand. Here. Sushi salmon? Hinata raised her hand this time. And Sakura asked for Thias. She muttered to herself. Sasuke wondered just what they'd ordered for him when the door flew open again, revealing none other than Naruto, Kurenai and Guy, with Guy holding a collection of vests. Not enough for all of them, he quickly noted. Hey guys! Naruto cheered, craning his neck around and looking to Guy and Kurenai. Can I tell em? Mato Guy smiled, reaching for 2 vests and handing them to Naruto, and then handing one to Kurenai. The little blonde ball of energy seemed to teleport to both his teammates/students, all but shoving the vests into their chests, as Kurenai walked more sedately to Hinata and Guy towards Lee. Tenten decided to state the obvious. So me and Niji failed, I take it. Guy smiled at the girl, though it was clearly a sad thing. Offering a nod, Konoha's green beast decided to explain. While both of you showed skill in your chosen specialties, you showed little else. There was no exceptional strategy or adaptability to your circumstances. You fought each of your enemies on their terms even when it was clear you stood a good chance of losing if you continued doing so. Tenten huffed, taking a deep breath before falling back onto her pillow. This sucks. Niji didn't say anything, looking at the vest at Lee's bedside like he could will the thing to burst into flames. Neither of you are far from the goal, Guy tried to reassure. You just need to widen your arsenal a bit. Tenten's eyes lit up. I don't mean with actual weapons. Sasuke could tell that if anyone were to say Tenten was pouting right now, the girl would protest and say that the accuser was a filthy lying liar who lies. Sakura looked like she was feeling every individual fiber of the vest under her fingertips, her whole face lighting up with a smile. So we made it? She asked Naruto, clearly gesturing to herself and Sasuke. Yup. The blonde laughed. Your fight with Kankuro clutched it, so did Sasuke's fight with Omo. Yeah, because both of you got your asses thoroughly handed to you by Mr. I'll forfeit because I love Sakura so much. Tenten laughed. He kicked more ass than you or Niji. Sakura shot back. The weapon mistress stuck her tongue out. None of you should get overconfident because of this though. Kurenai warned, leaning on the wall beside Hinata. Just because you made it to Chunin doesn't mean there weren't mistakes made. She's right. Itachi agreed. It was smart of you to recognize your trump card wasn't going to see you through the fight, Sakura. But hesitating and not using it against Lee was what cost you the fight because you wanted to save it for Sasuke, who you thought was a bigger threat. Sakura had the decency to look sheepish. Sorry, Itachi-sensei. And Sasuke. She continued, turning her gaze towards him. Even though Sakura gave you the poison, you thought that would be enough to secure you the win by itself, never believing Lee himself would have a trump card of his own. You walked away with a concussion. In a real fight you might not have walked away at all. Sasuke nodded, accepting the point. So the poison was your idea? Kurenai asked, surprised. When did you even set it up? During the fight with Kankuro. She answered with a shrug. First thing I did when I was inside the smoke bomb. Clever. Guy nodded, also impressed. Thanks. Before anything else could be said, however, the sounds of steady footsteps brought all of their eyes towards a steadily approaching Sabaka no Gaara. The redhead didn't look much different, nor did he look angry or worn out. In fact, if they hadn't seen him fighting, none of them would have ever guessed he'd had a hair out of place just a short while ago. When he was close enough, he turned his head towards where Hinata was seated. Hyuga-san, he said before bowing slightly at the waist. Please accept my apologies for my behavior in the arena. I was not myself. Hinata raised a slender eyebrow, then slowly nodded. She accepts. Tenten called, helping, seeing as how the boy was still blindfolded. With a firm nod, Gaara turned his head, panning it over the assembled group before finally settling his sight on Naruto. You are Uzumaki-san. Yes? Naruto laughed, though it sounded a little nervous. Yup. That's me. Might I trouble you for a moment of your time? There's something I'd like to ask you. Not a problem. The blonde smiled happily, straightening his stance before walking up to the redhead as though he hadn't been the one to knock him the hell out in the ring. Once again, Gaara nodded in what seemed like thanks before doing an abrupt about-face back to where the Suna team was laying down in their hospital beds. He is way too trusting. Sakura muttered as he walked away, and to his surprise, Itachi let out a snort that sounded vaguely like laughter. Naruto walked behind Gaara, hands clasped behind his head. While certainly more calm, his old friend was as serious and stoic as ever. As such, he seemed to revel in silence, whereas Naruto found it just the faintest bit awkward and uncomfortable. Even so, he didn't really have much to break the ice with and start a conversation, so he grudgingly kept quiet and kept walking. Finally, they made it to where Kankuro and Temari were laying down in their beds. Kankuro's arm was wrapped up in an excessive amount of bandages, at least in Naruto's opinion, and with Temari he could see the bruises forming along the skin of her forearms, shins, and the underside of her jaw where Lee had clocked her once. So, Temari began, glaring at him. You're the asshole that cost my brother the exam. Tem. Gaara sighed. Well, he fucking did. She shot back. You're the strongest gen in here, and then he comes over and just dash. I don't care. Gaara shrugged. Be nice. Naruto smiled, scratching nervously at the back of his head. Well, I'm not sorry I did it, though I am sorry I had to. The Ichibi Jinchuriki nodded, stepping aside to take a seat beside his two siblings, sitting between them. What exactly is it that you did? He asked. And could you teach it to one of my siblings? Wait, what? Kankuro's head snapped over, blinking stupidly. What the he dash? It's necessary. Gaara interrupted. Every safeguard we put in place makes it that much harder for dash. Gaara. Temari warned, cutting him off. We don't really want to go blabbing about this to a total goddamn stranger. The youngest sibling shook his head. I'm guessing it's a little late, isn't that so, Uzumaki-san? Naruto shrugged. Yeah. I kinda know all about Shikaku. Konoha been spying on us or something? Temari accused. Aren't you supposed to be our allies? Naruto's laugh was sheepish. You, kinda can't really hide a Jinchuriki from me. I know all of them. He wasn't lying really. It seemed they bought it, though to be fair they didn't have a reason not to. Gaara turned his head, looking at him. Can you teach them? We don't need this. You don't need this. Temari insisted beside him. Naruto shrugged. Anyone can learn it with enough time. But I don't think we have that since we'll all be heading home soon. How much time? The blonde shrugged. 4 months. Maybe 6. Sealing isn't exactly a quick study for most people. Gaara rubbed at his chin, becoming thoughtful. I see, irritating. Naruto looked back over his shoulder, towards his Konoha friend, and was half tempted to go back and celebrate with Sakura and Sasuke over their promotion. But he'd been away from these old friends for far too long. It was time he learned a bit more about their lives here and how many things had changed, as well as what stayed the same. None too subtly grabbing one of the nearby chairs and dragging it across the floor to sit closer, he smiled as he plopped himself down on his acquired seat. I don't think we've been properly introduced. He grinned. My name's Uzumaki Naruto. What are yours? In another part of the city, Magajiro Kuta released a plume of gray smoke from his lips, savoring the taste as he waited for his tea to cool just a bit. The door opened, and in walked the 3 most legendary of Konoha's current ninja. Kuta looked at the 3 from where he sat, a strange sort of smile that was not really a smile on his face. We are set then? Hiruzen offered a single nod. The Chunin examination results have been determined. And all of our other arrangements? Seem to. Orochimaru answered, arms crossed. This is a rather big gamble you're banking on, Magajiro. Tsunade warned. If it doesn't work, we'll be at a much greater disadvantage. We'll have to hope I'm dash. He smirked. That IWA is only half as clever as we are. He took a drink of his tea, the warm liquid vanishing from the tiny cup. When is it that we leave? 2 days' time. The daimyo turned to Hiruzen. Will our honorable allies from Suna be joining us? That has yet to be determined. If they do, will they stay loyal? Orochimaru's smile widened a bit in response, eyes shifting to the back of Sarutobi's head. Sensei and I have discussed contingencies. They'll stay in line. Tsunade shook her head. I don't want to know. No need to get squeamish, Haim. Enough. Sarutobi declared, voice firm and strong, looking to his daimyo. We're ready. He declared with a sense of finality. We'll follow your plan, and hopefully secure one more solid victory to completely destroy any morale IWA might have left. Kuta nodded, serving himself another cup of tea and rose it in mock toast. To victory then. Chapter 60. Hope you have a safe trip. Naruto's voice was all light, and his face held a bright smile to go along with it as he looked up at the still taller form of Haku. I hope the same for you. The raven-haired Yuki Kunoichi said, smiling softly. The high mountain breeze caught her hair, sending it into her face. She closed one eye and tried to brush it back into place. Haku-san. Someone called, one of the jounin, a tall, thin man with an almost flushed complexion that would give the impression of someone with a cold, or maybe someone that stayed just a tad too long out in the sun. The surplus rations, who was assigned to their storage? Kazuri. She called back. You sure? Pretty sure. If not him, then check with Hidetaka. The man nodded and moved to leave. Before their impromptu goodbyes could continue, however, both ninja spotted the approaching figures of Hiruzen, Kutu and Mei making their way closer to the area, with the three apparently wrapped in their own conversation. Naruto tried to read them, get a feel for how exactly it was going, so to speak, but Mei's smile was all diplomacy, soft edges and attentiveness, not the half-hooded smirk he knew would indicate her to be truly pleased or the tightened features of subtle displeasure. Similarly, Hiruzen's face was a mask of inscrutable aloofness, breathing out gray smoke with little more than a half-amused quirk of the lips that told the world he knew something they didn't, and Kuti utilized his signature method of exaggerated laughs and beaming smiles to always appear pleased with everyone. He knew each of them well enough to know they were each on guard still. They came to a stop. None of them bowed as they said their farewells. Mei extended her hand, shaking theirs, and that was the extent of the goodbye, with the beautiful Mizukage turning away to march back to the troop of men and women that were still preparing for the return journey as Kutu turned and called for his horse, Hiruzen moving towards Orochimaru and Tsunade, who were near the gate apparently talking with Ramen, the head of Kutu's guard. He wasn't the only one that had been watching. When he turned back to Haku, she'd been looking at them too. She turned to him, smiling thinly, a somber glint in those light eyes. I also hope that when we meet next time. She trailed off, and he offered a shrug. Like I said, no matter what happens, we'll still be friends. She let out something that approximated a sigh through her nostrils, huffing once before she leaned down and pressed a kiss to his cheek. You're sweet, Naruto-kun. I hope you always stay that way, she said. Haku-chan. Mei called to them. They'd caught her eye, it seems. Come here, love, we have a lot to do. She tilted her head, eyeing him. Hope you don't mind me stealing her back, Naruto-kun. She remembered his name. With Mei, that wasn't always a good thing. He smiled back at her, feeling Haku's fingers squeeze at his shoulder, and one last quiet goodbye before she went back to the Kuri-nin, and he turned to head back to the Konoha group. Far out of sight of the gathering of the village guests, as they prepared to leave the village, Ace stood at the balcony door of his office looking out to the mountains. Behind him were his village's most powerful shinobi, next to himself, his sister Kirabi and her fellow Jinchuriki Yujito. Alright, so they're leaving and nothing blew up. Yet. Yujito corrected the taller woman. Nothing has blown up yet. I could practically feel Bee rolling her eyes. What's the plan now, bro? I say we side with IWA. Yujito chimed in. A turned to find the blonde woman examining her nails, languishing on the couch at the side of his office, one hand behind her head. We've been building up our military for years to fight. This looks like it's setting up to be a big damn fight. IWA is losing, A pointed out. And if they lose, Konoha will probably gain a lot in terms of money with spoils alone. She was telling him what he already knew, of course. That, by itself, will put them back on top of the food chain, if not in manpower then at least in economy. I don't know. Seems to me like we should just stay out of it. He pointed out. The fact that she wasn't rhyming told her that she understood the gravity of this next decision in its entirety. IWA and Konoha pick this fight, let them end it. And if Konoha gets money out of it, whatever. I'm inclined to agree. A interrupted. Ultimately, however, that decision will be made in the next few days. What's gonna happen in a few days? Yujito asked. IWA has set up an ambush, he answered. They will attack Konoha with AIM forces on the return journey. That's... I shrugged. Breaking the treaty? Logistically difficult, if not impossible? Desperate? All those things. Why didn't you call them out on it, bro? Kirby asked, sitting a bit more forward. My threats against them were to ensure the peace would hold within the village walls and within our borders, he answered. What plans they make for actions outside my borders is not my problem. Until I decide to get involved, either side will be hindered or helped by me. If Konoha foolishly marches into this ambush, they are incompetent. If IWA fails in their attack, they are worthless. You're gonna side with whoever wins. A look to Yujito. To correct your previous statement, Yujito. I did not build our armies to fight. I built our armies to win. I have no intention of backing the losing side. The hike down the mountains was almost as bad as the hike up the mountains. The months-long stay had driven away the last vestiges of summer, and now autumn was in full swing, with all of its cold and stormy weather, which was probably making Aim's job gathering those massive rain clouds ahead of them all the easier, now that Naruto cared to look. Jagged rocks and loose gravel were their enemies down the mountain, while horses and supply wagons that had to negotiate past them were even worse. Kiri had already pulled ahead of them, as Mei hadn't come here with her daimyo. Neither had Sunagekure, but they were scheduled to leave a bit later in the day from what he'd gathered. Sakura, Sasuke, Lee and Hinata were each sporting their own vests as they walked, and already Naruto could see the subtle differences in each piece as they manipulated the symbol of rank to more easily incorporate itself into their fighting styles. Sakura's vest was thinner. She'd removed some of the heavier armor pieces woven between the layers of fabric, the front and side of the vest cut to allow her an easier time twisting and bending her body for the taijutsu style she favored of quick strikes and dodging rather than blocking and exchanging heavy blows. The pockets were lined with an assortment of tools like ninja wire, smoke bombs, and the gear necessary to lay down a quick trap. Lee's was almost the opposite. If Naruto were to guess, he'd stuffed weights into the vest, similar to those on his legs. They would double as heavy armor plates. Sasuke and Hinata had done the least work to their vests, with only the weave of the shoulders having been altered in Hinata's to allow her much more freedom of movement along the arms. Her entire fighting style revolved around the use of her hands. Freedom of movement was paramount. Sasuke hadn't done much to his really, in fact, he would almost say no changes had been made if it wasn't for the field surgeon knives he'd made a custom holster for at the side of the vest. The genin's easy smiles and jovial talks were a stark contrast to the ninja of higher rank, all of whom had been briefed about what exactly was waiting for them up ahead and kept their conversations relatively subdued by comparison. Not tense, not quiet, not yet. They were still a day or so's march minimum from where they expected the ambush to take place, but the unease was there if you knew what signs to look for. The tension in their hands, just waiting to reach for a weapon, the swiveling heads that moved to and fro looking for some stray movement or wandering shadow, the way they sat with their backs to a hard surface and the short rests they took as they waited for the carriages to negotiate their way through some of the rougher terrain. Naruto-sensei. Akane's voice brought him out of his wandering thoughts, his attention turning back to her. When's the next Chunin exam? The red-headed girl asked. I can't let Sasuke and Sakura-chan get too far ahead. He felt his lips quirking into a smile, remembering those words running through his own mind when he'd entered the exam to start with. Oh sure, he covered it up with blusterity and bluster, but he had been nervous as hell. And after it was done, well, he was glad this exam experience had left her with enthusiasm for the next one. 6 months, he answered, smiling as he ruffled her hair, much to her frustration as she tried to push his hand away. Don't worry, Ayer. He paused, realizing that his next words of having not made it to Chunin at all weren't true in this life. He made it to the rank quite early and handily, in fact. I know of a guy that was really strong but didn't make it to Chunin till he was almost 20. She scrunched up her nose. I'd rather get to Chunin now. He laughed, though it was rather short-lived as he received a smack to the back of the head. What was that for? He questioned, and received a pointed look and a raised eyebrow in return as if to say you know exactly what that was for. He frowned at the back of her head, squinting angrily at the black hair. Stupid slip-ups and time travel confusion. Stupid Uchi house. Several miles to the north, the column of men from Tsuchi no Kuni was barely out of view from Kumogakure before the entire march was brought to a halt. Samurai dismounted from their horses, supply wagons opened, cumbersome armor removed and stuffed into the wagons revealed to be empty as the men that wore them donned different gear fit for shinobi rather than normal men. The daimyo looked to Katsuchi, who dismounted the horse and removed the traditional, ceremonial robes of the kage, instead conning his own custom umbu armor. The older man nodded to Inoki's successor. Do whatever you have to. Pay them back tenfold. Katsuchi didn't answer in words, only offered a single resolute nod. Turning to the ranks of his ninja, which had now swelled to nearly double their previous number, as the daimyo's samurai guard shrank to just 4 men. He panned his eyes over the group, with some still strapping on bits of armor or weapon holsters, and found Kuratsuchi's distinct eyes in the crowd, their gazes meeting. What he wouldn't give to be her father right now, and not her commander. Was this how his own father felt? But those were thoughts for another day, after this was done. He raised his hand, the universal signals clear for the men to read. Pursue and destroy. The rain had turned the earth into a marsh. Ankle-deep muck and ice-slick mud had turned the wagons into an impossibility. One horse had already broken a leg from a bad fall and had to be put down, others were getting stuck, and on the second day they'd barely moved even a quarter of the distance they'd originally planned. The tension was starting to get to the men. The shinobi in particular. The samurai guard were tired and weary, but the shinobi knew that the enemy was stacking the deck even further in their favor, exhausting them before they ever raised up a single hand to fight. Naruto himself was devoting plenty of his own chakra into a small army of shadow clones to help. Even with storage scrolls helping men in 40+ pounds of armor through the equivalent of a tar pit, where there was no shortage of opportunities to get stuck, was wearing down even on his massive reserves. Despite the circumstances, Kutu insisted that they pressed on, with an unerring tenacity that bordered on the insane. By the time they made it to where they had to fight, he doubted there would be much of a force left. Kuta had to know this. What was he planning? The answer didn't come to him that day, or the day after that. When they reached the flooded, bloated body of the Hasegawa River, the largest river on the map, the one that Itachi had pointed out would give them the most trouble, still 1 day away from where they expected the ambush to be. That's when he got his answer. They were standing at the water's edge, with a river so wide you could barely even see the other side through the downpour, feet digging into mulched earth as bits and pieces of dirt and rock were ripped up at the river's edge and carried downstream. How are we going to cross? He heard Sakura ask, her eyes on a map that was being kept dry by the way of Lee and Kiba holding massive straw umbrellas that some of them had made the first day. Even the normal fords are hours away on foot, in normal weather. Why'd we come here? Now that was the question, wasn't it? Why had they come here? Naruto looked to Kutu, still sitting astride the beast of a horse that was his personal mount, the heavy cloak hiding his wood armor and red and black robes. Apparently, one of the samurai guards was also curious, or perhaps, his patience had been worn thin by 3 days of rain. Kuto-sama dash. The daimyo raised a hand, silencing the man with the gesture. I'm listening to the rain, Katsui. The man seemed to be trying to fish for words, or at least the courage to speak up, but he didn't in the end, deflating with a sag of his shoulders as he waited beside his daimyo in silence. They stood there, for an hour. Soon enough, the groups began to disperse, with small shelters being erected and fires springing up to warm them from the freezing rains. They were starting to wonder if this was going to be a permanent camp for the rest of the day, and if they should start building it as such when, finally, Kutu's insanity revealed the reason behind the madness. A ship. The thing was huge, too big for a river. But this river was flooded. The galley pulled up close as it could, 2 anchors descending to bring it to a stop so as not to be pulled with the current. The captain stood on the deck, a thin older man, with silver hair. Magajiro-sama! He shouted. The daimyo grunted. There were supposed to be 3. He finally shouted back, his voice carrying over the oppressing rain. I'm impressed. Naruto heard Itachi whisper beside him, too low for the genin to overhear. He turned, looking at her out of the corner of his eye to indicate he was listening. The whole linchpin of the enemy's plan is to flood the area, so we have to enter a route where they can ambush us, using the very linchpin of the plan itself, the flood, to facilitate an escape by galley isn't something I'd have thought of. She shrugged. It's impressive. Move your enemy. Do not be moved by him. It was the entire doctrine behind how Kuta viewed a conflict. He had to admit, she was right. It was impressive the way his mind bent and twisted around problems. It seems that not everything had gone according to plan, however. The storms out to sea have delayed the others, the captain hollered back. I almost didn't make it myself, my lord. How much room do you have? Enough for 20, nothing more. Naruto winced. 20. Kuta's men alone were nearly a dozen, add Kuta himself, that only left 7 spots. Hiruzen, Orochimaru, Tsunade. Kuta barked, summoning the 3 shinobi to no doubt work out how they were going to improvise now that Plan A was only half working. Though he ordered them, Kuta at least had the decency to dismount in order to speak with the 3, huddling together at the edge of the flooded river. There were no raised voices, no visible anger or tensions. Naruto watched, and each of the 4 looked perfectly calm, composed, talking for minutes on end. By the time they were finished, the boat had already sent out 3 small skiffs, the oarsmen on the 3 struggling to row through the current and land close to the river's edge themselves, pulling the small ships ashore with help from the samurai, genin and other shinobi as soon as they reached them. When they finished, the 4 of them broke the impromptu meeting, and Kuta's eyes panned the assembled group as Sarutobi took Orochimaru aside. It seems a decision had been made. And that concludes part 5 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Legacy Undone, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to LD1449, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.